At the Espers Academy, the atmosphere was buzzing as everyone hurriedly prepared for the awakening contest. Yet the protagonist Ning Feng remained unbothered, eyes glued to the screen, engrossed in practicing a game. Confident in his overwhelming advantage, he was sure victory was in hand, but just as he was about to finish off his opponent, a figure suddenly lunged forward. "Oh you!" Ning Feng's close friend, wordlessly delivered a slap so striking it left his face a blur. Standing with her arms crossed, Wang Du glared sternly, her voice cold. "Ning Feng, what are you doing? The awakening exam is about to start, aren't you going to prepare? You're hiding here playing games." Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ning Feng hung his head, forcing a wry smile. "Playing games is part rest, part study. Besides, I'm 18, at most I'll awaken to a mundane, 1- or 2-star vocation. Unlike the young Miss Wang, who awakened a 5-star vocation at 15, why should I suffer? Later I can just flatter her, can't I?" Ning Feng's bored, slightly lazy words made Wang Du frown, anger flaring. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, seized his collar, and gave him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Wang Du's arrival immediately drew every nearby student's attention. They whispered and gossiped, eyes glittering with admiration. Could that be the goddess Wang? She must have just returned from special training. Awakened to a 5-star vocation at 16, such a genius hadn't appeared in the province for years. Beautiful, prominent family, high talent, why such disparity between people? Yet they couldn't help but stare at Ning Feng. Why was the goddess Wang beside that infamous trash across the school? Almost 18 and still not awakened. They said they were childhood sweethearts, but how could an orphan like Ning Feng be worthy of the goddess Wang Qi? In Lam Star, a world-blending game and reality, the 2025 National Awakening Adventure Contest was in full swing at 7th Middle School. Anyone 16 or older had the chance to awaken an ability and become an adventurer. At that moment, all contestants had gathered to hear the rules. Under Wang Du's insistence, Ning Feng showed up though his face clearly displayed boredom. He muttered inwardly, wondering why she was so stubborn. "I've been here 3 times already, isn't this just for rookies?" Contestants formed 2 neat lines, waiting for their names to be called to enter the measurement area. Those who awakened successfully would receive a basic equipment set matching their vocation, ready for the live test. While queuing with the others, Ning Feng kept his indifferent expression, lazily watching the crowd. Murmurs and chatter rose non-stop. One excited voice said, "I hope I awaken as a mage." Another laughed loudly, enthusiastic, "I prefer a strength vocation, men should face things head-on." A different voice added admiringly that a nimble vocation was cool, able to eliminate foes unseen. Then someone burst out laughing, teasing, "You guys don't get it, the homemaker vocation is the best." It was Ning Feng from Class 12A2's turn to step onto the measurement platform. At his sight, the crowd erupted in ridicule and sharp taunts. "Hey, isn't this the senior from grade 12? The legendary figure who shadows goddess Wang Du, so formidable. And yet, 18 and still not awakened. What if he never awakens? Truly useless." The examiner, Qi Vai, looked at Ning Feng with a gentle smile and a soft voice meant to soothe, "No need to be nervous. When you're ready, begin, press your hand on the spirit stone and relax your mind." Ning Feng placed his hand on the spirit stone, and the stone immediately emitted a faint glow. The surrounding crowd held its breath, eyes fixed on him, eager to see what power he would awaken. Qi Vai watched intently, secretly hoping Ning Feng would achieve a miracle. The light from the spirit stone slowly shifted into a brilliant blue, the sign of the arcane system. The entire hall buzzed, eyes glittering with expectation, waiting to see how many stars his vocation would be. After a few tense seconds, the result appeared on the spirit stone. Awakened, 1 star, the skill acquired was Nei Geo technique. Qi Vai frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. 1 star, far too ordinary compared to her expectations for Ning Feng. Meanwhile, his classmates erupted in mocking laughter, having expected a heaven-defying fate but getting only 1 star. "Get down, you're embarrassing yourself standing there." Another joined in with a sneer. "A star is a star, does he really think he can turn into gold?" Yet Ning Feng stood motionless, expressionless, as if the taunts were just wind. Seeing him frozen, Ki-Vi tilted her head and spoke gently, "What skill did you awaken?" But he seemed not to hear, his gaze vague and lost. Only when she asked a second time did Ningfeng startle, his face briefly dazed. Seeing this, Ki-Vi couldn't help but feel sorry, thinking he must be severely shaken by such a mediocre awakening result. With an encouraging look, she handed Ningfeng the basic equipment and softly said, "Change quickly and proceed to the next challenge." Taking the gear, Ningfeng walked away, still stunned and wondering if he'd misheard earlier. But the memory of his hand touching the spirit stone remained vivid. A mysterious voice whispered in his ear, coldly announcing that the host had completed awakening and met the conditions to activate the system. System activated successfully, the host acquired the passive ability Dark Primal Motion, received a mysterious bonus, passive skill Dark Motion of Heaven. When using forbidden incantations, you will be exempt from all costs demanded by dark power. By this mysterious passive gift, your forbidden incantation can be cast once per week without consumption. Ningfeng flinched. Dark power, the most taboo evil force in the world. Forbidden incantations and the highest level sorcery were things he had never dared to dream of. What was this system? Why was it linked to him? The voice continued, detecting the Nei Geo technique and beginning a metamorphosis. When the transformation completed, Nei Geo technique had blackened into the forbidden incantation body of corrupt earth. A darkened forbidden incantation. Ningfeng felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his worry, he told himself it would be fine. The live combat test was ahead. Stay calm. After testing, contestants were divided into groups of 50 to enter the trial dungeon and familiarize themselves with their newly awakened skills. Everyone had to fight monsters alone, no teaming up or attacking other contestants. Drones would monitor the entire process. Before they began, Ki-Vi smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, others won't see your skills." For Jiao Ningfeng, his skill was recorded as active, body of corrupt earth, forbidden dark summoning. Dark power from another world is summoned to form a protective shield while crushing any enemy who dares approach. Entering the trial dungeon, while everyone else charged and full of fighting spirit, Ningfeng remained mired in anxious thoughts about his forbidden dark incantation. He felt heavy with worry. If this was evil sorcery and someone discovered it, he'd be finished. He gritted his teeth and cursed the system inwardly, "You damn thing, explain yourself." But only an eerie silence answered, no reply at all. With no other option, Ningfeng reluctantly stepped into the dungeon, full of unease and completely ignorant of his forbidden dark incantation. Inside the trial dungeon, the air seethed as contestants faced off against savage monsters. Each strike rang out violently, the beasts' roars mixing with the fierce shouts of the contestants. Jiao Ningfeng quietly hid behind a dense bush, watching his surroundings with cautious eyes. The patrol drones hovering overhead kept him from daring to use the forbidden incantation. With no other way to attack, he murmured, "Better to hide and wait for an opportunity." Through the surveillance feed, Captain Chu frowned when he noticed Ningfeng just sitting still while the other contestants fought vigorously. He turned to Ki-Vi, skeptical, "Why is Ningfeng just sitting there?" Ki-Vi sighed softly, a touch of pity in her eyes, and defended him. "That kid awakened a bit late and isn't very healthy. His active skill is a defensive magic, not suitable for solo combat." Hearing this, Captain Chu snorted, displeased. "If he's a one-star vocation, he's unfit to be an adventurer, pull him out, no need to continue the test." But at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A strange burst of power erupted in the trial dungeon, striking a surveillance drone and causing it to crash. The monitor feed glitched and the signal cut out. The measurement system suddenly issued an alert, detecting power fluctuations far beyond the average values in the dungeon. Before they could react, more drones were knocked down. Before they could react, additional drones fell. From the darkness, a gigantic monster emerged, its overwhelming presence making the contestants tremble. A nearby guy's legs went limp, he collapsed, unable to stand. This beast's terrifying form marked it clearly as the leader of the creatures in the dungeon. It roared, a deep hoarse sound echoing as it commanded the monsters around it. "Rise up, refuse to be enslaved any longer. Ensure every one of these invaders is buried here," it decreed. Swift as lightning, it swung its arm, smashing the surveillance drone, sending it crashing down right in front of Ningfeng. The decisive blow left him momentarily stunned, clutching his head, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a flash sparked in his eyes, as if a bold idea had just occurred to him. By now the monsters had surrounded him, fierce and aggressive. If he didn't act immediately, he'd be torn apart under their claws. The leader's eyes glinted with ferocity as it curled its lip. There's a little worm hiding here. At the leader's command, two savage beasts lunged at Ning Feng, claws tearing through the air. He smirked slightly, thinking with no surveillance drones left, this was the perfect chance. Let's see if that forbidden spell is truly powerful. Ning Feng murmured, eyes cold. He raised his hand and whispered the incantation. A terrifying aura burst forth, coalescing into a pitch-black curtain of bone. In an instant, the surrounding monsters screamed in agony as their bodies withered, turning into chalk-white skeletons that collapsed to the ground. On the monitoring side, panic spread. All connections to the dungeon's drones were suddenly severed. A tremendous dark power had erupted, leading them to suspect a king-level monster had appeared. Captain Chu's face turned grave as he ordered an immediate call to reinforcements and evacuation of all non-combat personnel. He gritted his teeth and muttered, strange, why would something this terrifying exist in a test? In the dungeon, Ning Feng stood amid the pile of dry bones, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene, the leader now trembling, unable to believe the sight before it. It roared in utter panic. Ning Feng chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he had grasped how to use the forbidden incantation. He marveled at how astonishing this power was. Just then, the system in his head chimed repeatedly. Host eliminated goblin minions, experience +10, strength increased. The moment he cast the forbidden incantation, Ning Feng stunned the beast leader, its eyes flashing with surprise. Dark power erupting from a human like him piqued its curiosity, wondering how he could wield such terrifying strength. But before it could think further, Ning Feng lunged forward, eyes cold, delivering a lethal strike. In an instant the beast leader howled in pain and collapsed, turning to dust. The system immediately announced, host eliminated elite monster, experience +6000. After the fierce battle, Ning Feng felt his body filled with new power. He checked his status, mage level 10, stamina 10, strength 8, agility 8, spirit 20, endurance 12. He smiled faintly, he hadn't expected to jump to level 10 in a single fight. In previous years contestants usually only gained 1 or 2 levels because minor monsters gave so little experience. But that elite monster had given him the breakthrough. Ning Feng muttered, frowning. Why would an elite monster appear in the exam? Before him, the beast's loot piled up, glittering. He picked them up, eyes lighting up at 2 rare orange items. Pioneer Badge, permanently increases agility, and Shadow Claw. Requirement level 20, +13 strength, +16 agility, +10% attack speed, +5% critical rate, +10% chance to trigger successive attacks. Ning Feng thought happily that he couldn't use the Shadow Claw, but the orange item would fetch a good price. If this continued, leveling up would be effortless. Suddenly the surveillance speakers blared urgently. All contestants must stop the assessment and use teleport scrolls to retreat immediately. Ning Feng was still dazed, wondering what was happening, when the scene before him darkened. Deep black pits appeared, emanating a deathly aura and turning the trial dungeon into a wasteland. He whispered to himself, is this the true might of the forbidden incantation? His instinct warned him to leave at once. If discovered using the forbidden incantation, the consequences could be unpredictable. Without hesitation, Ning Feng activated a teleport scroll, his figure flashed and vanished. By then everyone had used teleport scrolls and hurriedly exited the dungeon. Ning Feng had just returned, barely steady on his feet, when Captain Chu shouted, ordering, everyone evacuate immediately. Return to town at once. The appearance of a king-level monster had drained the color from Chu's face. He was deeply worried. With current forces, no one could confront it. He muttered, wondering if reinforcements would arrive in time. At that moment, unexpected news came in, the source of dark power had suddenly vanished. The monitoring team judged the monster had escaped the dungeon. The situation now exceeded their capacity to handle. Qi Vai's expression turned serious. She ordered an immediate report to superiors, quietly to avoid widespread panic. She lowered her voice, instructing the academy to activate the exam sealing formation, leaving only one exit for unrelated persons to retreat. Seeing Ning Feng appear, Qi Vai hurried over, eyes full of worry. Are you alright? When he replied that he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief and urged him to leave immediately. Then an announcement rang out, the school suspends all activities. Unless necessary, do not return. Outside, Ning Feng asked no further, but seeing Qi Vai's tense face he thought she seemed to be facing a great threat. Wang Duet standing beside him whispered, I heard the exam detected an unknown power source. The entire school has been locked down. Ning Feng nodded, guessing that the power source was surely related to that mysterious elite monster. He sighed softly, regretting that his awakening had just occurred when the exam was interrupted. Seeing Ning Feng's pensive look, Wang Duet assumed he had been deeply shaken. She comforted him, saying defensive magic keeps you alive but isn't suitable for solo leveling. Join our team starting tomorrow. Ning Feng shook his head, firmly refusing. No need, I'll level up on my own. He knew well that dark forbidden magic shouldn't be casually displayed before others. If exposed, the consequences could be unpredictable. Wang Duet glared, not giving Ning Feng a chance to protest. You dare refuse? Be at the west gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that she turned on her heel and left, leaving Ning Feng standing there, shaking his head in exasperation. He muttered, the more he thought about it the more pathetic he felt. He briefly considered feigning illness to avoid it, but knowing Wang Duet's stubborn nature, Ning Feng realized dodging today wouldn't save him tomorrow. After some thought he came up with an idea, unsure if it would work. At the Far City Trading Exchange, Ning Feng stood before the gate, eyes sweeping over the bustling crowd. He knew some gear with special attached skills could help him disguise the forbidden incantation. His plan was to buy equipment with a minor skill to fool Wang Duet tomorrow and sell the loot from the elite monster yesterday. If lucky, the system might convert the item's skill into a forbidden spell. As soon as he entered, a young woman hurried out with a warm smile. How can I help you? Ning Feng replied immediately, I want to buy an item with a minor skill attached, weapon, jewelry, or trinket, any will do. Hearing this, the girl raised an eyebrow, studied him more closely, then smiled. Minor skills are low-level magic, you don't need to buy them. We have many items with high-tier spells, great for leveling. Shall I show you? Ning Feng shook his head, voice firm, no, temporary use is all I need, it doesn't have to be high-level. The girl's expression changed instantly, her smile vanishing. She frowned, her tone turning cold as she called someone over, who's free to serve this customer, then stalked off, muttering about the inconvenience and a poor wretch. I am not at leisure to entertain. Ning Feng stood there with a slight smile, unconcerned, when a new staff member, looking awkward, approached to assist him. The newcomer had a kind face and a friendly smile. If you need anything, just tell me. At his request, she led him to a weapons shop. After trying on various suits of armor, swords and trinkets, Ning Feng finally favored a sparkling ring that fit his finger perfectly. He smiled, thank you, miss, and thank you for patiently showing me around. By the way, he asked where to sell loot. I want to go there. The clerk nodded, and led him to the appraisal and consignment office. An elderly, spirited man stood waiting, in charge of item appraisals. Ning Feng took out the orange claw, the loot from the monster battle. The old man held it up, eyes bright, instantly recognizing it as an orange-tier weapon of the agility type, with low-level requirement and excellent stats, ideal for newcomers. He pointed to 3 inlay sockets on the claw, explaining they could customize attributes to better boost its effectiveness. He nodded, praising the item's quality. I'm sure I have clients interested. He asked, what price do you want? Ning Feng smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, as high as possible. The old man laughed heartily. Understood. Sit and wait, I'll contact buyers. Xiao Duong, take care of Mr. Ning attentively. Having said that, he stepped outside and called someone named Director Truong to report, I have a premium item matching your client's requirements. The call ended and he returned, smiling as he told Ning Feng, the item sold. The buyer paid 50,000 spirit coins, after an 8% transaction fee you receive 46,000 spirit coins. Hearing 46,000 spirit coins, both Ning Feng and clerk Xiao Duong were stunned, who would have thought the claw would fetch such a high price. He quickly completed the paperwork and the money was transferred to his account immediately. Incidentally, Ning Feng asked Xiao Duong to show him a few more pieces of equipment. She nodded enthusiastically and led him to the outer display area. There, the clerk who had greeted Ning Feng earlier was arrogantly chatting with colleagues. She boasted that she only liked rich, capable heartthrobs. Poor types like that guy weren't even worthy of a thick book for her. The other girls burst into laughter and teased, "Must you be so realistic?" At that moment, they saw Ning Feng step out with Xiao Duong and the appraiser. A friend whispered, "I heard that handsome guy just sold equipment for 50,000 spirit coins and now he's buying new gear. 50,000 could pay our team's salaries for 3 months. Hearing that, the clerk went pale, quietly regretting having looked down on Ning Feng. If she'd treated him politely at first, the commission would have been hers. After Ning Feng finished choosing his gear, Xiao Duong escorted him outside. She smiled, "Next time just ask for me. I'm Duong Hin." He nodded in thanks and left. Ning Feng was in high spirits today, whistling as he walked. Last night he had tested and found that items with attached spells weren't affected by the system, which would help him hide the forbidden incantation without fear of exposure. As he walked, Ning Feng suddenly saw Wang Duet ahead. He opened his mouth to call her name. But before he could speak, a group of people called out first, "Wang Duet." The group numbered 5, a mage, a shield warrior, an ex-guard berserker, and a pink-haired girl who was a cleric. Wang Duet pulled Ning Feng over and introduced them as members of her guild. But 2 men in the group, a mage and the ex-guard berserker, looked at him coldly, not friendly at all. Even though Ning Feng greeted them politely, they acted as if he owed them 80 million spirit coins and ignored him. The mage turned to Wang Duet with a bright smile, "I recall you're about to get your second promotion, right?" Ning Feng was momentarily stunned at this. He privately admired that Wang Duet was impressive. Every 3 levels she could change rank once, so she was about to hit level 60. No wonder she was the 5-star prodigy. The smug mage produced a small vial and offered it to Wang Duet. "I want to give you this gift." It was an orange-quality consumable, a rare agility elixir that permanently increased agility by 3 points. The cleric girl and the ex-guard berserker gaped, amazed at the item's rarity. The mage puffed up, boasting that such a gift was trivial. 20 or 30,000 spirit coins, do yet, and I don't care. The point is, this elixir is hard to buy even with money. My father had to call in favors from many friends to get 1 bottle. Hearing that, Wang Duet shook her head and declined firmly. "I appreciate the gesture, but I won't take this elixir." The mage scowled, "Come on, this elixir is precious. Aren't you determined to get into a top university?" But Wang Duet remained resolute. "Ning Feng and I have things to do, we're leaving now." Annoyed, the mage pointed at Ning Feng and snapped, "Wait, do you really want to waste time with this piece of trash?" Wang Duet replied sternly, calling him by name, "True Trin, watch your words." He sneered and continued, "A 1-star is trash, never amounting to anything in life." Ning Feng stood there with a sting of bitterness. He wondered, why is this guy targeting me? Who is he? Is he crazy? Or should I use the forbidden incantation to wipe him out? The cleric girl quickly intervened, "True Trin, stop talking, let's go." But he ignored her and barked loudly, "If it's none of your business, step aside and don't interfere." Then he turned to Ning Feng, pointed at his face, and sneered, "This brat couldn't even afford a single elixir. Get lost, don't embarrass people." Ning Feng shot back without hesitation, voice sharp, "Are you a mad dog? Barking nonsense? Threatening over a +3 elixir, what's so impressive?" This made True Trin furious, eyes reddening as he ground his teeth, "You poor devil, how dare you speak to me like that? Want to die?" Just then the shield warrior stepped in, taunting, "Such big talk, do you actually have something impressive? Show us. If you do, I'll kneel and kowtow to you, if not, you kneel and kowtow to me." True Trin nodded, sneering in agreement, "Exactly right." Without hesitation, Ning Feng immediately pulled out the Vanguard badge, swaying it before the man's face, lips curling as if to mock him. He turned to Wang Duet and handed her the item. "This is a gift for you." Wang Duet's eyes widened, astonished at the gleaming badge. She guessed at once it was an orange-quality permanent stat booster. She asked in surprise, "What is this? I've never seen one before." The whole group, including True Trin, froze, their jaws dropping. They whispered doubts about a permanent stat booster. Was it a trick? Ning Feng smiled lightly and replied, "A trick or not? Try it and you'll know. He gave the badge to Wang Duet calmly. Don't worry, I found this at home and intended to give it to you from the start. Wang Duet accepted the badge and tested it immediately. A flash of light, her stats surged, proving the item genuine. The group fell silent, but True Trin was the most distraught, eyes wide in disbelief. How do you have such a treasure? You must have stolen it. Yet once spoken, denial was useless. Ning Feng curled his lip, voice cold, louder, speak up, I can't hear you well. True Trin turned purple with rage, growling and refusing to back down. Wang Duet frowned and said, Trin, do you want to eat your words? Seeing his attitude, his teammates quietly backed away as if they wanted to disown him. With no way to argue, True Trin gritted his teeth and, humiliated, knelt down. To kowtow before Ning Feng, he didn't bother to glance at him, pulled Wang Duet away, and said, see you later. Get out of here. Wang Duet felt apologetic. Sorry about that. Ning Feng cut her off quickly, there's no need for apologies between us. Actually you don't need me by your side, I just hope you complete your second promotion and get into a top university. He added with a slight smile, and if you stay by me, it'll be hard for me to level up. Wang Duet heard this and worriedly said, don't belittle yourself. She took out a skill book and handed it to him. Study this when you reach the appropriate level. Ning Feng skimmed it, saw it was a purple quality book, and asked in surprise, this isn't cheap, is it? Wang Duet smiled lightly, it's nothing compared to the badge you gave me. He nodded and accepted it happily. In the secret zone of the graveyard, the scene was desolate. Horrid beasts crawled up from the tombs, but to Wang Duet, they were nothing. With a single slash she easily felled the horde, eyes cold and imposing. While Wang Duet enthusiastically hacked through the monsters, Ning Feng sat in a corner, leisurely counting. By now she had slain 666, but his calm composure was only a guise. He sighed inwardly, the experience here is too low, I'm already level 10, what now? Hopeless. He didn't dare tell Wang Duet and just sighed quietly. Suddenly, Wang Duet's phone rang. The cleric girl called urgently, I just got word, the fallen law of Wu Yu world boss is about to appear. It's a rare chance, are you coming? True Trin interjected immediately. Wang Duet, you have to go, without you, how can we fight it? The fallen law of Wu Yu can drop rare mage items, it's crucial for me. Wang Duet fell silent, and glanced at Ning Feng, seeing him bow his head wearily as he said, you should go, it's fine. I'm staying in the secret zone, training a bit won't matter. Wang Duet hesitated for a moment, eyes showing reluctance, but eventually nodded. Return to the safe zone and wait for me to come back. Saying that, she dashed off like the wind. Ning Feng watched her go, smirked, and muttered, big shot, take your time, drop by if you're free. He was secretly pleased to be left alone, exactly as he wanted. He thought, the world boss appearing right now is perfect. Luckily last night I prepared and learned 2 skills, they're free one-time uses anyway, the more forbidden incantations the better. But he frowned slightly, regretting that level 10 only unlocked 3 skill slots, and the skill book Wang Duet gave him couldn't be used until level 15. In the perilous graveyard, monsters grew denser, each one ferocious and exuding a deadly aura. News of the fallen law world boss spread quickly, drawing countless combat teams. All eyes turned to the tall tower where the boss would appear. Deep inside the perilous secret zone, Wang Duet's group planned routes to clear a path from point to point, whispering warnings to be careful. This dungeon was extremely difficult and the monsters were deadly. As they prepared, suddenly the sound of fighting roared like thunder. Looking closely, a squad of adventurers had charged ahead. The group immediately recognized it as the elite guild team led by Wang Duet and True Trin, top tier in the kingdom, formidable and famous. Other teams sighed, there was likely no chance left. Sure enough, Wang Duet's team swept like a whirlwind, slaying whatever monsters crossed their path. Each member displayed astonishing power. True Trin laughed triumphantly, what can those other lousy teams compete with? This world boss is definitely mine. He watched Wang Duet fight, his eyes flashing. The cleric girl nodded. Wang Duet was much stronger than before. The ex-guard berserker grinned, her agility had increased by a full 10 points after all. At the same time, deep inside the secret zone, Ning Feng silently advanced using forbidden incantation, a void-walking technique, an active dark skill that tore space apart, sending him through the dark realm straight to the boss's altar, maintaining it for an hour without expending any effort. Facing him was the fallen Law World boss, Wu Yu, the target of every team. Ning Feng waved and smiled amicably, "You're late." In response, Wu Yu roared and unleashed a terrifying strike, aimed straight at him. When the dust cleared, Ning Feng was nowhere to be seen, as if burned to nothing. The world boss sneered, "Hai Long, this adventurer doesn't know his limits, daring to appear here alone." But unbeknownst to the boss, Ning Feng was alive and quietly appeared behind him. Answering the earlier question, he curled his lip, "Because I don't want to share the spoils with others." With that, he unleashed his move without hesitation, giving Wu Yu no chance to retaliate. The active skill Heavenly Stillness Fire Rain, a dark forbidden incantation, was activated. The fire rain fell like meteors, dealing terrifying area damage. The world boss took the deluge of flames and screamed before exploding, disintegrating on the spot. The system immediately announced, "Host defeated the fallen Law of Wu Yu, experience plus 5,000. Ning Feng officially reached level 30, qualifying for first promotion. The loot from Wu Yu piled up before him, surprisingly abundant: jewelry, gems, items he needed. Unfortunately, 2 skill books weren't for mages but still held considerable value. Especially 3 orange items caught his eye. First was the Gloom Soul Stone, plus 20% spell damage and plus 20% life leech. Second was the Fall Pillar, Drowning Art Pillar, requires level 30 and 15 stamina, plus 20 spirit, plus 100 mind resistance, plus 100 curse resistance, toxin immunity, can socket 3 gems. Finally, the Wu Yu Seal, a consumable that permanently reduces 3 stamina and permanently adds plus 15 spirit. Ning Feng didn't hesitate and absorbed the Wu Yu Seal on the spot. Although he lost 3 stamina, he could bear it for the huge spirit boost. The system then notified, "Host meets promotion conditions and can initiate the hidden vocation Soulbound Wu Mage or trigger the pledge quest for the hidden all-system arcane deity vocation." He was stunned to learn hidden vocations are extremely rare, only activated through innate talent and hardly influenced by humans. Ning Feng guessed these seals were the key to that opportunity. Ning Feng told himself a man must be decisive. He activated the all-system arcane deity vocation and quickly left the secret zone. The recent battle left a terrifying aftershock that reached Wang Duet's group. The team panicked, wondering what had just happened. The magical fluctuation was too frightening. Wang Duet immediately ordered a retreat and to halt the advance. Tru Trin protested angrily, "I still want to go in and fight the world boss." She replied coldly, "It's dangerous, do you want to get the whole team killed?" Hearing that, he had to withdraw, but in his heart he was bitter and muttered, "Why's my luck so rotten?" Wang Duet intended to message Ning Feng, but as she opened her phone she saw a message from him, "Sorry, urgent matter, went ahead first." At that moment, Ning Feng had already arrived at the promotion hall. A young woman greeted him, smiling, "Are you here to accept the promotion quest?" After he confirmed, she began entering his information. She started inputting the data. Knowing he was 18 at the newest promotion, she privately thought his aptitude was a bit low. Once finished, she led him into a room, instructing him to follow the procedure and that she'd step outside. As she stepped out, she ran into Captain Chu, who hurriedly said, "I just returned from the perilous graveyard. The scene suffered heavy damage, the power source unclear, but the threat level was king tier or above. In just 2 short days, the secret zone had been shaken by 2 severe threats." The receptionist suggested requesting distant reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ning Feng stood before the quest board reading intently. The Soulbound Wu Mage promotion quest required entering the Despair Demon Tomb secret zone to retrieve the Blood Soul Crown. Time limit, 3 days, difficulty, 5 stars, grade A. The all-system arcane deity quest required entering the Radiant Yang Divine Temple secret zone to obtain the Divine Seal. Time limit, 3 days, difficulty, 5 stars, grade S. Ning Feng frowned, he hadn't expected 2 branches to choose from. Seeing the all-system arcane deity was a prerequisite quest, he decisively picked that branch. After confirming the quest, Ning Feng left the promotion hall, muttering, "No wonder it's a hidden vocation, S-rank quests as always. Luckily 3 days isn't too stressful." Stepping outside, he intended to thank the receptionist, but was surprised to see a different woman attending now. Where did that senior sister go, he wondered inwardly. Inside the perilous graveyard secret zone, the earlier receptionist had appeared and begun investigating. Her mysterious demeanor impressed the teammate. "It's the first time I've seen someone from Lo Sa, even their attire is different." Captain Chu hurriedly whispered to keep quiet. Lo Sa is a secret organization. Members possess hidden vocations, use dark powers, and specialize in special missions. The girl frowned, showing discomfort. The dark power here was too strong. Though much had dissipated, it still affected us. After a while of investigation, she shook her head, no clues found. The culprit struck and vanished, the motive was baffling, she murmured. Recently Lo Sa has received many reports of anomalies in secret zones. It could be a sign of a major crisis. Might they be related? Captain Chu fell silent, eyes full of worry. Captain Chu frowned and asked, "Even the famed Lo Sa is stumped?" In response, the Lo Sa woman shook her head, voice low, "I can't be certain yet. I can only report up and request intensified investigation." The teammate hesitated and lowered his voice, "Can you confirm the culprit was a monster? I mean, could it be an abnormal like us?" "Sorry, I was only asking," he added. She glanced at him with cold eyes. The scale here far exceeded king tier. To control such immense dark power would require a price no mortal flesh could bear. In other words, an extremely powerful monster was hiding in the city and could cause disaster at any moment. It had to be found immediately. Meanwhile at home, Ning Feng studied the 2 skill books Wang Duet had given him. The system announced a new discovery. The magic shield can merge with the forbidden corporeal earth art. Auto-activated. Then the system chimed again. The passive guard of corrupt earth activates when attacked. 100% of damage is absorbed by the corrupt earth body, absorption equal to damage dealt by that body. After striking, the corrupt earth body self-recovers. Ning Feng was stunned. He realized forbidden incantations could fuse with low-tier magic, creating a new defensive layer. Normal damage no longer affected him. He continued to the second book, the Ruin Rock Technique, which can merge with the corrupt earth corporeal forbidden incantation and heavenly stillness fire rain. The system auto-activated, making Ning Feng smirk, another powerful move added. The system continued, passive earth element mastery activated, increasing all earth magic effectiveness by 20%. Ning Feng nodded and checked. He still had 3 skill slots free, so he decided to go to the exchange to buy more skill books. As he stepped in, the attendant from before immediately recognized Ning Feng. Regretting she'd underestimated this fat lamb, she rushed over with a bright smile. "Mr. Ning, may I assist you today?" But Ning Feng only offered a polite nod and said coolly, "I'm looking for Duong Hin, not you." She bowed. "Ms. Duong Hin is busy with another customer, I'll take you to her." Ning Feng ignored her, "I can go by myself." The attendant ground her teeth in anger, thinking, "Isn't this kid a man? How dare he refuse me? Am I worse than Duong Hin?" Despite her attempts to follow and explain, her words fell on deaf ears. Just then Duong Hin rushed over. Breathless, "Mr. Ning, I'm finished with the task." Hearing her colleague report that you had arrived, I ran over at once. Ning Feng smiled sheepishly and apologized for disturbing her during her break. "Let me make it up with a meal." The other attendant watched, fuming, unwilling to be outdone by Duong Hin. Duong Hin led Ning Feng to the appraisal room. He said, "I want to sell these 2 skill books and buy a few more mage skill books." The appraiser nodded and said, "Little Duong, show Mr. Ning around." He pondered quietly, thinking of Ning Feng. Previously he had an orange weapon, now purple skill books. His background piqued the appraiser's curiosity, so he mentally arranged for someone to investigate further. After finishing, Ning Feng invited Duong Hin to eat as thanks. Unexpectedly, she had already paid. He asked in surprise. She smiled faintly, "I have a reason for inviting you. I insist you won't pay." Her reason, Ning Feng still didn't know, only smiled in response, secretly grateful. Curious, he asked, "Why did you invite me?" Duong Hin smiled mysteriously. "Just go home." Outside, he offered to give her a ride, but she shook her head, "I have somewhere else to go, I'll grab a taxi myself." Seeing her insistence, Ning Feng didn't press, only reminded her to stay safe. In the taxi, Duong-hin instructed the driver to return to the second hospital. She thought to herself that Long would be grateful to Ning-fong. Thanks to him, she earned quite a bit in commissions. Enough to cover her father's expenses. Lost in thought, the car suddenly shook violently, struck by a tremendous force. The driver collapsed and died instantly. The culprit was a huge, ferocious monster. Not only her car, several nearby vehicles were crushed beneath it. Civilians panicked and scattered. Duong-hin hurriedly opened the door and lunged out, but she stumbled and fell after only a few steps. Seeing the monster before her, she recoiled in horror. How could there be a monster in a safe zone? Suddenly a magic circle appeared in the air. A man stepped out, curling his lips in a pleased smile, surveying the chaotic scene. Facing the monster, Duong-hin gritted her teeth and cast a spell. As a Tier 1 mage at level 34, she attacked but couldn't even scratch it. The monster roared and charged. One blow would have crushed her. Just then Captain Chu appeared and swung his blade, severing the monster's head. He shouted, "Duong-hin, if you can still move, find a place to hide now." Looking around at the devastation, secret zones merging with reality, Chu frowned and muttered that he'd never seen such a grave situation. These monsters were terrifyingly powerful, something a Tier 1 mage like Duong-hin couldn't handle. Captain Chu recalled his colleague's warning. An extremely powerful monster was hiding and could cause disaster at any time. At that moment, a sudden strike came from behind. Chu Lan narrowly evaded it, but when he saw the attacker clearly he was stunned, an abnormal, half-human half-monster with a grotesque body. Chu shouted, "An abnormal." The man snarled irritably, "I'm not trash. I'm Xian Ko-jia, the one who wields dark power." Chu frowned, wondering, Xian Ko-jia, who is that? Why have I never heard the name? Without hesitation, he swung his blade, but the edge did not faze the guy. Xian Ko-jia needed only one punch to easily neutralize it. After that move, Chu grew more worried, guessing his strength was at least equivalent to second transfer, perhaps even third transfer. The abnormal scoffed, activated a forbidden incantation, speaking arrogantly. "This is my territory, how can a chick like you fight me?" Having said that, his deformed arm punched straight at Chu, with such force that he had no time to block. Red blood splattered. Chu fell, life hanging by a thread. Xian Ko-jia laughed loudly, triumphant, "I'm truly stronger now. Setting foot on this land, I feel power rising." Suddenly a cold voice rang from the pendant he wore, "Pathetic humans, don't be vain." Xian Ko-jia trembled, hurriedly bowed his head in apology, fear showing in his eyes. The voice from the pendant continued to warn Xian Ko-jia coldly, "Your power is granted by me, without me, you're garbage like the rest. Prove your worth." The one hidden in the pendant was none other than the king-tier monster everyone was hunting. It ordered him to slaughter everyone in the city as a sacrifice for it. At that moment Ning Feng had just stepped out of the restroom, facing a scene of devastation. Before him, a monster had just massacred innocent people and immediately noticed him. It roared and charged like a cyclone. Ning Feng stood still without a trace of panic. From beneath his feet, the ground split open wetly. A sharp blade surged up, piercing the monster in an instant. It was the newly purchased spell, Earth-grade obsidian blade. Ning Feng silently thanked the large sum he had spent today. The weapon not only came with a purple skill but was also enhanced by earth element mastery. After dealing with the monster, he advanced toward Xian Ko-jia, who was still rampaging madly. Seeing Ning Feng unharmed, he curled his lips in a murderous grin and stepped forward, a worm like you thinks to escape. He raised his deformed arm to crush him to death. Watching this, Ning Feng could only exclaim, "Holy hell, what the heck is this?" In an instant, he was seized by Xian Ko-jia's massive hand, yet felt no harm. The forbidden incantation had been activated, easily blocking his strike. Xian Ko-jia began to panic, not expecting Ning Feng to so easily parry his blow. From the pendant, the king-tier monster roared, voice trembling, "This dark power is too strong. Could his might surpass mine? His aura is far more terrifying." At that moment, Ning Feng activated a forbidden incantation, shattering Xian Ko-jia's incantation and tearing off his deformed arm in the process. In dire straits, Xian Ko-jia yelled for help, "Great leader," but the pendant's cold voice replied, "The one you call is no longer contactable. Fend for yourself." The smaller monsters around scrambled to flee as the secret zone's gate was about to close. Only Xian Ko-jia remained facing Ning Feng, his arm ruined and his abnormal power gone. His abnormal power had originally come from the vocation tied to darkness, surpassing other vocations of the same rank. Without that power, he was no different from a cripple. Ning Feng showed no mercy, swinging his blade in a rapid series of strikes, and felled him on the spot. Wiping his brow, Ning Feng let out a breath of relief, privately thinking himself lucky to have attacked first without needing to defend. He quickly gathered the fallen loot and, while no one was paying attention, slipped away quietly back to headquarters. There, Team Lu Sa received word that the monsters had retreated and the secret zone invasion had disappeared. The senior sister from Lu Sa grew even more curious. Who was behind this? Both times it had been destructive magic. The secret zone invaded then suddenly vanished. Other areas were safe, only the southern city under Captain Chu suffered heavy losses, and the situation remained unclear. The senior sister decided to go check the southern city herself. At the scene, Duan, another member, was inspecting Xian Kojia's corpse with a questioning look. After a careful examination, he sighed and realized all of the abnormal items had been taken. At that moment, a powerful woman from the surveillance center appeared, eyes cold, barking, "Who are you? Don't move, answer now." Duan calmly raised his badge. In an even tone he said, "Don't be tense. I'm a member of Van Nguai Huin Can, an unofficial group formed by independent fighters. We usually operate in secret, but today we were forced to reveal ourselves because of that abnormal." He lowered his voice and continued, "This abnormal was once one of our people, but he betrayed us, colluding with the secret zone to enter reality and lead monsters to attack our camp. Except for a few survivors, all our comrades were killed." Hearing this, the senior sister frowned slightly and guessed that perhaps the secret zone stopped invading because he had died. Duan nodded but looked suspicious and asked, "So was the one who killed him from your organization?" The powerful woman shook her head, "Absolutely not, I don't know who did it either." Duan frowned and muttered, "This abnormal is extremely cunning, always hiding within the secret zone space. Previous times when we found him he still escaped. Never thought this time someone would be able to kill him outright." Both were stunned. They hadn't expected such a formidable figure to be hiding in Tandu City. After speaking, Duan hurriedly left, saying he needed to retrieve something at Ning Feng's house. At that time, Ning Feng was brimming with excitement, eyes shining as he inspected the loot taken from the abnormal. Among it were 2 blazing orange pieces of equipment for fighters, a permanent Radiant Glory armor set requiring level 120, and a pair of pants armor of the same rank. He muttered excitedly, "This is even better than killing a boss." Thinking back, he realized the abnormal hadn't been wearing these items, surely because his level wasn't high enough. Otherwise, he might have had to use a forbidden incantation to beat him. Ning Feng picked up a strange pendant, a faint light pulsing from it. He examined it and found it displayed no quality or information. Muttering to himself that there probably wasn't an ancient god trapped inside, he put it aside, not knowing a pair of grotesque eyes were lurking inside the pendant, watching him intently. The monster hidden within sighed in relief, thinking it had reacted quickly enough to close the secret zone's gate and avoid exposure. Hearing Ning Feng mutter just that, he panicked and urgently ordered his comrades to cut all communication, absolutely not revealing their location. At the city hospital, Captain Chu, wrapped in bandages, hoarsely recounted that a young fighter had saved us. The moment the enemy saw him, it immediately opened a secret zone rift and fled. The senior sister pondered, eyes sharp. "I also felt this person's strength, far from ordinary." She frowned and continued, "Someone that strong couldn't catch their opponent, yet a mysterious boss killed him. It's hard to believe, but we can only infer that the man passed through or is hiding somewhere. He's certainly not on the registration list. Apart from a few common magical traces on last night's battlefield, there's no significant clue." Captain Chu sighed, "If that boss were here with us, it'd be great, just the thought makes me feel safer." Hearing this, someone beside him brightened and said, "I have a bold idea. There must still be traces of dark power left on last night's battlefield, right?" The senior sister nodded calmly, "Of course, after all, the enemy was a secret zone monster, but it's only a guess, not certain." The other person continued excitedly, "What if that mysterious boss is an ability user? Didn't both occurrences of the destructive magic fail to harm staff?" Before he finished, Captain Chu cut in firmly, "What you're saying is impossible, you're overthinking it." Ning Feng had entered the secret zone. Long was determined to head to the Hui Duong Divine Hall to complete his vocation transfer mission. Unbeknownst to him, Duan was secretly tailing him, slipping through the secret zone and keeping just enough distance to avoid detection. Duan's reason for following Ning Feng dated back a few days to the bustling trade district. That day, Duan came looking for a 4th transfer fighter gear set. The attendant who received him was the same clerk Ning Feng had once rejected. She was secretly delighted, eyes shining at the handsome, generous high-level customer, thinking that if she could latch onto him, her future would be secure. The appraiser, face alight with excitement, announced, coincidentally, an acquaintance of ours is about to sell a 4th transfer fighter set, but only 2 accessories, the armor and the pants. Duan immediately perked up, urgent, I want to meet that person right away. The appraiser hesitated, he's busy today and can't come. Hearing about the 4th transfer armor and pants, Duan froze, suspicion flaring in his eyes. Every detail matched his master's relics. Though he hadn't seen the set himself, he was almost certain it was what he'd been searching for. He lowered his voice, can you tell me more about this regular customer? I'm willing to pay for the information. Duan's offer made the appraiser momentarily uneasy, thinking how coincidental this was. Ning Feng had just said he wanted to sell gear when this person inquired. He felt like something had been arranged, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He stammered, I recall him saying he needed to go to the neighboring city to handle some matters, let me call and confirm with him. By then Duan had already left the trade center. The appraiser held his head, tense. Seeing this, the clerk anxiously asked, Master Vong, is something wrong? He sighed and recounted, I once had someone investigate Ning Feng's background. His parents were ordinary 2-star vocation holders but disappeared when he was young. He grew up alone, attended City Middle School No. 7. Not until he was 18 did he awaken, and he still only has a 1-star vocation. The clerk exclaimed in shock, with such a fierce appearance he's actually just trash. But how could a 1-star vocation yield such high-quality items to sell to us? In response to the clerk, the inspector sighed. That's precisely the problem. Although he's a friend of the Wong family's heiress, the corporation hasn't helped him much. The clerk frowned, recalling Duan's sullen expression earlier, and suspected that Nin Feng's gear was stolen, otherwise how could it coincide like this? The inspector shook his head with concern. I'm afraid this isn't simple. This time Nin Feng may have provoked someone he shouldn't have. Hearing that, the clerk smiled smugly, picturing Duan taking down Nin Feng, thinking to herself that there would be a good show this time. Back in the present, Duan silently tailed Nin Feng, his sharp eyes never leaving him. The more he watched, the harder it was to believe someone as young as Nin Feng could repel a Hidden Realm incursion. Even a powerhouse like his master had once failed against the Hidden Realm's henchmen. Based on the information, Duan could only conclude that his master's relic was in Nin Feng's hands. But if he wasn't a powerhouse, was someone else pulling the strings? He resolved to be extremely cautious. By now Nin Feng had approached the Hui Duong Divine Hall, where martial artists were enthusiastically training and leveling up in live combat. When he began to change equipment, Duan held his breath and waited. He wanted to judge the boy's strength by his gear, but when Nin Feng donned the familiar set, Duan was stunned and muttered, this set is too ordinary for Nin Feng, no different from an unenrolled student's outfit. Could it be a disguise? On second thought, given Nin Feng's age, starter attire like this wouldn't draw attention and would blend into the crowd easily. To avoid being noticed by Nin Feng, Duan kept a safe distance, thinking that if the boy was deliberately hiding his trail he might shake him off, but to avoid alerting the target he couldn't follow too closely. He silently cast his spiritual guidance skill to mark the target, placing a sigil on Nin Feng without arousing suspicion. Observing the beasts in the area, Duan frowned slightly, surprised that their levels were rather low. He wondered what Nin Feng had come here for. What surprised him most was Nin Feng's absolute defensive skill, an inviolable shield that made the surrounding monsters wary and avoid him. Now Duan was certain, Nin Feng was by no means ordinary. At this point Nin Feng had gone deep into the Hidden Realm and stood before a giant statue. He muttered, good, luckily there's no one here. Observing from afar, Duan was briefly alarmed, thinking the statue might be the final boss. He wondered if Nin Feng intended to solo it. But why would a powerhouse like him choose such a low-level boss? Strangely, the statue did not move at all. After watching for a while, Nin Feng didn't act but circled around and continued deeper in. At this point, another monster appeared. That was the real final boss, Nin Feng's true target today. But the moment it saw him, the boss immediately turned and fled. Even though Nin Feng hadn't yet done anything, Duan witnessed this and vaguely guessed that it must be a rare hidden boss. But how did Nin Feng know? The system had just sent Nin Feng the mission, enter the Hui Duong Divine Hall Hidden Realm, retrieve the divine mission item Hui Talisman, and defeat the hidden boss Luke Duk Archangel. Hearing this, Nin Fong laughed heartily. No wonder it was an S-rank mission. If it had been a normal mission, who could handle it? The hidden boss trembled now, mumbling, "This is terrible, this is my hidden realm, where can I possibly run?" But it couldn't run in time. Ning Fong unleashed the forbidden Dark Thunder Pillar spell, summoning a colossal tempest of lightning, bearing a power like a celestial calamity as it descended. The boss received the strike and its thunder catastrophe vanished in an instant. Duan watched from afar, stunned and reeling. One strike from Ning Fong not only destroyed the boss, but nearly leveled the Hui Duong Divine Hull. He thought in horror that this world-destroying magic was the most terrifying he'd ever seen. Now Duan called Ning Fong Big Elder, guessing his strength far surpassed his master, perhaps even that of a legendary 8th transfer powerhouse. But Ning Fong was still unsatisfied. Having not completed his first transfer, his level couldn't rise and accumulated experience would be wasted. Nevertheless, he obtained the Divine Sigil, a blazing orange sacred badge, plus 8 permanent spirit points and 100 permanent recovery points. After finishing, Ning Fong took the teleport scroll intending to return and submit the quest. At that moment, Duan suddenly appeared and called out loud, "Big Elder, please wait." The sudden appearance tensed Ning Fong, who thought, where did this person come from? Could he have seen everything? Seeing his bewildered expression, Duan also worried, fearing the Big Elder's anger. He hurriedly forced a friendly smile, "Big Elder, please don't be angry, let me explain." Suddenly alarms began blaring. Ning Fong immediately cut him off, "Leave here first, we'll talk later." Outside the secret zone, Ning Fong and Duan found a quiet corner to talk. Duan earnestly explained why he had followed, voice low, "I'm truly sorry, I mean no harm, I only wanted to verify a few things. After all, you are very young, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Someone as strong as my master back then, even if he died, could only temporarily seal the secret zone's intrusion, allowing that traitor to escape. For years that man has used sacrifices to break the seal, I've been hunting him for a long time but have failed." Hearing this, Ning Fong fell into thought, guessing this man was a powerhouse. If he didn't reveal himself, Ning Fong couldn't have discovered him. His own level was still too low. If things continued, he'd eventually be exposed. Seeing Ning Feng's silent stance, Duan worried, fearing Ning Fong might kill him to silence him. Yet he still confidently spoke, "Big Elder, you've avenged my master, I'm deeply grateful. If you need anything in the future, summon me." Ning Fong quietly assessed Duan, thinking, he's high level and travels alone, cultivating a good relationship could be useful. "About today, you said you don't want anyone else to know." "Understood." Duan nodded, "Rest assured, I promise to keep it secret." He knew well that Ning Feng's magic carried terrifying dark power but didn't harm innocents and even repelled the secret zone to save the city. In Duan's eyes, Ning Fong was strong, humble, and worthy of respect. Whatever his motives, Duan quietly decided he had nowhere else to go for now and would stay in Tandu City. Suddenly, a call came through to Ning Fong. As he picked up, Ko Kai hurriedly asked, "Where are you?" "I have a few things to discuss," Ning Fong replied. "Wait for me to return and we'll talk later." At Ko Kai's place, the senior sister standing beside her, eyes sharp, asked, "Have you spoken with Ning Fong?" Ko Kai answered calmly, tone even, "He seems fine and is preparing to head back." The senior sister murmured thoughtfully, a newly awakened student in just days suddenly reaching first transfer level, if they don't investigate promptly, they might miss him. But Ning Fong has a good nature and studies hard, I believe he's not a bad person. To Lam heard this and shook her head slightly. She didn't mean to call Ning Fong bad, but there are a few things that need clarification. She recounted that at the meeting, the supervision team had reported the recent situation to their superiors, but they showed no interest, and asked, "Aside from this, is there anything else?" Lam hesitated, then continued, "Could the two types of destructive magic appearing in Tandu City be caused by a mutated user?" At the question, a colleague sneered mockingly, "Lam, you're the mutated user, how can you even ask that?" Mutated users who wield dark power pay a heavy price, life drained, reason lost, even transforming into monsters. Even the mildest cost can leave a mutated user beyond saving. A king-level mutated user is basically impossible. Lam frowned and replied, "I'm merely considering every possible scenario, take it or leave it." The colleague burst out laughing, still spouting nonsense. Obviously it's because you couldn't investigate, right? If there truly were a king-level mutated user, I'd bring his head to you to kick around. The old man at the head spoke in a steady tone. We have dispatched an investigation team to Tandu City and hope your side will cooperate actively. If necessary, the team will take over the entire operation. As for the request to send more personnel from your agency, the superiors have not approved it yet. Lam heard this, frowned briefly, and asked irritably, is the reason that you don't trust us? The old man replied calmly, it's not that we don't trust you, in short, be patient a little longer. The meeting had just ended, when someone hurried in to bring new news to Lam, that the secret zone at Longback's Huiduong Divine Hall had been struck by destructive magic. There are temporarily no casualties. Ko Kai became instantly agitated upon hearing this. When Ning Feng registered his leveling location through the site check, he had signed up for that very place. Lam nodded slightly, her eyes flashing as she thought to herself that this would be very interesting. In Longback City, the entire city had been covered by a gigantic barrier. Citizens panicked, uncertain whether the barrier would hold. The incident at Huiduong Divine Hall had frightened them to trembling. A guard hurried to reassure them, don't worry, the barrier has been activated at maximum strength, it will isolate the dark forces from the outside world and prevent spread into the urban area. It's perfectly safe. Hearing this, Ning Feng sighed inwardly, thinking he'd made such a commotion that they'd triggered the highest alert. Now all he could do was wait for the alert to be lifted so he could catch a ride home. But the situation was not as safe as the guard claimed. The monsters had closed in on the barrier, leading a ferocious legion, their momentum surging. The monsters growled and debated, what is this shield for? It looks like a magical barrier, yet they're not afraid of it. It looks like a magical barrier, yet they're not afraid of it. Too bad this can't stop us. Give them a surprise. Haha. With that, they brazenly passed through the barrier as if it meant nothing. Everyone was stunned to realize something was wrong, and by the time they understood what was happening, the monsters were already looming right in front of them. Chaos erupted instantly, and the terrified citizens scattered in every direction. The guards were bewildered, not understanding how the monsters had broken through the barrier while it remained intact. Given the urgent situation, Duan gathered his chi and executed a martial combat technique, creating a solid shield that wrapped around him and Ning Feng, temporarily holding back the monsters. He turned to Ning Feng in a low voice. This could be a high-level secret zone intrusion, not much different from last night's incident in Tandu City. Then he asked whether they should intervene. Ning Feng, slightly surprised, asked back, Duan, do you really know how to handle this? The seemingly casual question stunned Duan, who thought to himself that if the Big Elder could handle it easily, why ask him for a solution? No, why would the Big Elder ask me? What am I thinking? Duan silently chided himself, sensing the Big Elder was clearly testing him. Decisively, he said, Ning Feng, leave everything here to me. This made Ning Feng a bit dazed, but he thought, whatever. There are many people here, it would be inconvenient for me to act, let him handle it. At that moment the guards surged forward to confront the monsters, some shot arrows. Others swung swords, trying hard to land physical blows. But their attacks only left a few scratches, and the guards were gravely wounded by the monsters. After finishing them off, the monster advanced toward the civilians, muttering, what a disappointment. I thought humans had a few strong ones. Just as the monster raised its claws to strike, Duan suddenly leapt forward to block the attack. Even while fighting, he privately thought the Big Elder didn't need his protection, but since he was here he couldn't let him act alone. Confidently, Duan turned to Ning Feng and repeated, leave everything here to me. The monster, provoked by the intercepted blow, roared, so this place wasn't all trash after all. Duan didn't hesitate and counterattacked immediately. His sharp blade sent the giant monster flying. It began to panic, not expecting Duan to be able to wound it. Not giving the opponent a chance to recover, Duan continued to unleash moves, wielding both blades to form a dazzling martial formation. In the blink of an eye, the monster was completely defeated. Those around were astonished. What level fighter is this? The monster had no chance to fight back. His skills are anything but ordinary, he might be a high-level hidden vocation. Under Duan's blade, the monster was officially annihilated. At level 137, with a secret 5-star martial vocation, Duan's combat ability was truly astonishing. Witnessing the spectacular scene, Ning Feng deeply admired Duan, never expecting him to be so formidable. With the monster leader slain, the remaining beasts scattered in panic. Taking advantage of the moment, the guards quickly counterattacked and wiped out the remnants. After finishing, Duan approached Ning Feng and asked respectfully, "Big Elder, is there anything else you want me to do?" Ning Feng laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up, "No need, you did very well." Seeing Duan bow respectfully to Ning Feng, everyone nearby grew curious. Huh? How powerful is this young Ning Feng really? Could he be a wealthy young master training with a bodyguard? Duan immediately handed the loot from the boss to Ning Feng and said, "Big Elder, please accept this." In his hand was a blazing orange artifact, an item that made many covetous. Even if unusable, selling it would fetch tens of thousands of spirit coins. The nearby girls were enchanted with Ning Feng and joked about wanting to be his coat rack. The 2 orange items included a skill book for the agility system. Ning Feng thought he could leave it for Wang Duye, and a demonic suppressing bone shield. He planned to sell them for money and decide later. Just then, the mayor of Long Back, Tai Dong Min, personally came to meet Duan and Ning Feng. He bowed respectfully and thanked the 2 powerful fighters for saving Long Back City. Seeing that the 2 looked a bit unfamiliar, not like locals, Ning Feng sighed and replied, "We actually just came for work. We didn't expect to be trapped here and can't leave for now." His meaning was simple, but Tai Dongmin misunderstood, breaking into a sweat as he imagined Ning Feng muttering, "Why am I stuck here? Don't you have any worries at all?" Making up scenarios in his head, he hurriedly bowed 90 degrees and stammered, "I'm truly sorry, it was our negligence, please forgive us." Ning Feng panicked and waved his hand, "Don't do that, actually, I caused this myself." He then only dared mutter inwardly. The mayor immediately sent someone to bring a valuable flight scroll he had just bought as compensation for the Big Elder. Hearing that, Ning Feng was stunned, dazed. He knew the flight scroll was extremely precious and hard to obtain. Even for single use, it was very convenient for short and medium trips. The mayor then spoke up respectfully, "I have a request." He hesitated before adding, "These days everywhere is in chaos. I would like to invite Ning Feng and Duan to stay a few more days because the city's defenses are weakening." Ning Feng shook his head to refuse, "I'm not free. My transfer mission only has 3 days, if I miss it, I'll never complete this first transfer." Hearing this, the mayor's imagination ran wild, sweat beaded on his brow as he pictured Ning Feng's scowling face shouting, "Do you think I'm idle?" He hurriedly wiped his face and muttered, "This is indeed careless." He respectfully handed the flight scroll to Ning Feng along with a supreme black card from the Far City Exchange and said, "Consider this a small token of thanks." Ning Feng was astonished, knowing the supreme black card was granted to only a few successful people and came with many privileges. He thought to himself that the mayor's status must be extraordinary, extremely rare. He immediately accepted it, smiled brightly, and thanked him. Seeing Ning Feng smile, the mayor breathed a sigh of relief, reassured he hadn't offended him. Summoning his courage, he stammered, "If Longback City faces danger again in the future, could we call on you, Big Elder, for help?" Ning Feng laughed, "No problem, just as long as I'm free." Hearing Ning Feng agree, everyone rejoiced as if they'd hit the jackpot, applauding loudly. With things settled, Ning Feng and Duan activated the flight scroll and vanished at once. In Tandu City, in front of the transfer hall, 3 people were standing waiting for Wang Duye. At that moment she and True Trin stepped out, and suddenly 2 beams of light flashed. Ning Feng and Duan streaked across the sky thanks to the flight scroll. Wang Duye froze, thoughtful, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Seeing this, True Trin asked, "What's wrong?" "I just saw 2 people fly past, one looked like Ning Feng." True Trin scoffed, "Are you mistaken? A flight scroll worth thousands of spirit coins. How could someone as poor as Ning Feng buy one? Even if he did, why would he awaken and come to the transfer hall?" This made Wang Duye angry. She snapped, "If you dare slander Ning Feng again, I'll teach you a lesson." True Trin was bitter, but only dared to curse internally, ridiculous, why defend that hopeless, talentless guy? What's he got that I don't? The atmosphere was tense like a drawn bowstring when the holy vocation girl quickly interjected, "Forget that. Have you 2 accepted your second transfer missions yet?" True Trin answered proudly, "I got an A rank, pity I didn't pull an S. A rank is fine, only Oh Hong can draw S. At 18 I achieved the second transfer and topped the university contest for Supernova. An A-rank transfer mission is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The holy vocation girl excitedly asked Wang Duyet, how about you? What rank mission did you draw? Wang Duyet's expression suddenly fell, she was silent. Everyone guessed she must have only drawn a C-rank mission, which explained her dejection. Seeing Wang Duyet despondent, True Trin secretly rejoiced, thinking he never expected the praised prodigy to have a day like this. Lower transfer missions directly affect attributes and unlocked skills. He patted his chest confidently, Wang Duyet, don't worry, work hard later and you'll catch up, after all, I'll help you. But inwardly he looked down on her, assuming a C rank or lower would set her back. Wang Duyet shrugged off the consolation, glared at him, and replied, if an A rank like you isn't upset, why should an S rank like me be? The words struck like lightning, and everyone gaped in disbelief. It turned out Wang Duyet wasn't sad because she drew a low-rank mission, but because her mission was different. It unlocked a hidden vocation never before discovered. True Trin couldn't accept it and shouted, how is that possible? Upon awakening the vocation is supposed to be predetermined, right? I've never heard that a hidden vocation can erupt during a transfer. Wang Duyet glared at him. How could he be mistaken? She clearly remembered the transfer interface announcing it detected the transfer candidate possessed the key item, the Pioneer Badge. The original Archer Agility vocation could upgrade into Pioneer Shadow, the transfer mission would change accordingly. Two options appeared before Wang Duyet, confirm the promotion or cancel. She was bewildered, not understanding why the interface had shown up that way. On the screen the Pioneer Badge, gifted by Ning Feng, glowed brilliantly. She hadn't expected it to have this special effect. Recalling Ning Feng's confident smile when he handed over the badge, Wang Duyet guessed he must have known its function beforehand. Grateful and respectful, she didn't hesitate and pressed the confirm promotion button. The holy vocation girl asked anxiously, how can you decide so casually? True Trin yelled, Pioneer Shadow. Never heard of it. There's something wrong with the two transfer systems. If you pick wrong, your whole life is ruined. Wang Duyet replied coldly, this is my matter, you don't need to worry. The remark left True Trin speechless and flustered, I only meant well, but nobody cares about him. Everyone gathered around, cheering and congratulating Wang Duyet. Amazing, who knew a 5-star hidden vocation could still be promoted? The holy vocation girl sighed in envy, I wish I had a bamboo rod horse like Ning Feng. True Trin was furious, she resolved to find a similar badge at any cost, no matter the money or danger. On Ning Feng's side, he began his transfer. In his hand was the Divine Badge, an orange consumable item that permanently increased 5 points of stamina and 5 points of spirit. The system announced the S-rank mission was completed 100%. Ning Feng laughed aloud, rejoicing not only at the huge attribute boost but also at acquiring a new passive skill. This skill operated automatically, allowing him to control dark power more precisely and use forbidden incantations perfectly. While Ning Feng underwent his transfer inside, Duan stood guard outside, looking no different from a loyal bodyguard. Tu Lam suddenly appeared, seeing Duan, her curiosity was piqued. She recognized him as the fighter she'd met before, but didn't understand why he was with Ning Feng and acting as his sentinel. According to intelligence, Duan was still young but had reached 4th transfer strength, ranking among the rare Long Fuang elites nationwide. Staff said that upon arrival, Duan clung closely to Ning Feng and behaved with extreme deference. Seeing Ko Kai arrive, Tu Lam warned that her student was not simple. Everything else depended on her. Ko Kai nodded and replied, don't worry, I'll verify this with Ning Feng. I believe he's definitely not our enemy. At that moment, Ning Feng and Duan stepped out, chatting and laughing boisterously. Ko Kai called Ning Feng over. I have something to talk to you about. Understood? Duan immediately turned away and respectfully said, Big Elder, I'll wait nearby. The term, Big Elder, made Ko Kai pause. She asked confusedly, what do you mean by that? Ning Feng laughed heartily, you don't need to mind it, he's joking. But Ko Kai's expression suddenly grew serious. She asked, have you already completed your first transfer? Ning Feng froze, thinking to himself, even though he didn't want to reveal it, had he been discovered so early? Ko Kai had always cared for him and was trustworthy, surely she meant him no harm. He forced a smile and admitted, yes, I don't want many people to know because explaining it is rather complicated. Ko Kai nodded but maintained a stern tone, there's one more thing, it may sound strange. I want to confirm whether you've been corroded by dark power. Ning Feng panicked, fearing his system had been exposed. Still, He didn't admit it outright and asked Ko Kai why she was asking. She continued, "You know there have been anomalies lately, secret zones invading reality more and more, causing many to be affected by dark power and gradually become aberrant subjects." Mentioning aberrant subjects, Ning Feng knew they were strictly monitored by the government. He absolutely did not want to be involved. To reassure her, he affirmed, "I'm not an aberrant subject." Ko Kai produced a black stone, and said seriously, "I hope you'll cooperate with this test. Just transmit your power into the crystal and it will show the amount of dark power in your body." Ning Feng's face showed worry, sweat poured down. "You explain, it's my first time encountering this, so I'm a bit nervous," he said. Then he trembled as he touched the crystal and transmitted his power into it. Suddenly, the crystal shook violently and then exploded, shattering into pieces. Ning Feng was horrified, and Ko Kai was stunned, not understanding what had happened. After a moment of daze, Ning Feng spoke up, "What is this?" Ko Kai remained silent. The stone was a demon crystal provided by Talam, extremely sensitive to dark power and commonly used by the government to test for aberrant subjects. The stronger the resonance, the higher the dark power content. But a demon crystal exploding had never happened before, and Talam had not explained its significance. Seeing Ko Kai silent, Ning Feng hurriedly said, "I know it's strange to be transferring right after awakening. But you've known me a long time, at least you believe I'm human, right?" Reflecting on Ning Feng's circumstances, Ko Kai couldn't help but feel heartache. A girl who awakened later than her peers, yet he still kept an optimistic, positive spirit, no easy feat. She looked at him, her voice warm and personal, "I trust you, but out of duty I must report today's events to my superiors. I hope you understand." Ning Feng nodded, uneasy, uncertain how the government would react. He privately calculated that the last resort might be to leave Chengdu City. Ko Kai suddenly produced an item and smiled. "This is a gift from me to you, congratulations on completing your first transfer." Ning Feng accepted the gift, grateful and respectful. He returned the gesture by giving her a radiant holy purified belt, orange quality, level 30 requirement, plus 20 spirit with 50% effectiveness, restores 100% stamina and nullifies dark attribute via purifying light. The wearer can use recovery spells without chanting. Ko Kai recognized its value at a glance, an orange-tier item capable of saving countless lives in a life-or-death instant. "Too precious," she shook her head. "I can't accept this." But Ning Feng insisted, smiling as he handed it over, "This is spoils I obtained on a transfer mission, please don't be formal." Afterwards he bid farewell, a friend was waiting for him over there, if there's nothing else, he'd take his leave. With that, Ning Feng departed, his steps light but resolute. Watching Ning Feng's retreating figure, Ko Kai felt a rising, wordless gratitude. She hadn't expected the young man to generously gift her an orange item right in the adventure office. At that time Ko Kai brought the crystal fragments to Talam for inspection. Seeing the demon crystal shattered, she was stunned to witness Talam show panic for the first time. If those above learned of this, they'd certainly view Ning Feng as a threat. At that point his safety would be gravely endangered. Thinking this, Talam sighed softly, her tone grave, "Drop it, let's stop here." Ko Kai, still vague, frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Talam pressed her lips together, worry flashing in her eyes. "Her student might have already exceeded our current understanding. If he truly is a powerhouse, then we should stand by him rather than probe deeper and risk angering him." Regarding reporting upward, Talam shook her head firmly, "There's no need to halt the investigation, strictly collect all information on Ning Feng and Nian Feng." Hearing this, Ko Kai immediately raised her hand in agreement, her eyes brightening. She thought Ning Feng was young with no notable background, serving as his shield seemed right. Knowing Ning Feng didn't want his secret exposed, she decided not to pry further. Her focus shifted to fighter Duan. After all, recruitment time was coming, and another strong member wouldn't hurt. At Ning Feng's home, Duan was there, watching him with concern and quietly asking, "Big Elder, you don't look very happy." Receiving a message from the teacher that the superiors had cancelled the investigation into him, Ning Feng exhaled softly. But his heart remained heavy with worry about future promotions. Each time he broke a secret zone he caused too much commotion, drawing the government's attention. If this continued, his secret would be exposed sooner or later. He muttered with some unease, "That's it." Beside him Duan watched silently, admiring inwardly. Iron-like indeed, Big Elder's worries differ from ordinary people. Breaking secret zones with each promotion, if one didn't see it firsthand, Duan wouldn't know how to respond. Although a solution existed, he cautiously asked again, would it be any better if he avoided leveling up in the secret zones the government prepared? Recently, anomalies have been occurring in the world, with countless new secret zones appearing. Some government officials are reluctant to spend the effort and resources to deal with them, while several secret zones have fallen into the hands of evil forces. Hearing Duan's suggestion, Ning Feng nodded, his eyes brightening. Where is the information on these secret zones? Duan replied immediately, his tone enthusiastic, there are 2 at the moment. If Big Elder needs, I can go gather more. Ning Feng smirked slightly, giving his assent, then he'd have to trouble him. If they acted under Duan's name instead of a student like him, things would go much more smoothly and he could avoid many prying eyes. He planned to go to the trade district tomorrow to sell the spoils and rest a bit. After all, with the forbidden incantation for promotion, he didn't need to worry about others overtaking him. At the Express Inn, Ning Feng closed his eyes and relaxed a little. After leaving Ning Feng's house, Duan immediately sought a boarding inn to spend the night, planning to find a rental place to settle matters in the morning. As soon as he entered, someone greeted him warmly. He introduced himself, I'm Zhang Ji, mayor of Qingdu when the secret zone breached last time, thank you for saving people. May I ask if you plan to stay in Qingdu City? Hearing Duan answer yes, Mayor Zhang Ji beamed, his voice full of excitement, excellent, someone of your caliber is most welcome. This is a special certificate for the city's adventurers granting high authority. If you need anything in the future, tell us and we'll do our best to accommodate you. Seeing Duan examine the black card closely, Mayor Zhang Ji couldn't hide his excitement. He'd heard other cities tried to recruit Duan but were refused. Qingdu, a small locality, might have been overlooked, but that worry proved unnecessary. Duan accepted the card and nodded slightly, thanking the mayor for his kindness. At that, Mayor Zhang Ji happily shook Duan's hand, chattering, you needn't be so formal. Duan accepted the card because of Ning Feng. He thought his Big Elder might need it in the future, so he would keep it for now. Of course, Mayor Zhang Ji had no idea about Ning Feng. He was thinking that with a 4th transfer powerhouse like Duan stationed here, Qingdu would be much safer. Realizing Duan was looking for lodging, the mayor immediately offered enthusiastically, I'll arrange a place for you right away. It was past midnight at Ning Feng's place. He'd just beaten an opponent in an intense game match. Lost in play, he suddenly realized how late it was and hurried to bed. Suddenly his phone vibrated, the screen lighting up with messages from his class group. They were lively discussing ranks, some at level 26, some had reached 27, but none had passed level 30. Some complained and worried because the secret zones inside the city were sealed and leaving the city was restricted. At this rate, ranks would fall further, one wrote. Skimming the messages, Ning Feng smirked inwardly, thinking that they were all only 16, already awakened. If they wanted to take the exams they needed at least a transfer. He hadn't expected to leave his peers so far behind in just a few days. At that moment someone in the group mocked him by name, sneering, some people have been gaming all this time. Ning Feng, do you dare to say otherwise? Though called out, Ning Feng just glared at the screen and didn't bother replying. He knew they were fans of Wang Duyet who had likely seen his game status. What do you care if I'm playing games? He muttered scornfully. Immediately after, Ko Kai suddenly spoke up in the group, her words sharp, mind your own business and don't trouble yourself for others. At just that one sentence, the guy who had been mocking hurriedly retracted the messages he'd sent. Seeing that, Ning Feng laughed heartily and thought to himself that Ko Kai was still the best. Just then a new message popped up, bringing hot information about secret zone invasions causing heavy casualties. The whole city was almost nowhere safe. Some even rumored that last time an unidentified elder defeated a terrifying monster. Hearing the rumor, someone in the group burst into loud laughter, arrogantly saying that if they knew who it was they'd claim him as their grandfather. Reading that message, Ning Feng frowned, feeling heavy at heart. He'd heard Ko Kai and Duan mention the world's mutations before, but he hadn't expected it to be this severe. After enjoying a few peaceful days, he really didn't want his life disrupted. At the distant city exchange, Duong Hin, though bearing a few light wounds from the monster encounter, quickly returned to work. Seeing her, a snobbish female employee approached with a mocking tone, really? Someone not fully healed already came to work. Facing her, Duong-hin bowed her head, eyes avoiding contact, and said softly, "My injuries aren't serious, there's no problem." The other woman curled her lip, speaking venomously, saying out loud that she's fine while secretly hoping to climb higher quickly. Hearing this, Duong-hin was briefly stirred and quickly waved her hand to deny it, but she dared not say more and silently endured. Emboldened, the woman continued throwing insults. Sadly, her lofty position is just a reckless thief who dared to snatch from a fourth transfer warrior, now likely smashed to pieces. Duong-hin immediately retorted, her voice trembling, "Mr. Ning isn't that kind of person." The woman sneered contemptuously, Master Vong has already sent people to investigate. That Ning fellow is just trash, awakened at 18, with both parents dead early, impossible to obtain high-tier items. Now that a fourth transfer warrior has come to the door, if he's not a thief, then what is he? As soon as the words fell, a blast of power suddenly erupted before her, nearly knocking her over. The one responsible was none other than the person she had just spoken of, Ning Feng. Ning Feng curled his lip, his gaze cold as he looked at her, his voice low, "Your mouth is vicious, you nearly pushed me past my limit." No one expected Ning Feng to appear right here. The snobbish employee was briefly panic-stricken, and hurriedly pointed at him, shouting, daring to use offensive magic in the exchange, "Guards, come arrest this man." Hearing that, Duong-hin panicked and grabbed Ning Feng's hand, anxiously urging, "Run now while the guards haven't arrived." The distant city exchange's influence is not small, ordinary people can't offend them. If they capture you it will cause big trouble. At that moment, Mr. Vong strode forward with two burly guards. Pointing at Ning Feng, he barked, "Who gave you the nerve to act insolent in the distant city exchange?" Ning Feng remained unflinching, his eyes cold as he shot back, "We, Master Vong, heard you were investigating behind my back and labeled me a thief. Whether I'm a thief or not, you know best. You have no right to question me." Mr. Vong roared and signaled the two guards to rush forward to seize Ning Feng. But Ning Feng made no unnecessary move. Leisurely he lifted the authoritative black card and said with sarcasm, "So this is how the distant city exchange treats its customers." The black card shimmered, causing the two guards to freeze in place as if frozen. Mr. Vong and the clerk Hatch Dyke gaped in utter astonishment. Mr. Vong knew well it was the exchange's supreme black card, yet inwardly he still suspected Ning Feng's card was fake. Seeing their stunned expressions, Ning Feng smiled faintly and said, "Mayor Tai's gift carries some weight, doesn't it?" Mr. Vong stammered, his voice trembling, "Ning Feng, where exactly did you get that card?" Ning Feng curled his lip and refused to answer directly. "Weren't you the one investigating me? Then investigate it yourself." At that, Mr. Vong signaled everyone to glare and watch Ning Feng, then hurriedly turned away muttering, "I'll make a call to check." The person he called was none other than Mayor Tai. Hearing Mayor Tai's voice over the phone, coldly he demanded, "People at headquarters told me you're investigating the matter of me gifting a card to Mr. Ning. What do you mean by that?" Mr. Vong felt a cold sweat break out at the nape of his neck. Mayor Tai's father was one of the exchange's founders and immensely powerful. He wondered how that brat Ning Feng could possibly curry favor with someone so important. He hurriedly tried to explain, stammering, "Mayor, it's nothing, just a small misunderstanding." Mayor Tai immediately roared like thunder, "A small misunderstanding? How much effort did I expend to win over Mr. Ning? You wouldn't dare offend him, would you?" Mr. Vong panicked and tried to stay calm. "Ha ha. All right then, rest assured, I'll handle it properly." But Mayor Tai erupted in fury, slamming the table. "You really offended him? Who gave you the nerve? You bastard, just wait, I'm coming." At that moment Mr. Vong realized he'd poked a hornet's nest and felt frantic. He couldn't fathom what relationship Mayor Tai had with Ning Feng to make him so enraged. Just then he suddenly remembered Duan, his last lifeline. He hurriedly called Duan, his tone urgent, "I've found the combat uniform." He thought that if Duan appeared to confront them, even Mayor Tai would show some deference. Meanwhile, in the exchange's waiting area, Ning Feng and Duong-hin were sitting and resting. Suddenly, Mayor Tai and Duan Hoi Hai rushed over. Seeing the two of them, Ning Feng froze and asked in surprise, "Why are you two here?" Duong-hin was stunned, she hadn't expected Ning Feng to know both Mayor Tai and Duan. At that moment, the two suddenly glared at the haughty clerk. Their cold stares made her hairs stand on end, She nervously wondered why they were all staring at her like that. Glancing at Mr. Vong, who looked even more pitiful, like a beaten shell of a man, he muttered, "I'm done for." Mayor Tai, now fully aware of everything, stepped up to Ning Feng and respectfully called out, "Master, do you really not want them to apologize?" Ning Feng slightly curled his lip and replied calmly, "No need, I don't think either of them is the sort who would repent after apologizing." Hearing this, Mayor Tai immediately turned and, voice icy, ordered Mr. Vong and the clerk, "Pack your things and leave here at once." The result left both of them stunned and unbelieving. In a panic, Mr. Vong turned and slapped the clerk hard across the face, roaring, "You idiot, get out." Witnessing that, Mayor Tai grew even more disgusted and immediately ordered the guards, "Drag these two out now." When it was done, he turned to invite Ning Feng and Duan into the VIP room to continue their conversation. Observing the way Ning Feng looked at Duong Hin, Mayor Tai silently breathed a sigh of relief, thinking luckily the boy's impression of her remained good. Fortunately, the exchange's goodwill had not been completely destroyed. With that thought, he turned to Duong Hin, his tone stern yet encouraging. "Work well from now on, and the exchange will surely not betray you." The mayor's direct admonition made Duong Hin embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly replied, "I'll do my best." Ning Feng then bowed his head slightly, speaking earnestly, "I'm truly sorry for causing the mayor to make that trip on my account." Mayor Tai waved his hand and laughed heartily, "Nonsense, your affairs are my affairs. If it weren't for those two intervening last time, Long Back might have been in danger." He paused for a moment, curiosity flickering in his eyes. It seemed Ning had been looking through the exchange's catalogue of treasures. "Anything catch your interest?" Ning Feng nodded, excited. "Oh, right, I actually want to buy something. Have you ever heard of Zhong Mo Du?" At the sound of that name, both Mayor Tai and Duan fell silent, their expressions blank. Clearly they'd never heard of it. Seeing their reactions, Ning Feng scratched his head, slightly flustered. "It's okay, I saw it online yesterday and thought it sounded novel." In fact, the name Zhong Mo Du that Ning Feng mentioned originated from the skill book Ko Kai had given him, titled Spiritual Force Tidal Palace. It's a skill used by mages to replenish magical power in combat. Ning Feng was curious what would happen if he turned it into a forbidden incantation. Right after activating the book, he gained a passive skill Confluence Mind Seal, which can absorb Zhong Mo Du from dark energy and convert it into his own attributes. But this so-called Zhong Mo Du was so strange, he'd never heard of it, didn't understand its meaning, and had no idea where to find it. When they came to the exchange to inquire today, everyone shook their heads in bewilderment. At this point Mayor Tai glanced at his watch and sighed softly, "I'm pressed for time and must leave now." He told Ning Feng and Duan to be sure to visit Longback City next time, he'd host them then. After saying that, Mayor Tai waved his hand, activated his flight scroll, and vanished in an instant. With matters at the exchange settled, Duan patted Ning Feng's shoulder and excitedly suggested, "Big bro, come eat at my place." At Duan's villa, arranged by Mayor Tan Du, the luxurious space left Ning Feng impressed. He gaped and asked, "Is this the room that kid you found got?" Duan laughed and nodded. "They said I've reached fourth transfer and agreed to stay in Tandu City is rare, so they arranged this place for me. If you like it, move in here, I'll find somewhere else." Ning Feng laughed heartily and waved his hand, "Not that extreme, I'll earn a bit more and can buy one next door to you." Duan shrugged casually, "If it's money, I have some, use it if you need." Ning Feng immediately declined, eyes resolute. He didn't need Duan's money. Ning Feng thought to himself that he'd spent quite a bit of spirit coins on equipment lately, converting them to buy a villa wouldn't be a big problem, but then his spirit coins would be depleted. If something came up later he'd be in trouble. He wasn't in a hurry, so he wouldn't force himself. Duan's villa even had a private chef, and he'd called ahead. Soon they'd arrive with a lavish feast. Just then, Duan's phone rang. The caller was Mayor Truong. His voice was serious. He had something to bother him about. The matter was that an investigation team dispatched from higher up was looking into several accidents in the city, and he wanted to ask Duan a few questions. Duan didn't answer immediately. His gaze flicked to Ning Feng as he considered silently. Worried the investigation might affect the big bro, so he wanted to ask his opinion first. With that in mind, he replied calmly, "Sorry Mayor, I'm not available today." Mayor Truong smiled lightly, "No rush, within 2 days, contact me when you have time." In the conference room, the investigation team newly dispatched from above. With a cold expression asked Talam's group, "Have you ever met the mysterious elder?" Talam replied calmly, her voice unshaken, "No, I've never met him before." The investigator frowned, skeptical. "If you haven't, then why are there rumors outside that the mysterious elder saved Tandu City?" Talam sighed softly and explained, "It's mainly because of this secret zone intrusion." Suddenly some mutated adventurers appeared to help resist the incursion, but they were also annihilated. Before she could finish, he cut in mockingly, "Are you joking? The danger level of secret zone intrusions can vary. You can't base conclusions on that before a proper investigation." On the contrary, the other two secret zone incidents were king-level assaults. "What has this so-called mysterious elder of yours actually done?" Hearing that, Talam just closed her eyes in silence. She truly had no more words to add on the matter. Kai Vai standing beside her understood inwardly. To protect Ning Feng, Talam had used her authority to edit all news related to him. All the pressure now fell squarely on her shoulders. Just then, Mayor Truong Hoi Hai rushed in, breathless. "I just called Duan. He said he's busy today and unavailable." The investigator's displeasure was obvious as he growled. What annoyed him most were these uncontrolled freelance adventurers. They're like dogs without a guild, acting like they have a lot to do. Enough. I'll take full charge of the investigation. You people go do something else. At the perilous secret zone near the graveyard preserve, a member of the investigation team had just set foot inside, and the guard who recognized him immediately let him in. The scene inside the secret zone, ruined and desolate, left him speechless. Although it was his first time entering, he realized how tremendous the force must have been to destroy a secret zone like this. The remaining dark power was still intensely pure. He muttered contemptuously that even if some so-called mysterious elder showed up, facing this existence would be like an ant. Then the investigator suddenly threw back his head and laughed loudly like a madman, his shrill voice echoing, "This place is truly fascinating." Abruptly, a stream of power wrapped around him, and slowly a gigantic beast manifested, clearly having invaded his body. He burst into laughter again, eyes crazed, befitting a king-level threat. Around him, a horrifying power swirled, making the air feel viscous. At Duan's villa, Ning Feng was still absorbed in his game, his combat strength quietly growing without fanfare. Suddenly, the system issued a notification in a cold voice, detected an apocalyptic relic. Immediately, Ning Feng felt a strange aura link to him. He frowned slightly, thinking that if he concentrated his senses, the link would become clearer and he could pinpoint its location. Without hesitation, Ning Feng stood up, put on his jacket, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Duan looked up curiously and asked, "Big bro, where are you going?" Ning Feng curled his lips and answered tersely, "I'm heading out for a bit." He turned to ask Duan to finish the game match he was playing. Leaving the villa, Ning Feng followed the locator from the strange aura, feeling it lead him toward the area near the graveyard preserve's perilous zone. Suddenly, a stronger vibration hit, making him frown. It had moved. He muttered and quickened his pace. At the gate of the graveyard preserve's perilous secret zone, urgent alerts blared. An unidentified monster had appeared. From within the zone, a horrifying beast stepped out, terrifying the two guards, who stood frozen, unable to speak. The creature was even more dreadful, and bore a portion of the investigator's head. He groaned in pain, his voice hoarse, "I can't move. Someone help me." The road leading into the secret zone had been sealed off, passage prohibited. Ning Feng had to stop his vehicle, quietly get out, and cross on foot. At the same time, Talam's group had already arrived at the graveyard preserve's perilous zone. Seeing the giant beast before them, all three froze, eyes wide in shock. Kai Vai stammered, "What on earth is going on?" In an instant, the scene had become ruined and desolate, smoke and dust shrouding everything. Talam was now gravely wounded, leaning on Kai Vai to receive treatment. She panted, her voice full of gratitude, saying it was thanks to the gear Ning Feng had given her before that the him casting time was reduced, allowing the fastest possible aid. But the situation was extremely dangerous, even a powerhouse like Talam couldn't hold the monster back. It was heading straight for the city. Mayor Truong hurriedly called Duan for help. Kai Vai worriedly wondered if he would arrive in time. Although Duan's strength wasn't inferior to Talam's, alone he likely couldn't confront the beast. Talam's gaze flicked behind Duan, thinking the man might be everyone's last hope. Suddenly, Ning Feng lunged forward with an unexpected strike, slicing off one of the creature's horns. Glancing at its interface, he curled a lip and said sarcastically, "All right, this apocalyptic relic, just its head alone is way too big." He hesitated for a moment, weighing whether to use another forbidden incantation to finish it off. But at that moment, the beast roared and attacked Ningfeng. A terrifying surge of energy began to encircle him. Suddenly, a brilliant shield flared over Ningfeng, preventing the monster from touching him. The beast panicked. It hadn't expected Ningfeng's power to be so formidable. At that moment the system announced, "Apocalyptic relic found. Do you want to absorb it?" Ningfeng frowned and muttered, "Only notifying me now? Do I have to be in direct contact to absorb it?" No hesitation, reach out and press absorb. Immediately, a storm-like power surged through Ningfeng's body, shattering the beast just as he intended. At the same time, he absorbed its energy, and fragments of the creature's memories flooded into his mind. After the battle, all of Ningfeng's attributes soared by 100 points, even though he had already reached third transfer from grade 0. Even cumulatively, nothing could compare to that number. But beyond the attributes, Ningfeng felt a strange aura being sucked into his body. Bizarre images flashed through his head like a whirlwind. Just then, Duan appeared and urgently asked, "Ningfeng, what happened here?" He pointed toward the pile of wreckage and said calmly, "I just killed a monster a moment ago." From among the heap of monstrous corpses, the investigator's form gradually emerged, so mangled he was unrecognizable. Looking at Ningfeng's battlefield, Duan guessed the monster the mayor mentioned was this. He murmured in surprise, "If the elder could kill it I can understand, but the nearby aura doesn't feel like the elder used any powerful spell." "Elder, how could that be possible?" Ningfeng only gave a light laugh, patted Duan's shoulder, and teased, "You arrived at the perfect time, I'll leave the next part to you." With that he shot off at once, moving at an astonishing speed, far surpassing all agile vocation types. At the Chengdu City prison, the investigator had fully confessed, he was the monster. According to him, inside a secret zone he discovered a fiend capable of controlling dark power and tried to turn that power into his own. He exploited the investigation to sneak into the zone and absorb that power, but the fiend went out of control. Hearing this, Mayor Truong leapt with joy and kept exclaiming, "That's wonderful, there really is a mysterious elder protecting Chengdu City." To Lam and Ko Kai standing nearby merely smiled slightly, their eyes implying they had already guessed who that elder was. Mayor Truong turned to Duan and asked curiously, "Have you met this mysterious elder?" Duan nodded and replied, "Actually, I was fortunate enough to meet him once." At that, Ko Kai and To Lam couldn't hide their astonishment, their eyes hopeful. Mayor Truong eagerly urged, "Please, sir, introduce us a bit to this elder. If the mysterious elder is willing to stay in Chengdu City regularly, whatever he asks, we will do our utmost to satisfy." Hearing this, Duan shook his head slightly and said in a steady tone, "The elder is modest and rarely appears, you should drop that notion." Inwardly he breathed easier. Luckily he and Ningfeng had prepared a plan that pinned everything on a non-existent mysterious elder. And since there was no evidence, they had no way to prove otherwise. Mayor Truong heard this, held his head and sighed regretfully, as if the mysterious elder was that kind of powerhouse. He wondered how many people would risk their lives flattering such an elder. Duan added with a light smile that the elder had relatives in Chengdu City, so he would certainly care about this place. They needn't worry, but the old man also wouldn't want to be disturbed. Ko Kai heard this and her eyes flashed. She thought the mysterious elder must be Ningfeng Sr. At his home, Ningfeng bathed while thinking, gradually realizing the apocalyptic relic was the remnant left by traces of the Demon King within the secret zone. The images flashing through his mind turned out to be fragments of the Demon King's memories from when he was alive, drawn out with the energy. He frowned slightly. He had no intention of becoming a Demon King, but some elements within those memories were still useful. Secret zones that accumulate dark power strengthen in stages. If the invasions of time-space aren't stopped, the apocalypse will arrive. From the perspective of his time stream, the path to cultivating awakened ones still had many flaws. Powerhouses reaching the fourth transfer were too rare, and their vocations hadn't reached optimal forms. Reviewing the Demon King's memories, Ningfeng frowned, feeling the information was still too scant. If things continued, humanity faced only extinction. Though he could protect himself, he couldn't live alone in a world full of monsters. Fortunately, this time stream wasn't the only one invaded by secret zones. Some other time streams had repelled the invaders. And by accumulating a few more apocalyptic relics and passing on useful experience, he believed they could make a big impact. What exactly to pass on, however, Ning Feng still needed to think over. Ning Feng pondered deeply, realizing these experiences far exceeded current knowledge. If handled wrongly, the consequences could be incalculable. Just then, his phone rang. Wang Diet was calling. He picked up and laughed loudly. Miss Wang, what could you possibly want to bother your brother about? On the other end, Wang Diet had just completed an S-rank mission, successfully advanced, becoming Arrow Wind Yuing. She excitedly invited Ning Feng to be sure to come eat with her. Pressed by the young lady's enthusiastic invitation, Ning Feng dared not refuse and immediately promised he would come. Outside, Wang Diet's teammates were already waiting, even setting off fireworks to congratulate her and Tru Trin on reaching the second transfer. Onlookers gaped, admiration directed at the two of them. So young and already through the second transfer, they whispered in awe. To celebrate, Tru Trin booked a room at the city's finest hotel and invited Wang Diet and the whole team to join. But she tactfully declined, saying she had other business tonight and that everyone should go enjoy themselves. She'd cook for them tomorrow night. Tru Trin was still dissatisfied, his tone sharp. It was hard-earned to complete such a mission, they deserved a rest. What business couldn't wait? Wang Diet smiled faintly and replied, this matter is quite important. After saying that, she hurried off with quick footsteps. Watching her figure fade away, Tru Trin grumbled angrily and snapped that she had just advanced to the second transfer and had already turned aloof, refusing friends. A holy class teammate waved her hand anxiously. Don't say that, Diet isn't like that, she must really have something to do. Tru Trin frowned, suspicious. Does anyone feel tired of pursuing her? They feared that one day she might give up and leave the squad. Now she had not only completed the S-rank transfer but also awakened a new hidden vocation. Distance between her and the others would only grow. They feared that one day she might give up and leave the squad. At Old Tong's Lamb Grill, Ning Feng was thrilled by the fragrant piece of meat. To him, the grill's prices were fair and the flavor superb. He beamed at Wang Diet and said that only by following Miss Wang could one enjoy such delicacies. She replied with sparkling grateful eyes, mostly thanking him for giving her the badge. It had really helped a lot. While happily chewing the meat, Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "You mean that badge activated a new hidden vocation?" He thoughtfully skimmed through the Demon King's memories. Indeed, in this time stream the Awaken's vocations hadn't reached optimal forms. Ning Feng surmised such badges were likely one of the key upgrade methods. Wang Diet, curious, eyes brightened. Where did the badge he gave her actually come from? Ning Feng scratched his head innocently and grinned. I'm not really sure either. Hearing that, Wang Diet sighed dejectedly, regretful. If only we could buy them. I want to give them to you and the squad mates. Ning Feng smiled, appreciating her kindness. As always, Wang Diet thought of him whenever something interesting came up. He replied softly, if I don't know, Wang Diet, you tell me and I'll find a way. She immediately comforted him sincerely, don't give up on leveling. It's so dangerous now, having a bit more power to protect yourself is better. Be more practical, when I find a suitable badge for you, maybe you'll be able to activate a new vocation. Ning Feng laughed loudly, I'm kidding, training up myself is such a hassle, it's fine as long as you protect me. That remark made Wang Diet flush with anger and shout, don't joke, I'm serious. Suddenly her face contorted as if she were in pain. Ning Feng asked anxiously and learned she had been injured while doing the S-rank mission. She reassured him gently that, after all, it was an S-rank mission and the boss's damage was high, she would likely need to rest for a while. Just then, Ning Feng's phone rang, an incoming number. He answered. The voice on the other end was cold. You're Ning Feng, right? You don't need to know who I am. I'm asking you, where did that badge of yours come from? Taken aback by the question about the badge, Ning Feng froze, blank for a moment, then abruptly hung up. Wang Diet frowned curiously and asked, what's wrong? He shrugged irritably and said a jerk with an aggressive tone demanded to know where his badge came from. What is going on? I haven't told anyone else. Not caring who the caller was, Ning Feng went back to gnawing on the fragrant meat. But in less than a minute, the phone rang again. This time the man screamed into the phone in fury, damn it, how dare you hang up on me? Huh? refuse a toast, and you want a penalty drink instead. With Wang Duyet present, Ning Feng didn't want to make a scene, so he quietly turned the phone off without replying. After the meal the two of them headed home, and Wang Duyet asked about the strange man who had harassed him by phone. Ning Feng smiled faintly and reassured her not to worry, it's probably just a nonsense caller. When they got home, Ning Feng yawned, about to fall asleep, but the scene before him jolted him fully awake. The place was ransacked, belongings scattered everywhere. Clearly someone had been rummaging through. At that moment a blond man with an arrogant expression stepped out of the shadows and sneered, "So young Master Ning is home? Are you the one who called just now?" "Heh, that's right. I warned you, refuse a toast and you invite a penalty drink. If you'd been honest with me earlier, none of this would have happened." A dangerous light flashed in Ning Feng's eyes and his voice turned ice cold. "Who sent you?" The blond man seemed oblivious to the killing intent in his eyes and remained smug. "Ning Feng, you're just a newly awakened trash, how dare you speak to me like that? Didn't they teach you in class to show respect when facing a powerful one?" Suddenly, someone attacked Ning Feng from behind. But the man was too slow, nothing compared to the boy's reflexes. With a simple elbow strike, Ning Feng distorted the ambusher's face, sending him sprawling and rendering him incapable of fighting. Seeing this, the blond man went pale, eyes widening in horror. "What?" Ning Feng curled his lip, mocking, "I'll return this favor to you. When you meet a powerful one, show some respect." At this, the blond man began to panic. The information clearly stated Ning Feng was only a first-tier mage, yet he had easily taken down a third-tier assassin without effort. He furtively prepared a dart, intending to ambush Ning Feng once more. Ning Feng was slightly surprised by his own strength, all attributes increased by 100 points, not only his reactions but also his speed improved dramatically, enough to handle countless situations, even when using magic. At that moment, the blond man threw the dart at him. Ning Feng easily dodged, and ironically, the dart struck one of the blond man's companions. The blond man went ashen, realizing he couldn't win. He panicked and bolted, thinking he had escaped. But barely had he lifted his foot to jump when Ning Feng dashed over and grabbed him. He trembled, knowing he had no choice, and obediently complied. Ning Feng ordered coldly, "Clean up everything you set out, if anything's damaged, compensate for it." As requested, the group left everything behind, keeping only the shorts they wore. Seeing that, Ning Feng nodded, satisfied, then asked, "Who sent you?" The blond man stammered that he was Zhao Cheng, the eldest son of the guild's master. He said master had a special badge that went missing everywhere, so they were hired to get information from him. Hearing the name Zhao Cheng, Ning Feng sneered. He was a mage in Wang Duet's guild. If he played dirty, Ning Feng wouldn't bother being polite. He suddenly remembered a forbidden spell he'd never used and thought this was an opportunity to try it on Zhao Cheng. The forbidden spell called Beast Transformation belonged to the Dark System. It used mental force to control the target's mind, turning them into a powerful clone for a short time. Mind-invading possession fit him perfectly. Ning Feng muttered. On Zhao Cheng's side, tonight's party felt bland without Wang Duet, so he ended it early to drag his friends elsewhere. About the badge, he confidently told his inner circle he'd sent people to find Ning Feng. If that brat didn't cooperate, they'd let him taste what it's like to live worse than dead. A friend worried that if Wang Duet found out, it would be a big problem. Zhao Qing scoffed arrogantly, "I don't care. Do you want her all to yourself?" Hearing this, Zhao Qing shrugged, sounding regretful, "True, but unfortunately this transfer mission wasn't like you said. Teach me a lesson. I told you to let the boss go a bit to crush Wang Duet's spirit, scare her, then I'd play the hero and save the beauty." Unexpectedly, Wang Duet risked injury and still killed the boss. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared before them. Recognizing the blond man sent to find Ning Feng, Zhao Qing snapped, "Why did this bastard show up out of nowhere? Did you get the information I wanted?" The blond man did not answer but asked in turn, his voice strange, "Did you people hurt Duet Ni?" The question stunned Zhao Cheng and his teammates. He stepped forward, slapped the blond man hard across the face, and barked, "How dare you pry into my business? Are you crazy?" But no sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Cheng felt a terrifying surge of power erupt. It was the blond man, no, Ning Feng in disguise, who had both hands clamped around his throat. His eyes burned like fire, his voice icy, "You dare hurt Duet Ni, you don't deserve to live, but I won't let you die so easily." Instantly, Zhao Cheng and his cronies began to deform, as if their souls were being drained, dissolving bit by bit. Within moments, both had vanished completely as if they'd never existed. Using the forbidden spell, Nin Fong had turned them to dust, erasing all traces. He curled his lip, thinking this was the perfect way to leave no evidence. But the incident left Nin Fong uneasy. His home was just an ordinary unit in a small district, it couldn't keep awakened beings out. Although with his current strength he feared no one, he couldn't stay home 24/7. At first he planned to use the Demon King's memories to create some important items, but now he was glad he hadn't started, otherwise outsiders might have discovered him and caused major trouble. Nin Fong decided to do a quick cleanup and temporarily stay at Duan's place. After all, Duan was a fourth-stage powerhouse and his villa's security was far better than Nin Fong's. At Duan's villa, Nin Fong recounted everything that had just happened. Duan listened, his face darkening, eyes blazing with anger. He snarled that anyone who dared touch the elder must have a death wish. Then he turned to Nin Fong, his voice low and determined, "Elder, rest a bit, I'll quickly investigate whether any bastard is behind this filthy business." Nin Fong waved his hand, calm but with a flash of cold in his eyes. "No rush. Actually, I have something else to ask. Do you know a reliable alchemist? Preferably someone of decent skill you can trust, ideally with a free status and as few connections as possible." Duan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, "If so, I know an alchemist, his skill isn't bad, but they've joined a major guild." Hearing that, Nin Fong shook his head firmly, "No." From the memories absorbed from the Demon King, he knew the Demon King had eliminated several high-level alchemists. The medicines they crafted were far superior to those in this world. Unfortunately, Nin Fong lacked details and could only gather antidotes and find an expert to synthesize them. However, alchemists belonging to large guilds were hard to hide and carried a higher risk of secrets being exposed. After today's lesson, he didn't want to attract greedy people prematurely. After thinking for a while, Nin Fong looked at Duan and said in a low voice, "If an opportunity arises later, please keep an eye out for me, I'll also ask others." Soon after, Wang Duet approached, her eyes lighting up as she introduced, "If Nin Fong is interested, I know a reliable alchemist. He's the elder brother of Priest Tu Din on my team. His skills are decent, he intended to join my guild, but he and Zhao Qing didn't get along, so the deal fell through." Hearing the name Zhao Qing, Nin Fong sneered slightly, a mocking smile flashing across his face. Wang Duet had been unlucky to have been on the same team as him, but thanks to Nin Fong she had escaped that ordeal. From now on, Zhao Qing wouldn't have another chance to cause trouble for her. Suddenly, Nin Fong's intention to find an alchemist piqued Wang Duet's curiosity, her eyes sparkled with interest. She asked him inquisitively, "Why look for an alchemist?" To answer, Nin Fong smiled faintly and said calmly, "I just found some medicines in the house and want to invite someone to take a look." He mentioned the badge he once gave her, saying he found it in the house this time too, which made Wang Duet suspicious. Nin Fong could only shrug and say casually, "I'm just cleaning the house." Thanks to Wang Duet's arrangement, Nin Fong quickly met the alchemist. His name was Tu Noi, elegant in bearing and exuding scholarly poise. As soon as Tu Noi saw Nin Fong, he looked at him steadily and in a calm voice. The boy handed him the medicine to examine. Outside, Tu Din waited, annoyed at being kicked out by his brother. She had planned to try to get to know Nin Fong, but resigned herself to standing outside. Meanwhile, Tu Noi scrutinized Nin Fong's concoction. He frowned slightly, noting the ingredients were unremarkable, but the preparation method was something he'd never seen before and seemed rather complex. Then he looked up and asked, "Do you know what this medicine does?" Nin Fong replied, "I heard it can double the experience gain." Hearing that, Tu Noi started, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. He explained, "The strongest experience potions on the market currently only reach 40% and are already expensive. If there really is a potion that increases experience by 100%, wouldn't 1 and 2-star professions level up in a flash?" Nin Fong nodded, speaking cautiously, "That's roughly it, but I'm not sure, so I didn't want to casually ask others, that's why I came to you for a check." Tu Noi nodded, his eyes brightening with resolve. "I'll start testing right away, go wait outside for a bit." Nin Fong stepped out and sat waiting. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Tu Noi in the lab made everyone start. From the sound, everyone guessed something terrible had happened inside, and they all rushed in to see. At the door, Tu Din saw the slim, Tu Noi's test subject, flying out in a panic. Smoke and flames billowed, the lab looking as if it had just endured a fierce battle. Yet Tu Noi was radiant, a small spark still flickering from his finger, his voice full of excitement. It's a success, it's truly 100%. Wang Duet and Tu Din stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, unable to comprehend what he was saying. Tu Noi turned to Nin Fong with a beaming smile. Little brother Nin, I drank a bit of the potion and used the slim to test it. Experience really did increase by 100%. Nin Fong nodded slightly, secretly delighted. If this potion worked, perhaps other formulas could be viable too. Seeing Tu Noi excited, Nin Fong smiled faintly while Tu Noi resumed summoning fire orbs, leaving the lab even more wrecked. Tu Din gaped, unable to believe the scene. Her brother, who treasured this lab more than gold, had just ruined it with his own hands. Now Wang Duet and Tu Din understood the effect of the potion Tu Noi had tested, 100% experience gain, and both were astonished, mouths agape. Tu Noi quickly signaled for silence, lowering his voice, keep your mouths shut and be careful to keep this secret. Then he looked at Nin Fong, eyes glittering. What do you plan to do next? If you sell this outside, you'd make an unimaginable fortune. It's dangerous out there now, no one will refuse anything that boosts their power. Nin Fong pondered silently, not answering immediately. He was still weighing his options, his expression thoughtful. Just then, his phone vibrated and a new message popped up in the group chat. It was from Ms. Kai, a schoolteacher. She announced the school was planning a level-up training session for all third-year students in the nearby city's hidden zone starting next Monday. Because the training grounds are small, classes will be zoned and scheduled. Please prepare carefully and cooperate actively. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat erupted. Some classmates discussed that hidden zones have been overcrowded lately, with too few monsters to go around. The reason is widespread panic. 1- and 2-star professions are force leveling to protect themselves. Many rushed to buy experience vials, but word was they sold out in seconds. Without experience potions, they feared falling behind. After reading the message, Nin Fong nodded slightly, determination flashing in his eyes. With this experience potion, he'll let his family use it first. After some consideration, he said in a low voice that he'd wait a while before putting it on the market. Hearing this, Tu Din's eyes lit up, excited. She turned to him and asked if she and he were from the same family. When Nin Fong answered yes, she cheered, voice full of excitement, elder. Then she patted her chest and declared, from now on Wang Duet and I will be your bodyguards, and my brother can use it freely, no need to be polite. Nin Fong curled his lips slightly, his gaze deep. He knew once this potion hit the market it would become a priceless treasure, capable of shocking everywhere. The benefits were enormous, and people like Zhao Cheng would surely swarm in. To be safe, he first had to cultivate those close to him and strengthen his own power. Then, if anyone acted rashly, he'd deal with them. Thinking that, Nin Fong suddenly remembered Wang Duet's team. He looked at her calmly, there's a berserker named Chu Zhang on your team, right? I want to give him a share of this experience potion. Wang Duet and Tu Din brightened, happy for Chu Zhang. Yesterday he was worried he wouldn't have enough strength to pass the entrance exam with everyone else. Nin Fong judged Chu Zhang to be competent and close to Wang Duet, so he would surely be useful later. At this, Tu Noi's eyes glittered and he too began calling Nin Fong elder. He looked at him curiously, are there any other potions like this? Nin Fong didn't answer immediately, silently handing another prescription for Tu Noi to examine. Tu Noi examined the formula intently, brows slightly furrowing. Many ingredients listed were ones he'd never heard of, only 2 pages contained materials he recognized, but at his current level he couldn't produce them. Nin Fong nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful. As he'd guessed, these were otherworldly formulas, being able to use even a few of them would be miraculous. Wang Duet interjected enthusiastically, since they were talking about this, she had an idea. Once the first batch of experience potions was ready, they'd call the group together to level up. She looked at Nin Fong with a bright smile, you should come with us for this training. Although Nin Fong intended to decline, Wang Duet was insistent, eyes sparkling, don't worry. The city just announced guilds are allowed to lead teams out for leveling. He only needed to go along with everyone. So on Monday morning, Nin Fong stood at the meeting point waiting for Wang Duet's team. At that moment, a bus carrying his class passed by. Seeing Nin Fong, several students on the bus snickered, their tones full of sarcasm. He didn't go out for training today. What is he doing? Bagging sand for the class, another jeered contemptuously. They couldn't even find him as a servant. Who's protecting whom in the hidden zone with such a low-rank lackey? A harsher voice sneered about that trashy guy. What are you doing? You might as well go back to sleep. At the entrance to the hidden zone, people queued in a long line waiting to enter. Ms. Kai was leading Nin Fong's class in line. It was expected to take about 2 more hours before their turn. The students grew restless, complaining about the long wait. Ms. Kai reassured them calmly, saying our class too is among the first to enter, just getting in is already great. Just then, the whole class suddenly froze. They widened their eyes when they saw Nin Fong, the one they just mocked, walking shoulder to shoulder with Wang Duet's team, exuding imposing momentum. The sight of him striding in with the team, bypassing the line and boldly entering the hidden zone, left the class stunned and jealous. Ms. Kai observed with a thoughtful look, guessing Nin Fong's group planned to penetrate deeply inside. What the crowd whispered about was that their team was only a few people, unlike the throngs packed here. Some jealous students spat venomously. How dare Nin Fong go deep into the hidden zone? A random monster could kill him. Another grumbled, eyes red, how am I worse than that useless Nin Fong? I also want to be led by Lady Wang of the Tutor Guild. At that moment, a stranger approached and asked curiously, the Lady Wang you two mentioned, is that Wang Duet? She's Wang Duet, ranked 5th on the National Supernova Leaderboard. After hearing the confirmation, the man immediately led his team straight into the hidden zone. Watching them enter casually, someone outside grit his teeth, jealousy in his voice. What noble families are those kids from? How do you not know them? Another replied with a mix of admiration and resentment. Apparently those 3 who look like Wang Duet are all figures on the National Supernova Leaderboard. Huang Ma Thursday is ranked 4th, Lai Kok stands 3rd, and in 2nd place is Ko Van Chu. By now Wang Duet's team had advanced deep into the hidden zone. Chu Din secretly handed the experience vial to Chu Zhang. Upon receiving it, he became so excited he couldn't contain himself and shouted, this is a 100% experience potion. Chu Din hurriedly smacked him a few times, frowning and hissing, shut your mouth. Do you want everyone to hear? Chu Zhang scratched his head, embarrassed by his overexcitement. He turned to Tu Noi and asked if such a medicine was very expensive. Tu Noi smiled calmly, actually it's fairly reasonable. The ingredients aren't overly rare and the preparation isn't too complicated, but that very accessibility makes the potion valuable. If you can increase your power at a relatively low cost, I believe no one would refuse. With this, Nin Fong would become a top patron for any guild. Hearing that, both Chu Zhang and Tu Din looked at Nin Fong with full respect and said in unison, Elder, words of thanks are unnecessary, just tell us if you need anything. Nin Fong smiled lightly and warmly, we're all family, no need for formalities. His relaxed manner made Wang Duet quietly relieved and inwardly reassured. She knew Nin Fong wasn't good at socializing and had always had few friends. Especially since age 16, after his failed awakening, the whole school had mocked him. Which made him increasingly withdrawn, it was rare to see him smile so genuinely. Wang Duet secretly hoped that from now on Nin Fong would regain his spirit and open up more. She cleared her throat and, eyes serious, scanned everyone as she spoke. This time we don't have a shield or a mage, so we must fight extremely carefully. Personal safety comes first. Nin Fong, you don't need to engage, avoid drawing the monster's attention. I'll handle luring the enemies, the berserker will mainly hold them off. Tu Din, focus on buff skills, Tu Noi use the potion as needed. Hearing Wang Duet's plan, Nin Fong frowned slightly, pondering, if we keep going like this, it'll be hard for you to level up quickly. But seeing everyone's unity, he smiled faintly and thought, maybe I should cooperate a bit. After all, using a forbidden spell to level up only takes a day or two, no rush, first let's gauge everyone's strength. Wang Duet drew her bow, and each member dashed forward, instantly slaying several monsters in the blink of an eye. Next, Tu Din unleashed a thunderous rallying strike, coordinating smoothly with Chu Jang. The two produced a terrifying shockwave, a single sword sweep that cleared the pack of monsters. The finisher was Tu Noi, his potion erupted, incinerating the monsters to ash. After the flawless coordination, Tu Noi was elated, eyes shining. He hadn't expected experience points to increase so rapidly. If this continued, they could craft new potions. He turned to Chu Jang and Tu Din, laughing aloud. John Thursday and Tu Din could both reach second tier before the exams, strong enough to enter top universities with Wang Duet. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from deep within the cave. Chu Jang scowled and shouted, "Who?" A figure stepped out, laughing as he spoke. "Forgive me, I really didn't mean to laugh. But I truly couldn't hold it in. That lot aren't even second tier yet they want to get into top universities. Is it that easy?" Amusing. Tu Din squinted and immediately recognized them as the people from the National Supernova Leaderboard. The leader, Ko Van Chu, laughed heartily. "Looks like our reputation isn't bad, recognized us this fast." Chu Jang wondered aloud in a low voice, "Those people aren't from near Tandu City, why are they here?" Wang Duet stepped forward, eyes cold. "Our team is leveling, what do you want?" Ko Van Chu curled a lip, confident. "Wang Duet, we came specifically to find you. We'd like to ask, are you interested in joining our team?" The offer sounded tempting, but Wang Duet bluntly refused. "No thanks, I already have my own team." He raised an eyebrow, sarcastic. "I know your team even has a mage named Zhao Qing ranked 14th on the national supernova list. If he agrees, you might have a shot, though his rank is a bit low, we'll overlook it." Wang Duet frowned but showed no sign of wavering. "Haven't I made myself clear yet, or are you quick to refuse?" Ko Van Chu sneered arrogantly. "Tandu is such a small town, your information must be behind. Let me explain a bit. Because the hidden zones change frequently and monsters have grown tougher, the three top universities have raised their evaluation standards. This year they only recruit elite teams or individuals. The conditions are favorable but slots are scarce. This is a rare opportunity. We elite students are forming a team, and we're no exception. The reason I chose you is because of your team. Don't forget, you are someone destined to become powerful." He glanced at Chu Jang and Tu Din with contempt. "They're just a weak bunch, that's their greatest sin." Ko Van Chu's words cut like a knife, making Wang Duet clench her sword, eyes blazing and ready to charge. Tu Din rushed forward to advise, "Forget it, let's move somewhere else to level. Don't bother with them." Hearing this, Wang Duet snorted coldly and refused to argue. "Signal the team, move out." The team began to move, but Nin Fong remained standing, lost in thought. He muttered, "That mage is irritating. Duyet just awakened a new calling, I wonder if she can handle them." At that moment, a burly man suddenly blocked their path. Bellowing arrogantly, "Are you Zhao Qing?" When Nin Fong replied he was not, the man instantly adopted a contemptuous tone and sneered, "Trash, get lost." The words had barely left his mouth when killing intent flickered in Nin Fong's eyes like a flame about to burst. But before he could act, Chu Jang lunged forward, standing between them and shouting, "Don't be so outrageous. You alone think you can save people, is that it?" The man said nothing further and immediately launched an attack straight at Chu Jang. Seeing the danger, Wang Duet prepared to rush up to support Chu Jang, but Ko Van Chu deliberately stepped in to block her. His obstructive action drove Wang Duet furious. She glared and snarled, "Get out of the way." Despite that, Ko Van Chu stood firm, thick-faced, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Chu Jang's situation on the other side grew worse and worse. After the last blow, he clutched his chest as if several ribs were cracked. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and stood in front of Nin Fong, shouting, "Step back a little." But the man opposite became even more arrogant, sneering with contempt, "John Thursday is just trash." The insult poured fuel on the fire. Chu Jang couldn't help raising his fist to punch the man's face. But he was a beat slower, and the opponent's fist was already at his face. Wang Duet and Tu Din simultaneously raised their weapons, ready to rush in. But before they could move, a figure flashed. Nin Fong, no one noticed when he moved, took action. With one hand he gently stopped the arrogant man's attack. The sight left everyone around with their mouths agape, eyes wide as if witnessing a miracle. The man facing Nin Fong was utterly bewildered, muttering, "Why can't I move? Isn't he a mage by appearance? How does he have such strength?" While the man was still thinking, Nin Fong grabbed his arm and hurled him as if he were a sack of sand. He flew out and slammed hard into the ground, sending rocks scattering. When it was over, Nin Fong even curled his lip and said coldly, "He's trash." Seeing his teammate knocked down so badly, Ko Van Chu rushed in to help, but before he could take a few steps, Wang Duet had drawn her bow and shot an arrow that hit him square in the butt. Ko Van Chu yelped in pain, eyes watering as he grabbed his rear and hopped. The seamless cooperation between Wang Duet and Nin Fong left Tu Din stunned, silently wondering. A supposedly unarmed mage defeats a berserker, a close-range archer hits the meat shield, am I dreaming? Ko Van Chu and Lai Kok, both elites on the supernova list, now stood frozen. Nin Fong no longer bothered to hide his power. His cold voice rang out, "I just want to live quietly, yet one or two people keep forcing me to show my hand. So annoying." He turned to Tu Din and ordered decisively, "Quickly heal the berserker, don't just stand there." Obeying, Tu Din hurriedly cast his skill and began healing Chu Zhang. As for the supernovas, Nin Fong glanced over and asked, "Berserker, how do you want to deal with them?" Chu Zhang scratched his head and replied respectfully, "I don't know either, everyone's been following your orders." This form of address made Nin Fong pause briefly, feeling unfamiliar. The sudden awe and fear from everyone made him a bit embarrassed. After a moment's thought, Nin Fong narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Berserker, strip their gear, consider it compensation." Hearing this, Ko Van Chu screamed, his face crimson. "This is robbery, how dare you!" Before he finished speaking, Nin Fong threw a punch that sent Ko Van Chu flying dozens of meters. He stepped forward, raised his fist, and in a voice as cold as ice asked, "What did you just say?" Ko Van Chu's expression immediately went dumb. He stammered, "Actually my gear isn't bad. If you like it, take it." He hurriedly added, voice trembling, "Consider yourself reasonable, I'm someone who hates trouble. If I knew you'd take revenge later." Before Nin Fong could finish, Ko Van Chu babbled on frantically, "There will be no revenge. We were blind and missed Mount Tai, we deserve this." The woman beside her in the supernova team also automatically stripped off her gear and handed it to Tu Din for Nin Fong to inspect. Seeing this, Nin Fong was momentarily stunned. Lucky. She's quite sensible. When it was done, he waved his hand, voice decisive, "Consider things with that group finished here. Our team, move forward and continue leveling." The team moved, and only then did Wang Duet speak, eyes glittering as she looked at Nin Fong. She'd planned to lead him to level, but who knew he was so formidable? "Heh heh." Wang Duet frowned, a hint of reproach in her voice. "You know I just awakened, being too flashy would be troublesome." "Yeah." Then she shook her head and smiled softly, "If you don't want to say, I won't pry, after all, you've always been like that." Suddenly she turned and patted Nin Fong on the shoulder, eyes warm. "Thanks, you're still the one who understands me best, Diet Ni." Nin Fong smiled in response, making Wang Duet blush briefly. She patted his shoulder once more, excitedly, "Anyway, I'm just glad you came here." At this, Chu Zhang and Tu Din both looked at Nin Fong curiously. "Have you thought which university or guild you'll join?" Nin Fong shook his head slightly, calm voice, "I haven't thought about that yet." Hearing this, Tu Din and Chu Zhang nodded, eyes shining with admiration. Tu Din sighed, "If only I could be like the great elder, no need to worry about exams." The reason Nin Fong hadn't decided was that he knew places like universities or guilds were strictly regulated, a little carelessness could expose his secret. Joining them seemed unnecessary to him. After thinking, Nin Fong enthusiastically turned to his teammates, voice firm, "Go deeper and speed up leveling. Whenever Diet Ni pulls more monsters, I'll be the main damage dealer. The rest just need to mop up the stragglers." Although he couldn't use the forbidden spell, thanks to added attributes, passive skills, and equipment, Nin Fong was still strong enough to dominate. After several days of leveling in the hidden zone, he returned to the Duan mansion, looking tired. He sighed, thinking that after hard work for days he only gained one level. Without the new experience potion, progress would have been even slower. Used to sweeping monsters with forbidden spells to level up, he nearly forgot this was the normal pace. Supernovas like Wang Duet could reach level 60 in 2 years and complete second transfer. For 1- or 2-star ordinary professions, it's less trouble to take regular university exams than to grind small monsters every day. thinking this made Nin Fong even lazier. He muttered, "I'll stop overthinking, I'll laze at home secretly, relax for a few days, otherwise I'll have to compete with others after getting stronger." Right after, Nin Fong plunged into days of indulgence. He and Duan immersed themselves in intense game matches, then shifted to snoring away, and afterward returned to overeating, enjoying their free life. Suddenly his phone rang. Duong Hin called, voice excited, "There's an auction coming up, I've heard there are many good items." Master Duong, who just arrived, asked if he was interested in participating. The Master Duong Hin mentioned was the one who replaced Master Vong. Nin Fong yawned, lazy voice, "I haven't had much to do lately, I can go take a look." But before he could go, Duong Hin smiled brightly, "No need for you to come, Master Duong and I will drop by your place later and will send the auction list for you to preview." Hearing that, Nin Fong slightly curled his lips, silently judging that Master Duong seemed more personable than Master Vong. Soon, Duong Dat Tai and Duong Hin arrived at the mansion. Duong Dat Tai, an appraiser from the Tandu branch of the Trade Bureau, entered with a respectful demeanor. Seeing Nin Fong about to shake hands, he hurriedly bowed lower, voice deferential, "I dare not, first time meeting, hope the great elders will favor me." The reason Duong Dat Tai was so deferential was that before coming, Mayor Tai had specifically instructed him to serve Nin Fong attentively. The mayor even emphasized that it would be fine if the entire Trade Bureau served only Nin Fong. After the greetings, Duong Dat Tai signaled to Duong Hin to quickly hand the auction list to Elder Nin for review. Nin Fong skimmed a few pages with an indifferent look. Only a few pieces of gear and potions suited for mages appeared, but he had no interest in using them. Seeing him flip through the list like the wind, Duong Dat Tai broke out in a cold sweat, thinking the worst. Elder Nin scanned so fast and nothing caught his eye. "I underestimated his strength, this time I've turned a sure thing into a fiasco." Just then, Nin Fong's gaze suddenly halted, as if he had noticed something. Duong Dat Tai hurriedly spoke up, eyes glittering with admiration. "It really is good to his eye." As expected, he chose this. This was the newest experience potion, able to increase received experience by 100%, extremely rare, most suitable for high-level elders to level up. But hearing that, suspicion rose in Nin Fong. That 100% experience potion was the one he and Tu Noi had made. Now its appearance on the auction list made him uneasy. He fixed Duong Dat Tai with a stern look and asked coldly, "Where did you get this potion?" Duong Dat Tai quickly replied with deference, "This item was consigned to the auction by the Thuong Hu Guild." "Elder Nin, is something wrong?" The Thuong Hu Guild is one of the nation's 7 top-tier guilds, with formidable strength. Nin Fong frowned, guessing to himself that either Tu Noi secretly sold the potion to them, or someone had done something to Tu Noi. He pressed further, eyes sharp, had they ever said where this potion came from? Duong Dat Tai hurried to explain, it was reported they discovered a new type of secret zone called the Divine Trial. It can only be cleared solo. The zone appears to have multiple floors, and each floor offers corresponding rewards. This potion was one of the rewards for members who cleared the trial. Duan standing beside him frowned slightly, this was the first time he'd heard the name. Could it be a mutated secret zone? He added to Nin Fong, per government requirements, any secret zone that activates must be filed, basic information can be looked up on the official website. Hearing that, Nin Fong exhaled softly, relieved. Tu Noi was fine, that was good. But the name Divine Trial made him sense an unusual aura, as if the place concealed formidable power. At that moment, the system in his head suddenly pinged with a quest notification. Main quest, Divine Trial Secret Zone. Conquer the secret zone and make it your strength. Time limit 60 days, failure penalty, the host will be destroyed. Upon hearing the quest, blood surged in Nin Fong and his eyes lit up with excitement. It was the first time a system-given quest and the name Divine Trial had stirred such a strange, potent attraction in him. He turned to Duong Dat Tai and Duong Hin, voice gentle but firm, "I won't participate in this auction. Still, thanks to Master Duong and Duong Hin for coming." The remark left Duong Dat Tai and Duong Hin slightly embarrassed and surprised. They hadn't expected Nin Fong to be so indifferent to the auction. Duong Dat Tai forced a smile, keeping up his deference. "If Elder Nin needs anything later, feel free to contact me." He glanced at the list with regret. That experience potion was surely the ace of the auction. Many guilds had fought over it, yet Elder Nin didn't care. But what Nin Fong cared about was not the auction but the Divine Trial's secret zone. Duan immediately began searching excitedly. Let me look up information about this secret zone right away. However, accessing information on the Divine Trial required an account with special permissions. Fortunately Duan possessed a privilege card previously granted by Mayor Truong, which allowed him to log in successfully. Before them appeared an image of a majestic tower, the Divine Trial's secret zone. Duan frowned. Huanghu Guild had registered exclusive rights, the government allowed them to self-manage, and outsiders without permission could not enter. Nin Fong nodded, eyes deep. The system had declared the quest, if he didn't complete it, he would be destroyed. He vowed to find another way. At the gate of the Divine Trial's secret zone, Huanghu Guild kept strict guards day and night. Under the pale moonlight, Nin Fong watched quietly, his identity hidden by the forbidden spell. He noticed that Huanghu Guild had publicized much information about the secret zone on personal forums to attract powerful players. This inadvertently helped him understand the place better. Nin Fong's plan began to take shape, his eyes flashing with determination. He would use his stealth skill to infiltrate the secret zone. With the forbidden spell, he was confident no one in Huanghu Guild could detect him. After calculating everything, Nin Fong charged in confidently. As he slipped past the guards, the kid cheekily stuck out his tongue to tease them. At the exact moment Nin Fong reached the secret zone gate, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out, blasting the guards away. Nin Fong was also thrown back into the antechamber, battered and bleeding, looking utterly miserable. In fact, the moment he touched the secret gate, a massive surge of energy burst out from within, strong enough to completely shatter his taint suppression seal. No matter how hard he tried to reason it out, Nin Fong couldn't understand what supernatural event had just occurred. At that moment, the system sent him a series of urgent alerts. The immune system rechecked and had taken 3% damage, cumulative injury 3%. Hearing that, Nin Fong was astonished, even the system was damaged. He wondered what kind of skill could be so terrifying. Then the system kept sending damage notices, 4% more, cumulative damage 7%. 24 hours later, due to the aftershock caused by the incident Nin Fong triggered, people soon came to the trial's secret zone to inspect the situation. After examining the two gate guards, a man in white diagnosed them as merely stunned, no physical injuries on their bodies. At that moment, one of the gate guards regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw the guildmaster standing before him and was startled. It was Master Ha Su Vu of the Thuong Ne Guild. He asked about what had happened. What occurred just now? The guard answered in a trembling voice, I don't know either. The divine trial gate suddenly exploded and I passed out. Had nothing happened before this? Could the secret zone have mutated? To clarify previous events, she immediately created a special magic array. This array could reverse time. The secret zone possessed a unique formation that not only recorded images inside and around it but could also use time reversal to review past events. After a moment, images on the array gradually appeared, but only as a vague dark silhouette, details couldn't be seen clearly. At that instant, the deity suddenly appeared, voice imposing, impudent demon, how dare you trespass in my domain. As soon as the words fell, he launched a direct strike of cultivated power straight at the dark silhouette. Unfortunately, all his efforts were futile, he couldn't do anything to it. He immediately ordered people to track down that figure, determined not to let it destroy their world. After that, the dark image of Nin Fong was taken back to the guild. They believed this was the first glimpse of the true existence of the divine deity. This was Luan Chan, the guild president whose power commanded respect from the authorities. He judged that although the divine deity's identity was unclear, the magic it released was enough to reach the legendary ceiling tier level. Picking up Luan Chan's point, Huang Chu, head of the Epic Guild, spoke up, Guildmaster Ha, I recall from your reports that by completing the trial one can receive the divine deity's certification in grace, right? Du Lin Hoa, the Story Archive Guildmaster, interjected, the secret zone does indeed contain such information, but we never expected an actual deity to appear. She continued, ceiling tier magic can't destroy the fiend, this could be significant news. Hearing her, Lac Noyet Nin agreed, if the fiend intended to destroy our world, there might be no way to stop it. If one could gain the divine deity's grace through the trial, perhaps there would be a way to deal with the fiend. For example, that ceiling tier magic, maybe it's real and could work. Hearing their eager discussion, Ha Su Vu realized their intent, they wanted to sweep through the divine trial's secret zone and were hoping he'd open it for them. After a moment's thought, Ha Su-vu spoke, "If you wish to take the trial I won't oppose it, but I must warn you, the monsters in the trial are extremely ferocious. With our current strength we simply cannot get through. We likely don't qualify for the divine deity's grace." At Ha Su-vu's words, Lu Wan-chan paid it little mind and turned his gaze toward Lao Fong to ask his opinion. Lao Fong's portrait appeared, exuding a mysterious, eerie air with blazing red eyes and even teeth. Hearing the question, Lao Fong burst into loud laughter and replied, "What could I possibly think? Aren't each of you already quite powerful?" In response, Lion Chan sighed, "Don't be angry, it's not a big matter yet, which is why we called you back." Lao Fong growled, eyes flashing with displeasure. "In your view, outside people and mutated ones like us, what counts as a big deal? My disciple reported abnormalities in Tandu City, and you dismissed it, then formed an investigation team. What came of that? The investigation found nothing, yet you made a fuss. If not for the mysterious elder of Tandu City helping you clean up that mess, how many innocent people would you have harmed?" At this point, Lao Fong's image became vividly clear. He no longer looked entirely human but exactly like the legendary dark silhouette. Feng Gak, the former overseer, seeing this visage of the dark silhouette, Lion Chan truly dared not meet his gaze. He urged the silhouette to calm down before anger flared. The silhouette had assumed that form because the price of dark power had grown severe, prompting some to withdraw from sight. Unexpectedly, he had shown up here today. At that, Lion Chan continued to Feng, "My suggestion, could your disciple show the footage to the mysterious elder in Tandu City? With that elder's strength, he might recognize something." Hearing this, Feng smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "You're only remembering my disciple now. You really are." Before Feng could finish, Lion Chan cut in, offering that he had 2 casks of fine wine to deliver later as praise for the disciple's deeds. The disciple's merits were about to be approved anyway. Because of that, Feng finally relaxed and agreed to Lion Chan's proposal. Meanwhile, the system sent Nin Fong a new quest titled, "No Problem, It's a Small Matter." Second stage achieved, system fully restored. Time limit 60/60th days, failure penalty, the host will be destroyed. Reading the quest title, Nin Fong noted that although the system had been damaged, it showed no concern. Thinking back to last night, Nin Fong still felt frightened, unsure what he'd done wrong. Stepping into the parlor, Nin Fong saw Lao Feng and To Lam sitting with Duan. At the sight of Nin Fong, the 3 rose. Lao Feng looked at Nin Fong kindly and smiled, asking, "You're Nin Fong's classmate, right?" Nin Fong was momentarily stunned and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Hearing his question, To Lam immediately introduced, "This is the former supervisor of the Silhouette, the current director of the Adventure Management Bureau, Mr. Feng Gak. This is Master Feng's disciple, you oversee the Silhouette in this province." To Lam added that the 2 of them had come today to request assistance from the mysterious elder. After learning the old man's identity, Nin Fong was quite stunned. His mouth dropped as he asked, "Are you Mr. Feng, the Vermilion Flame God?" In response, old Feng only smiled lightly and said, "That's just a bit of fame, not worth mentioning." Although he says that, everyone knows his reputation. He has countless merits, participated in many large-scale secret zone expeditions, and smashed numerous reckless adventure organizations. He is hailed as the strongest aberrant. Almost all members' identities in the Silhouette are kept secret, but Old Feng is an exception. His existence is a shock, truly an idol in the hearts of many young people. Old Feng surely ranked in the top 3. If someone could meet him and speak a few words, it would be a boast for half a lifetime. On first meeting Nin Fong, Old Feng said he had prepared nothing. Hearing that Nin Fong was about to take university entrance exams, he presented 5 million spirit coins and 200 high-tier experience potions entrusted by the government, wishing him success in his studies. 5 million spirit coins is indeed a very large sum. It was certainly not brought here to give away casually. After hesitating a moment, Nin Fong turned to ask Old Feng and To Lam, "Did you 2 come here for something?" Old Feng smiled and replied, eyes probing, he mainly wanted to invite the elder to view a video. "Since you're here, if you don't mind, let's watch it briefly." What Nin Fong paid special attention to in the video was the moment he was called a fiend. He could not accept that. A model high school student, a top student like him, when had he become a fiend? After a moment of shock, Nin Fong forced himself to calm down, telling himself to stay composed. At this point no one knew he was the fiend, he must not reveal any slip-ups. With that thought, Nin Fong pretended ignorance, and said calmly, "I understand. Wait a moment, I will send the video to the elder, any news I will report to you promptly." Old Feng nodded, his face showing satisfaction. "Then we'll rely on you. We'll leave and await good news. If you need assistance later, contact To Lam directly." Having finished speaking, To Lam handed his business card to Nin Fong. Only then did Nin Fong realize she had been the one to receive him on the day he received his transfer. Now everything was as clear as day, his identity as the great mysterious elder had been discovered by them. Leaving Du En's villa, Old Feng said thoughtfully, "Nin Fong, the kid is indeed as you said, not bad, modest and polite, with a steady mind." He then emphasized decisively, "If our authorities have the chance, no matter the cost, we must recruit the kid to our side." The disciple beside him looked skeptical and asked, "Master, do you think Nin Fong and the great mysterious elder are the same person?" Old Feng shook his head, voice firm, "It doesn't matter. If Nin Fong wants us to see him as a student, then he is a student. A student like that is better for everyone." He paused, as if calculating, 5 million spirit coins given to a student, would people care? In terms of etiquette it's unimpeachable. If a student later becomes the great mysterious elder, what standards should we then use to treat him will be unclear. Old Feng's gaze grew distant, his tone full of worry. Enemies were growing stronger day by day, and as Ha Su Vu said, "We lack the qualification to receive the deity's grace, but the great mysterious elder could become our strongest backing." Reflecting on what happened yesterday and using the system's inspection skill, Nin Fong guessed that it was at that moment the deity detected him. A single move that could disturb his absolute defense. Clearly the fellow's power had reached ceiling tier. Nin Fong felt this guy was truly dangerous. His urgent task now was to complete the first 2 missions. Mission 1, no problem, it's a small matter, advance to second stage, fully restore the system. The time limit for this mission is 60 days and the penalty for failure is host annihilation. Mission 2, cultivate divine ability through the divine trial secret zone, transforming the user's power. This mission has a 59-day limit, and failure results in host deletion as the penalty for Nin Fong. He knew the cultivation system was extremely important because in the end he'd have to rely on it. Regarding the trial mission, Nin Fong thought it might not be impossible to handle. He worried about the enemy's strength. If he couldn't use it for himself, it could very well become a mortal enemy. Mr. Feng had sent the documents, and now Duan would organize them and send them to Nin Fong for review. In fact, the Divine Trial Secret Zone is a tower divided into many floors, and only by completing them all can one know exactly what's inside. The monsters within are very strong, much stronger than those in other secret zones. The previous record was 42 floors, set by Guildmaster Ha Su Vu of the Thuong Na Guild. At present Nin Fong still didn't understand how the divine trial operated. If he accidentally triggered the divine deity's ceiling, his identity as the fiend would be exposed. But since the mission didn't specify it had to be him, Nin Fong predicted he could push someone else to do it. After Duan watched the video Ha Su Vu sent, Nin Fong asked him how many floors he could get through. With Duan's ability, he could clear about 35 floors. Knowing this, Nin Fong thought to himself that, as expected, Ha Su Vu was approaching 5th stage, his strength surpassed Duan. However, Duan was a lone wolf, only if he participated could Nin Fong feel secure. Nin Fong planned to give Duan a special training session. When Feng Gak learned that the great elder Nin Fong had sent someone to join the trial, he was very surprised and had to ask To Lam several times before he believed it. To Lam replied that Du En's recovery speed was as such, and since he wanted to borrow their training room, it was obvious he intended to train hard for a while. However, To Lam also hesitated, since Duan had not yet reached 5th stage. If that's the case, Feng felt there was a problem. Yesterday the heads of the 7 great guilds all challenged the Divine Trial Secret Zone, and even the old demon Lu On Chan failed. This made To Lam also find it hard to believe. Guildmaster Lu On Chan was a top national powerhouse, yet he failed. That was why he was very interested in Du En's training results. What could the great mysterious elder's direct guidance actually achieve? As he said this, old Feng's head flared with smoke again, his expression extremely pained. This phenomenon of old Feng is called flame blaze, a master of the realm recognized as an elder who burns his own life force. The more Tu Lam looked, the more worried she became. She wondered, is there truly no way left? In the training room, Duan and Nin Fong were now present. Seeing Duan, a fourth-stage powerhouse accompanying Nin Fong, Captain Chu was quite startled. Earlier, when Nin Fong entered the level-up secret zone, Captain Chu had rather looked down on him, saying the others went to kill monsters to level up. What did this brat intend to do? Now he regretted it. Fortunately he hadn't offended Nin Fong back then, or it would have been disastrous. Regarding the trial, Tu Lam said that as long as Duan provided full information, the training room would accurately simulate reality, usable by any fourth-stage powerhouse. After taking the documents from Duan, Tu Lam judged the information to be very accurate, even the monster's weaknesses were clearly identified. Even more impressive, Guildmaster Lu had just lost over a dozen floors, yet this place already grasped the information. Hearing Tu Lam, Nin Fong thought inwardly, of course, this secret zone was where the Demon King once infiltrated. I just need to pull some information from his memories. Who could understand his underlings' weaknesses better than the Demon King himself? Before Duan began the trial, Old Feng asked permission of Duan, may everyone observe for a bit? Duan replied, sure, I was just hoping you might give some pointers. Old Feng hurriedly waved his hand, we wouldn't dare give pointers, only to learn. He fell silent for a moment, then continued, by the way, there's some information we'd very much like to know. Has the great elder ever said the fiend truly intends to destroy the world? The question Old Feng asked today was one Duan had asked Nin Fong earlier. Is it true the fiend will destroy the world? Nin Fong felt he knew how to choose whom to ask. Aren't you the fiend yourself? Saying he didn't know now would be too convenient, but Nin Fong couldn't explain too much. After thinking, he found a way to answer. In the moment facing Old Feng, Duan bluntly repeated the words from years past. In reply, the great elder uttered 8 powerful words, as long as I'm here, nowhere will be destroyed. Hearing that, Old Feng unconsciously judged the answer, brief yet overflowing with dominance, as if in the elder's eyes even gods were not worth worrying about. Meanwhile, Nin Fong stood beside them grinning widely, secretly pleased with his quick thinking. When Duan entered the divine trial, he was immediately besieged by countless ferocious monsters. With his current strength, Duan could hold them off, but if the situation dragged on it would likely become untenable. Seeing this, Nin Fong couldn't hide his worry and hurriedly asked Duan if he wanted to come out and rest for a bit. Despite the unfavorable situation, Duan insisted on trying again. He valued this trial immensely, seeing it as the precious chance the great elder had given and not wanting to disappoint him. Watching Du En's performance, Tu Lam realized these monsters exceeded 4th stage level. She thought to herself that if it were her, she surely couldn't pass this challenge. At the same time, Old Feng remained lost in thought about Nin Fong. He recalled Tu Lam saying Nin Fong only awakened at 18 but completed 1st stage in days. He wondered whether some miracle lay hidden in Duan similar to Nin Fong. Old Feng guessed the great elder might help Duan break through to a combat tier, unleashing far greater power. If that happened, such a favor could rival the grace of the divine deity. However, events did not unfold as Old Feng had imagined. Nin Fong was now extremely worried for Duan. He blamed himself for naively thinking that merely knowing the monster's weaknesses would be enough to pass the trial. He had overlooked an important fact: humans are limited by gear and skills. Even if you know a monster's weak point, if you can't reach the opponent it becomes meaningless. Nin Fong realized that if Duan couldn't clear this trial, he would ultimately have to do it himself. With limited combat experience, Nin Fong understood he could only rely on the forbidden spell. However, that carried enormous risk if exposed. After resolving his thoughts, Nin Fong asked Old Feng and Tu Lam's permission to leave first, giving the excuse that classes began next week and he needed to prepare. In truth, Nin Fong's main goal was to grind levels. He was determined to level up quickly before school started. Ideally he could obtain gear or a skill good enough to substitute for Duan. To leave without being noticed, the best method was to use a travel axis. He had arranged for the interspace exchange to purchase a batch nearly sufficient for short-term use. Immediately after, Nin Fong rocketed off like a missile, no one could spot him. In moments, Nin Fong arrived, already clad in mage robes. The small cave emitting light before him was his target. It was one of the 2 wild secret zones Duan had mentioned. However, there were signs of a recent skirmish around the area. Seeing that, Nin Fong ignored it. He had to go in and see. Sure enough, a battle was underway inside the secret zone. These mutated people had probably wiped out all the mages who came here. Seeing the light of the travel scroll, they all laughed triumphantly, sure it was some idiot coming to try to destroy them, which was nothing but a death wish. Truly, the more of them that came, the more offerings would be sacrificed to the Demon King. Thanks to them, the Demon King had accumulated enough forces. Today would be the day the Demon King descended. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd howled in response, rejoicing that the day had finally come. And all of what they said had been recorded onto the device attached to the companion who'd left the battle. Because of that, the group on this side learned that the Demon King was about to descend today. The secret zone on the mountain would trigger an invasion, and that invasion would strike the nearest city directly. That meant their city, Suanlang, would be in danger. Right now Squad 4 had been completely wiped out. Even if the whole team joined forces, they couldn't stop the invasion. The captain knew the secret zone was powerful, and the city's magical protective ring was ineffective. People basically had no means of defense. So the captain ordered everyone to return and urgently notify the government to evacuate residents, save as many as possible. They had no monitoring equipment and didn't know when the invasion would occur. The captain decided to stay and report the situation to others at any time. Given the situation, they had no choice but to follow the captain's orders and rush back to spread the warning. What would happen next? The captain had likely foreseen it. He wore a pained expression and muttered, "Why does it have to be today?" With that thought, he took out his phone and called his daughter. His voice choked, "Sweetheart, there might be an emergency drill shortly. Don't be afraid, listen to your mother, okay?" When his daughter asked where he was, he just said he was at work and a bit busy, couldn't talk long. After saying that, he hung up immediately, not waiting for her to say more. But the girl had a bad feeling and called back right away, asking, "Dad, why did you hang up?" "I have one more thing to say, happy birthday, Dad." Hearing that, tears streamed down his face and he couldn't speak. Leaving there, everyone still felt the surging dark power and predicted the invasion was about to begin. At the secret zone entrance, the fake mutated man laughed loudly in delight. He had sensed a massive power and was sure the Demon King would grant him even greater favor. Inside the secret zone, Nin Fong had now arrived and had just found an item called the Frost Ice Relic, an active skill, an extremely deep cold dark sealing spell that summons endless frost ice to descend, causing freezing ice to sweep across the world. Nin Fong assessed the place. The monster's experience points weren't low. In no time he reached level 37, and he could also learn a new skill. After a look through, Nin Fong decisively decided to learn this skill immediately. At the secret zone gate, the fake mutated crowd were already kneeling before the entrance, shouting, "All hail the Demon King." But to their surprise, the one who stepped out of there was Nin Fong. Nin Fong was quite stunned by the sight before him, questions flooding his mind. He blurted, "What the hell is going on?" They were as alarmed as Nin Fong and asked, "Where is the Demon King?" In fact, their Demon King was still inside the secret zone, frozen by Nin Fong and nearly reduced to a skeleton. Seeing that Nin Fong didn't know them, they were certain he wasn't the Demon King's avatar or another pretender. Observing him, the fake mutant noticed he was decked out entirely in newbie gear and wondered how he dared appear here alone. He recalled the light from the travel axis earlier and assumed Nin Fong had come to pledge loyalty to the Demon King but had been scared out by the overwhelming dark power. At that, he pointed and shouted in Nin Fong's face, "You brat, have you come to rely on the Demon King?" Nin Fong replied curtly, "No, what I do is none of your business." Hearing that, he laughed loudly with glee, his tone arrogant. "Do you know who your father is? I'm Ko Van, an A-rank criminal. I've taken more than 200 lives." To this threat, Nin Fong only said briefly, "Then die. Fight if you want, if not, get lost." "You stupid fool, do you want to die?" After he finished, the whole group shouted in unison, "Kill him now." But their aggressive expressions didn't last long. Their faces suddenly changed, every one of them looked terrified. Something was frightening them. From Nin Fong there burst a terrifying aura shaped like a grin, bearing fangs as if ready to devour them all alive. Exactly, it was Nin Fong's newly forged sealing spell. With them all there, he decided to test it, Kai Track Technique, an active, humiliating dark world sealing spell that plunges enemies into illusion, exposes every weakness, and can inflict brutal torment. By now Nin Fong had dissected every weak point on the mutant's body, his gaze cold as a blade. The result was clear: the target suffered damage to his left shoulder from overextension, reducing strength by 5%, speed by 5%, and skill effectiveness by 20%. Nin Fong couldn't help but be amazed at the finesse of this sealing. Every tiny flaw of the enemy was laid bare by the skill. Without hesitation, he lunged in, aiming precisely at the opponent's left shoulder. Within the illusion, he wielded his will like a merciless hunter, constantly gouging at the trapped enemy's weaknesses, like a demon playing with its prey. No wonder the skill was called Tormenting the World. Nin Fong privately judged this torment skill perverse, but its ability to see through weaknesses opened up exquisitely exploitable opportunities. From the foot of the mountain, the captain looked up, still clutching the comm device to report. Strangely, he muttered, so much time has passed and there are still no signs of the invasion on the mountain. Maybe I should go up and check. With resolve he added that if something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to run away anyway. Dying on the mountain or below it was only a few steps difference. When he set foot on the summit, the scene before him stunned him. A-rank fugitive Ko Van and all his subordinates had been annihilated. For members of the squad had sacrificed themselves to hunt Ko Van, yet now they had vanished like dust. "Captain, what's the situation inside the secret zone?" a voice called. He answered in a low voice that the secret zone inside seemed sealed by an ice storm, not a single monster remained alive. He paused, eyes fixed on the shattered ice pile. As for the secret zone boss, he sighed and shook his head. He'd accidentally broken it. "I only wanted to check if it was dead." Who knew the head would fall off at the touch? After defeating the mutated crowd, Nin Fong quickly returned to where Duan was waiting. Duan was still hard at work in the training chamber and only stopped when Nin Fong signaled him to rest. Looking at Nin Fong, Duan lowered his head, shame on his face. "I got stuck on floor 45, my abilities are still weak, I'm ashamed of the Elder's trust." Contrary to expectations, Nin Fong didn't blame him. Instead he placed a hand on Duan's shoulder and, in a warm, low voice, comforted him, "No need to rush, rest for a few days. This was mainly to let you understand the situation in the trial secret zone. Next week I'll arrange a special demon training session for you." Hearing that, Duan was moved until his eyes reddened, thinking the elder had abandoned him. Recovering himself, he brightened and asked at once, "What do you want for dinner tonight?" "I'll go make it right away." At the villa, in his spare time, Nin Fong took the chance to start a game. Just as he was engrossed, his phone rang. A message from Old Feng appeared, "Don't let me tag along, I'm terrible but very good." Reading the line, Nin Fong was briefly suspicious, thinking Old Feng's account might have been hacked. To be sure, he sent a voice clip, "This is the real me, want to duo?" Hearing the familiar voice, Nin Fong immediately recognized it was indeed Old Feng. He couldn't help but be surprised, the stern man in real life could be so cute, and so practiced in conversation. The two quickly began the match. Nin Fong sent another teasing voice clip, "Didn't expect you to be so good at gaming." Old Feng laughed heartily. "I used to always play with my grandson, now he's busy with his graduation exams and plays less. Come to think of it, you two are the same age, if there's a chance later, let's do a three-man team." Hearing the suggestion, Old Feng immediately nodded, excitedly setting up the match. As for Old Feng, Nin Fong always held him in respect. He was an upright man with an important government position. Building a good relationship with him would, Nin Fong believed, make things easier in the future. Old Feng then said that meanwhile 3 key universities were preparing a supernova training camp to select outstanding students. Based on performance, the top ones would be exempt from exams, admitted directly, and receive abundant development resources. "We still have 2 spots, do you want to go?" At first Nin Fong hadn't paid much mind to university, confident with his sealing spells, but now, thinking of confronting those called divinities, he realized his combat experience was seriously lacking. Without proper preparation, he'd likely suffer greatly. After consideration, Nin Fong immediately nodded, voice firm, "I want to go." Hearing this, Old Feng smiled with satisfaction. "Then I'll reserve the remaining 2 spots for you, if you know teammates, register together." Having said that, he stared at the photo on the table, his gaze briefly tender. The two kids look quite alike, you two might even become good friends. At number 7 high school in Tandu City, class 53-2 was heavy with tension. Students in the class were stressed about this year's university entrance scores. Never mind key universities, even the cutoff for combat majors at ordinary schools was sky high. Rumor had it many students failed the assessment, delaying graduation or being transferred directly into combat support majors. A disgruntled student pointed at Nin Fong, who was dozing on his desk, and complained, "Awakeners of Tier 3, aren't we no better than 1 or 2-star trash? I'm really not satisfied at all." Just then, the class announcement sounded. Homeroom teacher Ms. Kai entered with a bright smile. "Today our class has a new transfer student. I hope everyone will be kind and supportive." When the new student appeared, all the boys below blushed and stared in dazed silence. The girl had striking beauty, her hair flowing lightly, her eyes clear. Ms. Kai introduced her as the new classmate. She was quite pretty. Her name was Thuong Mok Thursday. Nin Fong looked up and immediately recognized her, the girl he'd met in the secret zone before. She had stripped off all her gear to give to his team. Hearing the name Thuong Mok Thursday, several students in the class buzzed. She ranked 4th on the national supernova list and had attended a top high school in a major city. No one understood why she would transfer to a small place like Tandu. After the introduction, Thuong Mok Thursday timidly asked, "Ms. Kai, may I sit next to Nin Fong?" "Sure." Ms. Kai agreed. She walked to the seat beside Nin Fong, eyes lowered, cheeks slightly flushed, not daring to look up at him. Seeing this, the boys in class all shot Nin Fong burning, envious looks. Why him again? Why do all the beauties fall for Nin Fong? At the same time, in the principal's office, Mr. Truong, a high-ranking official, personally came to see Principal Thuong. With a serious face he pressed, "What trick did you use to steal Thuong Mok Thursday from our school?" Principal Thuong smiled to calm him, speaking soothingly, "Don't get worked up, I don't know anything about it." Not only had Thuong Mok Thursday transferred, she also brought a slot to participate in the training camp. That affects our university admission rate. You understand, right? Hearing this, Mr. Truong finally realized why he had traveled all that way to demand answers. Inside, Principal Thuong quietly rejoiced, thinking his school had really hit the jackpot. He covertly glanced at Mr. Truong, wondering if this man was the real big shot he usually only saw on TV. This year the provincial training camp had only 4 slots, and his school already secured 2. Just then someone rushed in and announced, "Principal Thuong, someone wants to see you, they said they couldn't reach you by phone." Principal Thuong frowned and was about to reply when Mr. Truong interrupted impatiently, "Who is it?" "I'm speaking to Principal Thuong, his phone is on silent." The messenger replied, "It's from the Adventurer Administration, Senior Feng Gak Feng." At that name, both principals were startled, faces going pale as if doused with cold water. Entering the room, old Feng smiled warmly and shook Principal Thuong's hand enthusiastically, introducing himself as Feng Gak. He hadn't come alone, he brought a cold-looking teenager. "This is my grandson, Feng Du," he introduced. Principal Thuong broke into a sweat, forcing a calm expression. "How can I help you?" Old Feng laughed heartily, "Mainly there's 2 matters I need your help with. First, my grandson wants to transfer to your school." The news struck like lightning, both principals had to steady themselves once more. Principal Thuong murmured to himself that if he remembered correctly, Feng Du ranked 12th on the national supernova list and was a bloodline dark cavalier. Rumor said he never unleashed his full power for fear of losing control, otherwise he'd be a top-ranked contender. This was truly unexpected. Principal Truong stood there, eyes flashing with barely concealed envy. He wondered why the bureau chief's grandson would choose such an obscure school to attend. Moreover, supernova-ranked students almost certainly earned a spot in the training camp. Doesn't that mean Principal Thuong's school gets another slot? Before they could recover, old Feng continued, "Second, our administration has 2 slots for the training camp, to designate students from your school." Hearing this, Principal Truong was stunned, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. He screamed inwardly, "On what basis? We're just a backward county yet you've given us 3 or 4 slots, why are you treating this school so importantly?" But Principal Thuong no longer cared about Mr. Truong's expression. With an arrogant look, he coldly replied, "Sorry, as you can see, we're quite busy and can't receive you." Saying that, he signaled for someone to see Principal Truong out, then turned to warmly receive Old Feng and his grandson. Old Feng leisurely explained, "My meaning is that the 2 slots are for 3rd year, Class 2 students. Nin Feng can distribute them at will." Principal Feng was slightly surprised and murmured, "If I'm not mistaken, Nin Feng only recently awakened. Can he participate in the training camp?" Old Feng smiled lightly, his voice calm but full of authority. "This is arranged by the administration, you don't need to ask much." Principal Feng hurriedly nodded. Yes, we will fully cooperate." After this, Principal Feng grew even more curious about Nin Feng. The administration is the agency that oversees adventurers, independent of the 7 great guilds, possessing enormous authority and influence. With Senior Feng's backing, anyone supported by the administration has a bright future. He couldn't understand how a student like Nin Feng had earned their special attention. What exactly was Nin Feng hiding in class 53-2? Questions flooded his mind. Why was Feng Du, Old Feng's grandson, standing behind him, and Thuong Mok Thursday sitting right beside him? Not only that, Wang Duet's team was all present around him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Nin Feng turned and asked, "Why did you all transfer into this class?" Tu Din burst out laughing, his voice hearty, "Because of the elder. I heard the school contacted Zhao Cheng, but Zhao Cheng relinquished his spot and transferred his entry to me. Big brother, give Dai Thursday an entry too. This year the school's representatives for the training camp are all here." Amid the boisterous chatter, Wang Duet and Thuong Mok Thursday gave off tense vibes. They looked at each other with unfriendly eyes, as if disliking one another. Feng Du, newly joined, quickly blended into Nin Feng's group, his expression relaxed as if they'd known each other for years. As for Thuong Mok Thursday, she now regarded Nin Feng as a true elder. Realizing she wasn't the only one drawn to him, she felt annoyed and resolved not to let the elder grow bored. She quietly redoubled her efforts, even preparing a gift for Nin Feng, waiting for the right moment to give it. Seeing the top talents gathered around Nin Feng, their classmates couldn't help but feel jealous. They whispered among themselves, wondering why Nin Feng had such close ties to the supernova roster. Excluding Nin Feng, this lineup would be considered prestigious at any high school nationwide. A few sighed, wishing it were them conversing with those people. Surrounded by the sudden lively atmosphere, Nin Feng felt both strange and intrigued. But one question lingered in his mind: what made Zhao Cheng give up? Didn't anyone care about his disappearance? At Zhao Cheng's home, his father still kept sending people to search. But so far there had been no clue. He didn't want to involve the police, instead quietly contacting a powerful expert to assist the investigation. Principal Thuong thought to himself that news about Zhao Cheng would likely surface soon. He had arranged for Zhao Cheng to take long leave, using the excuse that he needed to join special training. Though regretting the lost spot in the training camp, he didn't press further. After hearing the report, he personally went to Zhao Cheng's room to inspect. "Those with nothing to do, don't disturb me," he ordered, his gaze cold. Entering the room, he slowly scanned each corner and stopped before Zhao Cheng's paintings hanging on the wall. When he placed his hand on one painting, a hidden door suddenly appeared, leading into another room. The space inside was hazy and eerie, like a miniature secret zone. Back in class, Nin Feng met Feng Du for the first time. He didn't hesitate to take out a skill book and place it in Nin Feng's hands. Summon Water Elemental, a precious summoning spell. Nin Feng knew well that the summoner mage was an extremely rare profession, and skill books like that were so expensive they were hard to find. Seeing that, Thuong Mok Thursday frowned slightly, her heart uneasy. She had intended to give her gift to Nin Feng first, but Feng Du had been quicker. Not willing to lose, she hurriedly took out the gift she'd long prepared and handed it to Nin Feng. A secondary skill book for the Demon Blade of Sorcery, a combat mage profession equally rare. Such books were nearly impossible to buy on the market. Nin Feng held the 2 books, his eyes sparkling, but he knew he couldn't learn them right away. First he needed to go to the second wild secret zone to level up. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, he found the secret zone required a team challenge with a minimum of 5 people. Lacking prior intelligence, Nin Feng had to leave disappointed, unable to unlock the new skill bars. Still, the 2 skill books excited him. He also realized he needed to recruit a few people to build a reliable intelligence network. After thinking it over, Nin Fong smiled sincerely at Feng Du and Thuong Mok Thursday. I'm very grateful for your kindness. He produced a return gift, 40 high experience elixirs, splitting them evenly so each received 20. Thuong Mok Thursday was stunned. She had heard these elixirs were the exclusive treasures of the Thuong Diet Guild, reserved for favored internal members. Feng Du couldn't hide his surprise either, knowing these elixirs were costly and rare, hard to buy even at auction. He hadn't expected Nin Fong to generously give 40 bottles. Both silently resolved to cling tightly to his golden thigh. Not only them, Wang Duyet also brought a gift for Nin Fong that day, a new medicinal concoction created by Tu Noi, which she asked to be delivered to him. At the villa, as Nin Fong had just stepped inside, Duan asked curiously, "Why are you home so early today?" Nin Fong replied casually, "All trainees can arrange their own schedules, and since the school has nothing going on, I came back early." Hearing that, Duan felt a twinge of unease. A week had passed since Nin Fong mentioned the demon special training, yet he hadn't brought it up again. He wondered inwardly if the elder had forgotten about it. At that moment, Nin Fong unexpectedly produced a vial that Wang Duyet had just given and handed it to Duan. It was a new tonic Tu Noi had recently perfected, called Restorative Elixir. It can heal long-accumulated injuries in the body. You drink one bottle first, then we'll begin the demon training. Upon hearing this, Duan immediately brightened, eyes shining. "Thank you, elder, for all your effort." Without hesitation, he opened it and drank the vial. As soon as he swallowed, Duan felt an unusual warmth spread through his body, more comfortable than ever, as if all fatigue had melted away. Seeing Duan so thrilled, Nin Fong smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a good medicine. From the last time he was hit by the sealing spell, he'd sustained some internal injuries. Drinking one vial almost fully restored him. He immediately shifted his tone, eyes sharp. It was time for the demon training. "Duan, don't be nervous. Follow my instructions, and if you ever feel you can't endure it, tell me at once." Nin Fong activated the reversal sight skill, his eyes flashing as if piercing through Duan's body. He quickly discovered that thanks to the restorative elixir, Duan's lungs were gradually recovering, but the internal injuries accumulated from overloading his energy skill remained. The lung damage caused strength to drop by 2%, stamina by 2%, and skill effectiveness to fall by 11%. After analyzing, Nin Fong bluntly pointed out the weaknesses. First, the energy overload skill wasn't suitable for him, it only worsened the lungs' damage. Second, he was combining skills incorrectly. You can't pair Taming Moon Lure with Ruin Star Surge, yet he used them repeatedly out of habit. Hearing Nin Fong's analysis, Duan was startled and secretly admired the elder's keen perception that saw through all his problems. The special training officially began. The monsters in this course were far from simple, and a single blow was enough to injure Duan. Still, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I can still fight." Nin Fong secretly exhaled in relief. Luckily he'd tested this skill on the test subjects earlier, so it hadn't damaged Duan's consciousness. Though the pain was unavoidable, the training's results seemed significant. Duan gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. Long thought that only the elder could make him stronger, and he absolutely could not disappoint him. With burning determination, he readied himself to plunge into the special training with an all-out fighting spirit. This time Duan faced the monster with astonishing agility, not only easily dodging its strikes. He flashed back like lightning and delivered a cold, precise slash. The blade gleamed, carrying devastating damage, sending the monster off in an instant. Although bruised and battered, Duan remained eager, his eyes bright and voice excited. Someone to carry him through to the next trial. To Lam standing beside him shook her head slightly and replied, "There is no next trial. The monster information you provided is all there is." Hearing he'd cleared everything, Duan was moved to tears. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and asked, "Elder, does that mean I succeeded?" Old Feng, witnessing this, couldn't hide his excitement and silently admired it. Only half a month and the elder had trained a fourth-tier adventurer to this level. It was miraculous. He murmured, "Our administration must establish good relations with this mysterious elder." But Old Feng suddenly suffered a violent headache, which left To Lam worried. She feared his body couldn't withstand the strain. Seeing this, Old Feng sighed and reassured her, "Don't worry, being a heterodox like me and living to this age is already quite good." Though he said that, To Lam still clearly understood his condition. She knew that sending his grandson Feng Du to Chengdu City to study was an act of entrustment. To Lam asked softly, "Old Feng, do you think the elder has a way to only delay the recurrence of the dark power?" But Old Feng merely waved his hand indifferently. "We'll deal with that later. Right now I must take Duan to participate in the secret zone trial." At the Thuong Diet Guild, representatives from the 7 great guilds had gathered to welcome Old Feng and Duan. Before long, the two appeared, stepping out of a travel axis with imposing bearing. Seeing Old Feng and Duan, Luan Chan of the Oi Vu Guild and the heads of the 7 great guilds immediately approached and respectfully greeted them. Duan looked at them, knowing these people were 5th-tier experts or nearing 5th tier. Even his master had never managed to make such figures appear together. He thought inwardly that only a divine manifestation could cause such a stir. Only the elder remained unhurried when facing the divine manifestation. Truly befitting the elder, he thought. Among the crowd, Ha Su Vu, a practitioner who had just broken through to the 5th transmission, frowned with displeasure. He wondered why he should kowtow to welcome a 4th-tier adventurer like Duan. Old Feng's mystique was nonsense. If he had something, he should say it plainly. And those hypocrites who took people's secret zones as bribes and then ran to make connections, what a disgrace. Despite these thoughts, Ha Su Vu swallowed them and followed. He couldn't refuse. At the entrance to the secret zone trial, everyone had already assembled. Ha Su Vu spoke with a hint of formality. Everyone wanted to witness a powerhouse's demeanor. "We hope you can give us a chance to observe directly through the secret zone's formation." Duan shrugged and replied tersely, "If you want to watch, then watch." He wasn't bothered, he even wanted to show off. The group immediately prepared their phones, ready to record the full scene of Duan's upcoming battle. They whispered, "Is that mysterious elder on the other end of the phone? Is there a way to coax him into appearing on camera? We should build a relationship, but if we anger him, the outcome will be disastrous." At the villa, Nin Fong sat leisurely, nibbling his meal while casually glancing through his phone. His phone suddenly vibrated with a notification that Duan's secret zone trial was about to begin. Nin Fong looked at the notice and thought to himself, it started quickly. In the secret zone trial, Duan had entered the fray. A single sharp sword strike left everyone agape. His mobility was astonishingly fast, far exceeding the speed of the guild leaders by several times. No one could believe Duan was only 4th tier. In the blink of an eye he broke through to level 50, surpassing the guild leaders' records. Before him stood the final boss of the secret zone, brutal in appearance and overwhelming in presence. Yet Duan faced it with an unflinching expression. Everyone expected a fierce battle, but to their surprise, with a single move Duan defeated the boss in an instant. The wind stopped, the space fell silent, and a notification rang out, "Congratulations on passing the trial." The event unfolded so quickly the crowd couldn't react in time. Duan had succeeded. Suddenly a dazzling light flashed. Along with the notice, Duan received the favor of the divine manifestation. The first clear reward was a godly sealing spell. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. A godly sealing spell. They couldn't understand why the favor would be a sealing spell. The most furious now was Ha Su Vu. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this is my secret zone, the first clear reward should have been mine." He was bitter. Duan had taken the chance, leaving later participants no hope of receiving that reward. But it didn't end there. Another notification sounded. Checking showed the adventurer's profession wasn't complete, so he couldn't learn the sealing spell. Regarding this matter, Old Feng frowned, not understanding what was going on. Nin Feng sat in the villa. A flash of light crossed his eyes as if he'd grasped part of the secret. A memory from the Demon King suddenly surfaced in Nin Feng's mind, indicating that the professions in this world had not yet reached their pinnacle. If so, would Duan not receive a reward? Just as he wondered, a new announcement sounded. Duan's reward was adjusted to the grace badge. Your profession belongs to the strength system. The divine spirits here are the primal holy essences of the 12 patron gods. You have 3 profession lines to choose from. Please select one direction to advance. Duan didn't hesitate and reached out to select the sword icon displayed on the screen. According to your choice, the announcement continued, your profession line will be Martial Spirit Sword Sovereign, a powerful sword-wielding cultivator who governs weapons with decisive strikes. When facing strong enemies, you will unleash combat power far beyond normal. The second line is Martial Extreme Fighting Saint, not reliant on external tools, devoted to exploring the limits of combat. every strike and kick carries unparalleled force. The third line is martial Dao weapon immortal, skilled in using a variety of weapons, able to observe and comprehend an opponent's techniques during battle. Because Duan's weapon was a short sword, he decisively chose martial spirit sword sovereign. Immediately after, Duan received the condensing chi badge, a consumable orange quality item that permanently increased strength by 8, constitution by 8, and raised vital energy recovery speed by 80%. The announcement emphasized that the Grace badge was condensed from divine power and contained the fundamental principles of the universe. Do not fear, concentrate on absorbing it. As Duan began to absorb it, the sky suddenly lit up in a strange brilliance. A huge line of characters appeared. The god's trial is complete, turning into a laurel of the moon, world level increased by 1. The entire Chengdu city erupted. People looked up at the sky and hurriedly took out their phones to capture this mysterious phenomenon, buzzing with non-stop chatter. On Nin Feng's side, his phone lit up with a notification. The God's Trial mission via the Secret Realm Trial has been transformed into your power, completed. Both Old Feng and Guildmaster Tsong Vu were bewildered, not understanding what world level +1 meant. People everywhere were also stirred by the news, as if this announcement reverberated across the whole world. At that moment, Duan stepped out of the secret realm with a proud bearing. Everyone looked at him with different eyes. His strength had now far surpassed the limit of a level 4 transfer. One could say the world's strength system would tremble because of Duan. The leaders of the 7 major guilds all spoke up at once, competing to invite him. Join our guild, Duan. But Duan only smiled, his voice calm. I'm sorry, I have no intention of joining any guild at the moment. Back at the villa, Duan couldn't hold back his emotions, tears streamed as he looked at Nin Feng. Elder, I succeeded, I didn't let you down. Sob sob. Nin Feng patted his shoulder in a warm voice, mostly you worked hard yourself, this matters a lot. Then he quickly sketched the image of the badge on a piece of paper. Then looked at Duan, is the grace badge you mentioned like this? Duan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The appearance on the badge matches, you also know about this kind of badge. Nin Feng nodded slightly, I got one before from a dungeon and gave it to Wang Duet. Hearing that, Duan went blank and stood stunned for a long time, not expecting the elder had once received the god's grace and casually given it away to someone else. He thought to himself that his efforts were still far short of the elder's, he had to be more serious. Duan vowed silently. Meanwhile, Nin Feng pondered everything in silence. Duan said the grace badge was condensed from divine power. Could it be that because he also possessed divine power, he received the badge in the dungeon? He muttered, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. Reluctantly admitting it to himself, Nin Feng thought, after all, I am still a kind of god. What worries me more is the matter of the 12 patron gods. Could the threat I'm about to face really number 12? He wondered, his gaze heavy. Duan had mentioned that the 7 great guilds had gone to extreme lengths, scouring the secret trial realms to hunt for the 4 divine seals. Before long, every guild would likely get involved. Nin Feng calculated that the system had marked him as having completed the trial mission, which meant that if he could control those who passed the trial, he could exploit that power. But the thorny problem was if those who passed the trial were enemies. The 4 divine seals would be a minor issue, he muttered. The worst headache would be the Kamchu. Once the Kamchu fell into enemy hands, it would certainly become a major threat. If that exposed his existence to the divine spirits, Nin Feng feared the trouble would spiral out of control. He pondered ways to ensure that those who passed the trial would be allies, but the matter was truly difficult. Just then, Duan hesitated and said, I have one more thing to mention, I'm not sure if I did the right thing. He recounted that at the Thuong Diet Guild, Ha Su Vu had sought him out privately. Speaking with meaning, per the contract, my guild will reclaim the rewards you received from the secret trial realm. Duan candidly presented the items, but the 4 divine seals had already been absorbed by him. Hearing this, Ha Su Vu flew into a rage and shouted, Duan, you must hand over the 4 divine seals to me, or don't think about leaving here. Still, he only harbored those words in his heart and dared not voice them in front of Duan. Looking at the pile of items Duan produced, everyone was astonished. They were all orange quality equipment, accompanied by high-grade gems, and the recipe for Di Vong Doak Tui, a medicine capable of erasing a designated skill and returning its skill slot to empty. Skill slots are extremely precious, since upgrading them is far from easy. Even a person's choice of skills can determine their future. The precious vials glittered as if containing countless opportunities, like an elixir with the power to change fate. Greed flashed in Ha-Su-Vu's eyes as he dreamed of monopolizing the 2 vials. He believed that with such treasures, his Thuong Diet guild would become a magnet, attracting countless powerhouses and surpassing all orthodox guilds. Yet a single worry gnawed at him: how to silence Duan to prevent him from revealing the formula. After considering this, Ha-Su-Vu drew a contract from his sleeve and said in a hard voice, "Duan, you must absolutely keep this formula secret and not disclose it to anyone." To placate him, he continued in a seemingly generous tone, offering compensation from the guild, but before he could finish, Duan interrupted. Duan cut in coldly, "I should clarify, I've seen this formula before with that mysterious elder exactly the same, so even if I don't reveal it, the elder will reproduce this potion." The words fell and the room plunged into silence. Every gaze was stunned. Though turbulent inside, Ha-Su-Vu kept a stern face and asked suspiciously, "We investigated. The rewards for the first person to clear a secret trial realm are unique and have never appeared before. No document records them. You claim the mysterious elder already had this formula long ago, do you have proof?" Faced with the sharp question, Duan remained silent, his expression thoughtful as if holding back something unspeakable. Seeing this, Ha-Su-Vu curled his lip, a smug smile flickering. He thought to himself that no one could scare him with the mysterious elder's name. He was confident Duan had no evidence. Silence stretched on, the atmosphere heavy. After a long while, Duan spoke slowly, calmly, "But certainly I have no standing to prove anything on behalf of the elder. But if proof is needed, the truth is the mysterious elder not only knew your high-level experience potion formula but had been brewing it for a long time." Hearing this, Ha-Su-Vu froze, his face draining pale. The experience potion formula, the guild's pride, now seemed to be a secret long since broken. On hearing that the mysterious elder had successfully concocted the vial, Ha-Su-Vu and those around him gaped in stunned shock. That such a figure held the secret of the trial realm unnerved them. Duan's calm demeanor only deepened their suspicion. Could he have used that potion long ago, being close to the elder and thus easily receiving its benefits? Amid the murmurs of doubt, old Feng suddenly burst into raucous laughter, his voice ringing like a bronze bell. Guildmaster Luan, struggling to restrain himself, exploded at that, brow knitting as he growled, "You damned old man, what are you laughing about?" Old Feng showed no embarrassment, merely curled his lips, his eyes glittering as if he'd seen through everything. He knew well that Duan was not lying. Previously Feng Du had said that Nin Feng didn't care for the experience potion and casually gifted away a dozen vials. To Nin Feng, such things seemed not worth attention. Old Feng thought to himself that it had been wise to let Feng Du transfer schools. With matters here considered settled, he and Duan left together. On the way, old Feng pulled Duan aside, his voice dropping with a hint of hope, "I have something to ask. At that mysterious elder's place, aside from the experience potion, are there any other medicines? My body is being corroded by dark qi and growing weaker, only hope to live a few more years to be with my grandchild." Duan nodded slightly at this, his gaze sincere. "I promise I'll ask the mysterious elder." Old Feng, hearing this, respectfully thanked Duan. Then he turned to Nin Feng, apologetic, "I'm sorry for deciding old Feng's matter on my own." Nin Feng waved his hand with a gentle smile, "No need to apologize, you even praised me for doing well." If it were Senior Feng, Nin Feng thought he might be able to help a little, though he wasn't sure whether nourishing medicines would work on him. He fell silent for a moment, then instructed, "Duan, find time to give those nourishing vials to Senior Feng and tell him to try them." Without hesitation, Duan immediately went to the headquarters to find old Feng, but there he only met Talam. She said old Feng was busy attending an important bureau conference. Understanding, Duan handed the vials to Talam, asking, "Please deliver these medicines to old Feng for me." Talam nodded, accepted them, and promised to do so. Talam hurried to Feng Du's house to ask him to pass the vials to old Feng, but despite ringing the bell until her hand tired, the door remained silent. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Is Feng Du not home? He just arrived in Chengdu and knows no one, where could he have gone?" Disappointed, Talam had to leave, promising herself she'd come back the next day. No sooner had she vanished than a sinister aura seeped from under Feng Du's door, black and cold, exuding malevolence. It clung to Feng Du, making him clutch his head in pain, sweat pouring down. A seductive, bewitching voice whispered in his ear, "Don't you desperately want to save your grandfather? I can help you, just agree to submit to me." Gasping for breath, Feng Du gritted his teeth and replied firmly, "I am Feng Mac's grandson, how could I betray humanity to make a demonic bargain?" The strange thing chuckled sardonically, "Weak creatures like humans always like to bind themselves with strange rules. Then let's see how long you can stay stubborn, wait until your grandfather dies before your eyes, and we'll see if you can still say that." At the stadium, Nin Fong found Feng Du sitting alone, his expression sullen and his eyes heavy with compassion. Coming closer, Nin Fong patted his shoulder and asked with concern, "You seem a bit off today. Want to play a round to lift your spirits?" Feng Du shook his head slightly, his voice low and sad, "Sorry, my grandfather doesn't let me play games at school." Nin Fong smiled unfazed. "Alright, then, when Senior Feng returns we'll play together. Finding Senior Feng's 3 techniques is no joke, you'll have to scare me then." At the mention of his grandfather, Feng Du faltered, his eyes clouded with sorrow. "Grandpa learned to play games for my sake. When I was little, my parents died on a mission. I was devastated and stopped talking, locking myself in my room every day. Grandpa didn't know how to comfort me." Feng Du bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with nostalgia and gratitude. "Grandpa remembered how much I loved games and secretly taught himself to play with me. In my darkest days he was always there pulling me out of the shadows. I really appreciate him for that." He paused, forcing a smile, sounding a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I'm rambling, making you laugh at me, Feng." Meanwhile, in the conference room, old Feng sat sternly through a tense meeting with the elder commanders. Today's topic centered on the most notorious criminals, notably Bang Ha, a 4-star, 3rd-tier warrior. 8 years ago old Feng personally captured him for grievous bodily harm in a secret realm. He was sentenced to 15 years, but a year ago Bang Ha mysteriously vanished from prison during his sentence. At the same time, another man, Ko Ang, also a 4-star, 3rd-tier, once a monitored anomaly, quietly disappeared from the detention camp. A few days ago both were spotted in Hung Nguyen City, at Bang Ha's old house. With brutal methods they slaughtered 2 explorer families who had helped capture Bang Ha years before, leaving no survivors. What horrified everyone was that both victims were 4th-tier warriors, yet they were utterly defeated by 2 mere 3rd-tiers. Worse, they couldn't even defend as their families were massacred. Footage from a home surveillance camera was played, further darkening the meeting's mood. In the video, Bang Ha wore no armor and only held a small knife, slipping through like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he took down a 4th-tier adventurer with no visible effort. Watching that scene, everyone was stunned. They all realized Bang Ha's strength had now far surpassed the 5th-tier threshold. Even old Feng, seasoned by experience, felt a chill. He thought that in a direct confrontation he himself might not be Bang Ha's match. Unbelievable that a 3rd-tier could rise past the 5th-tier in just a few years. Old Feng pondered with great curiosity, what had Bang Ha undergone during his disappearance? At the same time, at Zhao Cheng's residence, the 2 criminals discussed in old Feng's meeting had appeared. They were the 2 powerhouses commissioned to investigate, and today they came to report their findings. Bang Ha spoke slowly with a cold gaze, "We still haven't found any leads on your son, but while I was searching for his trail just now, I sensed an extremely strong surge of dark power." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng looked unsettled and frowned, asking, "Dark power?" Bang Ha fell silent, his voice lowering with implication. "You know, low-tier servants can only use dark power through the grace of a demon lord. Just like recently in Chengdu City, the dead there were merely pawns of some demon lord, but true guardians like us are summoned by the demon lord to be personally trained. In other words, we'll lose contact with the outside world and cultivate inside the secret realm for a long time. Your son's situation is somewhat similar to what happened to us before. So I suspect he may have been noticed by some demon lord and granted the right to enter the secret realm to cultivate." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's father couldn't hide his panic, his voice shaking. "All I know is that Zhao Cheng was performing some kind of ritual." "Is what you're saying related to that ritual?" Bang Ha curled his lips, a flash of unpredictability in his eyes. "I'm not certain, but I inspected the dark room your son used for the rites. It truly is a spirit summoning ritual, and the arrangements were correct. With persistent sacrifices and his aptitude, he's likely to be noticed by some demon lord." As soon as he finished, Zhao Cheng's father's face shifted from worry to excitement, his eyes lighting up. That's great, I knew it would be like this. Those wretched Wong Corporation people, how will they stand against me now? When the discussion ended, Bang He nodded slightly, his gaze cold, then took a business card from his robe and pushed it toward Zhao Cheng, asking him to drive the two of them to this address after dinner tonight. He explained that they had come to meet the prospective junior brother, Feng Du. At that moment Feng Du was lost in painful recollection, the day his parents sacrificed themselves to seal the out-of-control entrance to the secret realm. Because of that sacrifice the whole city escaped disaster and they were honored and thanked by others. But for Feng Du, the loss left an irreplaceable void. Now his grandfather was his only remaining relative. Suddenly Bang He, the man claiming to seek the prospective junior brother, appeared at Feng Du's door. He stared straight at him, a sharp glint in his eyes. You are Feng Du, right? Come inside and talk. But Feng Du immediately sensed an uneasy aura radiating from the two strangers. He clenched his fist, voice wary, who exactly are you? Bang He smirked and replied, I've come on behalf of your master, from now on you should call us senior brothers. At the mention of a master, Feng Du froze, his eyes flashing with doubt. Master who? He gave a cold chuckle, his voice low, you must have met your master last night, right? At that, Feng Du suddenly realized he was referring to the weird presence that whispered in his ear last night. Without hesitation he sprang up, fully armored, drew his sharp sword, and lunged at them. But with his current strength, how could he compare? In the blink of an eye, Bang He seized him, his hand like a vice clamping down on Feng Du's head, his voice cold. Feng Du, you dare strike a senior brother, that's rude. In that situation Feng Du was completely helpless, unable to resist. He was restrained, his body nearly immobile in Bang He's grip. Bang He curled his lips and continued, the master said you don't understand, so he sent me to advise you. I think this will calm you down. The master values you greatly. He's willing to grant you immense power and even rescue your relative. All you need do is nod and you can become a top-tier powerhouse. But Feng Du grit his teeth, eyes determined, and retorted through clenched teeth, telling him to go home and dream on. Meanwhile, the black-clad companion had quietly checked the house. He returned, shook his head, Chief Feng is not at home. Bang He shrugged, a hint of disappointment on his face. I was going to pay my respects to the elder first. After hearing those words, Feng Du exploded in anger, his eyes blazing red as he shouted with all his strength. You will not harm my grandfather. No sooner had he spoken than the gang leader's subordinate struck without mercy, delivering a blow that sent him crashing down. He looked down coldly, his voice low and threatening. Living kin can trigger a far stronger dark power within you. He raised his hand, eyes cold as knives, using old Feng's life to threaten him. I'll give you 3 days. If you agree to take a master, I won't bring it up again. If you refuse, your senior brothers can teach you a lesson. 3 days from now is that old man's birthday. I think that photo would make a suitable memorial portrait. In the wild tribe, Nin Fong's clone was thrown into battle, facing monsters to train. The creature before him resembled a giant ox but posed little threat. With a single move he made it vanish in an instant. The explosion lit up the area and raised a cloud of dust. After the fight, Nin Fong sighed, bored, unable to find a suitable place to grind levels. He had to continue accumulating real combat experience in ordinary secret realms. At that moment the system suddenly sent a notification, a mechanical voice rang in his head, minor scene quest reached tier 2 upgrade completed. Restoring system time limit 43/60th days. Failure penalty, host removal. Nin Fong frowned, pondering. While he was deliberating, he suddenly received a call from Duan. His voice was urgent. Senior Feng asked me to check with you, Nin Fong. He wants to take a mysterious boss as his master. At that time, at the city's second hospital, Nin Fong had just arrived to visit Feng Du. He gently asked, how's your recovery going? Feng Du replied calmly that his health was generally fine, but they needed to monitor whether the dark power had gone out of control, so he would have to stay in the hospital a few more days as a precaution. The room Feng Du was in was a ward dedicated to anomalies, off-limits to ordinary people. Outside, old Feng was speaking privately with Duan, his tone grave. These two are extremely dangerous and have seriously affected public security. The state places great importance on it, yet no reliable solution has been found. He paused, a faint hope flickering in his eyes. I appealed to the boss and clung to a final hope, and unexpectedly the boss agreed immediately. Duan nodded and continued, Senior Elder Feng specifically told me this isn't a master-accepting disciple situation, but an opportunity to help train you. Still, the elder prefers a quiet life and doesn't want to see evil run rampant. Regarding requirements, Duan revealed the elder only wants a private training space, not large, but discreet so he can use it himself and conduct special training for you. Suddenly old Feng and Duan were startled by Feng Du's voice from inside the room. What are you here for? Both rushed in, filled with worry. It turned out the gang leader's two henchmen had brazenly stormed into the hospital and come to Feng Du's bedside. One of them bowed his head, speaking in a mocking, syrupy tone, that day the senior brother held back and put you in the hospital. He's been feeling guilty and had to come see you. While he's at it, he can make amends for you. Old Feng stood silently behind, hearing every word. Rage erupted within him, his eyes blazed and his body seemed to ignite. The henchman shot him a contemptuous glance and sneered, Chief Feng, you won't make a scene here, will you? As he expected, old Feng restrained himself and did not act in such a public place. He merely stood still, his hand clenched. Seeing old Feng unmoving, the henchman grew more arrogant, his tone condescending, if you're not going to act, then I'm leaving. Junior brother, you have 2 days to think it over, don't forget. Having said that, the group turned their backs and left. As they stepped out the door, they ran into Duan. The leader even spat at him, his eyes full of provocation. Taken by surprise, Duan froze for a moment, but he only watched silently and gave no reply. Old Feng witnessed it all, bowed his head, voice heavy with remorse, sorry. Duan waved his hand and replied calmly, it's not your fault, no need to apologize. In the room, Nin Fong paid no mind to those men, his eyes lit up at the sight of the basket of ripe fruit they'd left. He turned to Feng Du, half joking, half serious, don't waste it like that. At Zhao Cheng's mansion, the gang leader's henchmen and their cronies were carousing loudly, surrounded by a few coquettish girls. He sipped his drink and grinned lecherously. I heard the heiress of the Wang Corporation isn't bad either. Zhao Cheng laughed heartily, his voice booming, Wang Yu, right? I plan to use her as an offering, but if you want her, she's yours. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out from the door. The dust cleared to reveal two masked figures. No name needed, everyone recognized Nin Fong and Duan. Zhao Cheng flew into a rage, leaping up and pointing as he shouted, someone answer me. Duan stepped forward, his voice ice-cold, except Bang Ha and Ko Hung, anyone unrelated, leave now. Hearing that, Bang Ha and Ko Hung exchanged glances and smiled meaningfully. So you came looking for us? Without waiting for an answer, Ko Hung swung his weapon straight at Duan. The strike was lightning fast, enough to fell an ordinary person instantly. But Duan's sharp reflexes easily parried the blow, and he stared, unable to hide his astonishment at his opponent's strength. After that exchange, Duan silently concluded that his opponent's power had far surpassed the fifth transition. Without the elder's special training and the mysterious boon from the deity, the man might have crushed him in an instant. Meanwhile, Ko Hung stood dumbstruck, his eyes flashing with confusion, wondering how Duan could block his strike. Seizing the opportunity, Duan coordinated smoothly with Nin Fong and launched an attack that left Ko Hung stumbling. In fact, all of Ko Hung's assumptions were completely wrong. Nin Fong didn't join the fight, he lounged in a chair, snacking on chips, watching the battle with indifference. Seeing that scene, Ko Hung was even more stunned and muttered to himself, what kind of freakish tactic is this? Taking advantage of Hung's distraction, Duan didn't hesitate to deliver a fatal blow, sending the man flying back and leaving a long streak across the floor. Immediately, Ko Hung roared, his whole body erupting with murderous intent. He donned dazzling armor, his momentum like a whirlwind as he charged at Duan. An earth-shattering battle erupted, reducing everything around them to ruin in an instant. The two nearby girls panicked, eyes trembling as they looked at each other. Whispering, didn't they say we could leave? What do we do now? They dared not approach the chaotic battlefield. In another corner, Bang Ha began to move. He gripped his saber and advanced step by step toward Nin Fong, eyes cold as steel. But Nin Fong remained unfazed, casually snacking on sunflower seeds while judging that their flavor wasn't bad at all. Only when Bang Ha's blade hovered at his throat did Nin Fong lazily make a move. One light stroke gently halted Bang Ha's attack. By now Bang Ha had donned massive armor, looking no different from a ferocious monster. Meanwhile, Nin Fong quietly activated the taboo technique Fu Mali Jiao, a passive skill of the dark attribute's sixth seal. When weapon and forbidden art combined, all his stats surged to double. Bang Ha suddenly felt a wave of unease. He frowned, wondering inwardly, is Nin Fong really a battle mage? How could a mage be this powerful? Before he could find an answer, he saw Nin Fong charge forward, launching a direct attack with lightning speed. Sensing the danger, Bang Ha dodged the assault like a flash. He squinted, carefully evaluating the move he had just faced, thinking to himself that it wasn't very formidable, like an attack from an inexperienced rookie lacking battlefield sense. But in an instant a thought flashed through Bang Ha's mind: Nin Fong seemed to be deliberately hiding his true power, he must be plotting something. He warned himself to be more cautious, but before he could steady himself he was hit by a deadly blow from Nin Fong. Every move Nin Fong made struck at Bang Ha's weaknesses, precise as if calculated beforehand. Panicked by the unexpected blows, he could only grit his teeth and defend. Nin Fong, meanwhile, continued to attack leisurely as if taking a stroll. Bang Ha could only grit his teeth and continuously fend off blows with no opportunity to counterattack. Bang Ha hurriedly spoke, "Wait a moment. I don't know who you are, but can't we sit down and talk civilly? We're both strong fighters, there's no need to fight to the death." Nin Fong curled his lip, eyes cold as ice, replied bluntly, "No, my goal is your death and my survival." Hearing this, Bang Ha roared, "Don't be arrogant. In my master's eyes, you're nothing but a bug." Pausing briefly, he continued with a mocking tone, "Is your master that secret realm demon lord?" At the mention of his master, Bang Ha immediately puffed out his chest, voice full of pride. "My master possesses a power no one in this world can imagine. Not to mention human explorers, the demon lords in the secret realm have fallen countless times to my master. What my master enjoys most is turning the bones of powerful foes into exquisite jewelry." Nin Fong raised an eyebrow, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Your master killed demon lords? And collects their bones as trophies?" Bang Ha laughed loudly, certain his boasting would intimidate Nin Fong into retreat. Unexpectedly, Nin Fong not only didn't back down but grew more interested, even asking, "Where is your master now?" Elsewhere, Feng Gak had gathered some information about Nin Fong's battle. They were standing at the foot of the building where the earth-shaking fight occurred on the top floor of Zhao's real estate company. A passerby had witnessed it and provided images, suggesting the combatants might be Bang Ha and Ko Hung. Feng Gak immediately activated a probing technique, capturing the entire scene of the fight into a magic orb. Thanks to that, he clearly identified that the one fighting was Bang Ha. Observing closely, Feng Gak realized the man's condition was far from good. There was also a masked figure emitting strange magical fluctuations, apparently using a kind of illusionary technique. Feng Gak silently assessed the masked figure's prowess. The moves were simple yet natural, with light and ice attributes strong enough to suppress an opponent. He wondered curiously who this masked person really was. On Nin Fong's side, he kept unleashing strikes at Bang Ha. Each blow grew sharper, the damage increasing with every beat. Suddenly Bang Ha transformed into a giant, his body swelling, mouth gaping wide like a massive whale, ready to swallow Nin Fong whole in an instant. He laughed loudly, his triumphant voice echoing, "Who told you to force me to use this move? Such a nuisance." Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Duan was still locked in fierce combat with Ko Hung. Seeing Nin Fong being swallowed, Duan froze for a moment, eyes flashing with concern. Smug in the chaos, Ko Hung sneered, a mocking glint in his eye as he looked at Duan. "Aren't you worried your comrade is being swallowed? Worried for the elder? Am I not qualified for that?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Duan, without hesitation, launched a critical strike. The blade flashed, tearing through the air, leaving Ko Hung stunned as blood gushed out like a red torrent. Seeing his comrade's crushing defeat, Bang Ha roared, rage blazing fiercely in his eyes. Since he'd already transformed, he might as well swallow a few more. He quickly spotted Feng Gak's probing orb hovering in the air, and moved to destroy it, but before he could act, his belly suddenly exploded. A figure stepped out of the smoke. It was Nin Fong, calm as if he'd never been swallowed. Bang Ha, of course, had turned to dust. Reviewing the scene, Nin Fong frowned slightly, judging himself slow and lacking combat polish. Meanwhile, Ko Hung, witnessing Bang Ha's brutal defeat, became agitated and disoriented, no longer paying attention to Duan. Seizing the chance, Duan swung his blade, delivering a deadly slash to Hung's chest. He collapsed, following Bang Ha in astonishment. The battle ended there. The two girls finally recovered and fled in a hurry, not daring to look back. But Ko Hung, though dying, still gasped. Nin Fong stepped forward coldly, his voice low, "Don't die yet, I have questions to ask." At the Blood Marshal Valley secret realm, where the demon god resides, an alert sounded announcing an intruder at the realm's entrance. The demon god ordered his subordinates to fall back, his eyes icy as he suspected the enemy had come for him. He knew clearly that the soul essences of Bang Ha and Ko Hung had been shattered, the two were dead. Before collapsing, Ko Hung managed to activate his soul essence, leaving a vague message, "My master is in the Due to Mountain secret realm, you will avenge us." The demon god smirked, realizing an enemy capable of defeating Bang Ha and Ko Hung was certainly no ordinary foe. The remaining underlings in the realm were no match either, so he decided to take the field himself. With a pensive look, the demon god murmured regretfully, "Although my underlings are loyal, they rely solely on my energy. Only special human-like races can ascend on their own and offer me greater power." He recalled many years ago, when he was still an ordinary demon lord. By chance obtaining an artifact of a high-ranking demon lord, he not only gained tremendous power but also learned how to manipulate humans. With the artifact's aid, he repeatedly defeated enemies, turning them into spoils of war. This time he smirked, clutching a skull in his hand. "Just another addition to my collection." With that, he slowly opened the gateway into the secret realm. At the moment Nin Fong appeared, his figure was silent yet menacing in the haze of bones. Stepping into the Blood Marshal Valley secret realm, he frowned at the dense fog that obscured every path, making vision blur as if entering the void. Without hesitation, he activated the active skill Lei Ma Trui, a potent dark taboo. A colossal thunderstorm rose, its power like a celestial calamity descending, tearing the bone mist apart with brilliant bolts of lightning. But when the storm cleared, Nin Fong frowned slightly, briefly disappointed at not seeing any sign of the monster. At that moment, a reminder sound rang in his head, detecting the central relic mass. Following the trail guided by the aura, Nin Fong tracked the trace and the figure that appeared before him was the Demon King. But the man was now nothing more than a charred statue, ragged after the thunderstorm, his hand still clutching the relic mask that Nin Fong saw. Without a word to spare, Nin Fong swung his hand, magic erupted, turning the Demon King to dust and easily seizing the relic mask. Looking at the spoil in his hand, he curled his lips, the Hai-Long effect boosted all his attributes by 100 points. Now, even without using any skills, Nin Fong could overpower most explorers. His rank broke through to Tier 4, opening the opportunity to learn new skills. At first he immediately thought of the summoning taboo, but the idea made him hesitate. If he learned it and accidentally summoned a great demon king or something, wouldn't he be labeled an evil god? Nin Fong muttered, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. But with his reckless nature, he decided to learn it first and worry later. Not stopping there, Nin Fong continued studying the Tome True Han water element, mastering the active dark skill, Qi Gate, a dark taboo that opens a gateway of shadow, allowing continuous summoning of dark creatures for 12 hours, or to call forth a high-rank demon army at any time with no time limit. He raised an intrigued brow and murmured, "This looks interesting. When I get the chance, I have to try it." Thanks to the efforts of Nin Fong and Duan, the notorious criminals Bang Ha and Ko Hung were removed from the government's list of dangerous fugitives. Feng Gak stood before Duan, unable to hide his gratitude, and spoke sincerely, "You and the elder saved our lives, and we don't know how to repay you." Tu Lam stood beside him feeling quietly fortunate. Officials trusted the master's judgment and eagerly showed goodwill to the mysterious elder. Though a few doubts lingered, they were quickly dispelled. Without Nin Fong and Duan, no one dared imagine how much more damage Bang Ha and Ko Hung could have caused. Hearing that the elder sought a training site, Feng Gak immediately acted, preparing a thick dossier containing information on top training facilities. These places were all national installations built meticulously with modern facilities, ideal environments, guaranteed absolute privacy, and free from any interference by outside personnel. Duan took the dossier, his eyes scanning the pages, yet he remained cautious. He thought the training the elder mentioned was probably a pretext, surely he wanted to conceal special methods. So he decided to bring all the documents back for Nin Fong to personally review and choose. When they set foot at the proposed training base, Nin Fong couldn't help gaping in amazement at the magnificent scale. Located at the foot of the mountain, the facility was vast like a modern fortress, the nation's new exploration base, codenamed 51, never before put into use. Feng Ngak, smiling broadly, said, "If the elder likes it, we can hand the entire building over to you. It has 10 floors. The interior spaces include training areas, offices, recreational zones, living quarters, and so on. It can accommodate 2,000 people." He pointed toward the rest area and added, "The infrastructure here is extremely complete, integrated with an intelligent management and control system. There's even a garden on the rooftop, enough for you to live comfortably for 1 to 2 years. Nin Fong nodded, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. This place was truly perfect, just when he wanted a secluded site to cultivate and strengthen himself. Just the thought of using this base set his heart ablaze. Without further hesitation, Nin Fong immediately chose Base 051 as his training site. Feng Ngak laughed heartily, triumphant. "Ha, as predicted, the elder chose Base 051. I also thought it was an excellent place. You saved Xiandu City twice, and moreover eliminated 2 major threats, Bang Ha and Ko Hung. The government has officially declared the state will strongly support heroes like you, so this base will incur no fees, just sign the confirmation document." Hearing that, Nin Fong felt quietly pleased. He hadn't expected the government to be so generous, willing to hand over such a large base on a single request. Regarding management, Duan quickly spoke up calmly, "The elder doesn't like handling mundane affairs, so management of the base will be handled by me and Nin Fong." Feng Ngak nodded, then suddenly offered, "If the elder intends to establish a guild, I can assist as well." Duan raised an eyebrow, seizing the moment to ask, "Senior Feng, is there a way to get timely information without forming a guild? You know, the elder isn't much for the internet or similar things." In response to Duan's question, Feng Ngak stroked his silver beard, smiling broadly. "That's easy. For national-level powerhouses like the elder, our government can arrange a special information channel. It's not highly confidential, all information can be shared concurrently with the authorities." Hearing the term, national-level powerhouse, Nin Fong slightly raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, is the government labeling the mysterious elder with that title? Compared to the hard work he and Duan put into gathering intelligence, the Bureau's information source was clearly much more effective, but he didn't intend to rely solely on it and planned to develop a few private channels in the future. Nin Fong murmured, a calculating light in his eyes. On the matter of forming a guild, Nin Fong frowned, feeling the management burden would be too great. With such abundant high-end resources, he thought it might be more sensible to turn Base 051 into a different model. Regarding the special training Duan mentioned, he turned to Feng Ngak calmly, "The training will begin next week, I'll notify you in advance then." At that moment, Feng Ngak received an urgent notification. Investigations revealed a series of mysterious disappearances with patterns similar to those caused previously by Bang Ha and Ko Hung. Those kinds of people might reappear. Feng Ngak murmured, his face darkening, anxiety plain to see. He knew that even with special training from the elder, he alone would struggle to deal with such enemies. If there were a way to rapidly cultivate more powerhouses, everything would be easier, he thought, his gaze distant. Back at home, Feng Ngak was surprised to find Feng Du busily packing, excited as if about to set out on a long journey. Seeing his confusion, Feng Du smiled brightly, speaking excitedly, "The supernova training camp was about to start. Brother Fong helped arrange a special training session for us and just called to say he'll arrive at the training facility the day after tomorrow, so I've packed some supplies." Feng Ngak widened his eyes and curiously asked, "Is little Fong's special training only for a few of you?" Feng Du nodded, beaming, "No, with you added it'll be 5 people." Hearing that, Feng Ngak was so thrilled his head felt like it was on fire. He hadn't expected the elder to be so willing to nurture others. Seeing Feng Du look at him worriedly, he quickly waved his hand, jovial, "Don't worry, I took the medicine Mr. Du brought, and my condition has clearly improved, it's just that I still can't fully control the dark qi." Old Feng's eyes glittered with curiosity as he turned to Feng Du, "Tell me, who did little Feng invite?" "Probably a few close friends, right?" Feng Du nodded, beaming. "Aside from me, they're all people Brother Fong has known for a long time. Hearing that, old Feng was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this meant the elder was willing to look after the newcomers. His excitement made him restless. He immediately rolled up his sleeves to help Feng Du pack. He even gave careful instructions, his voice full of earnestness, "Remember to obey little Feng. This opportunity is rare, seize it with both hands. Balance work and rest. If you can only do 3 parts, then only do 3 parts. And don't forget to call me." At Training Base 051, the Wangdu group had just arrived and were immediately overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place. They were greeted by Nin Fong and Feng Du. Chu Din leaned close to Wang Du's ear and whispered, "Luckily it seems Nin Fong didn't invite Thuong Mong Thursday." Stepping inside, everyone looked up at Tran Cho at the vast space before them. This place was magnificent, even the main bases of the 7 great guilds couldn't compare. Wang Du exclaimed, her curious gaze turning to Nin Fong. "How did you find a place like this?" Nin Fong smirked and replied lightly, "The owner of this place is an elder in my family, so he lent it to me." Wang Du was stunned. An elder in Nin Fong's family, she had never heard him mention that. Since his awakening, Nin Fong had become increasingly mysterious to her. That day, Nin Fong introduced Duan to the group in a calm voice. He will be the main person in charge of this special training period. The Wang Du group looked at Duan and greeted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Du." Meanwhile Feng Du flinched slightly, his eyes showing surprise. Chu Zhang noticed something off and asked curiously, "Feng Du, do you know this senior Duan? Why do you look so worried?" Feng Du lowered his voice, astonished. "You don't know?" The strange phenomenon before was actually due to Senior Du's trial by divine Qi. His power is far greater than Chief Lu of the Oi Nin Guild. Hearing Feng Du's revelation, the whole Wang Du group went wide-eyed, mouths agape in shock. They hadn't expected Duan standing before them to be such a renowned high-level powerhouse. At Training Base 051, everyone was ready to begin, their wills burning like fire. Seeing their fervent spirit, Duan couldn't help but be surprised, wondering to himself, why has this group's morale suddenly skyrocketed? From above, Nin Fong observed, the corner of his mouth twitching. He thought to himself that this place was ideal for performing taboos. With the training room's camouflage effects, there was no worry of exposure. He had no intention of founding a guild, but the idea of cultivating a band of powerhouses unbound by restrictions intrigued him. With resources, strength, and reliable members, I can form an alliance, Nin Fong murmured, a decisive glint in his eyes. Entering the first training session, Wang Du was immediately struck. A terrifying wave of pressure slammed into her arm, so lifelike it sent shivers down her spine. She thought to herself that if this weren't training but a real attack, anyone's will would likely collapse. Wang Du guessed that Nin Fong's overwhelming strength must have come from overcoming brutal trials like this. Meanwhile Chu Zhang and Tu Din were also full of determination. Both silently resolved that, though they weren't prodigies, and couldn't hope to surpass others' innate talent by effort alone, Elder Nin had given them a glimmer of hope they had to seize. Feng Du was no less determined, his eyes blazing with resolve. He told himself he couldn't always rely on his grandfather's protection, he wanted to protect those important to him. Tu Noi, equally fired up, was ready to throw himself into battle. Seeing the group's expressions, Nin Fong nodded in satisfaction and praised them. Their performance wasn't bad. But at the training base right now, after the grueling exercises everyone was exhausted, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. They all complained tiredly, as if they'd been tortured for centuries, feeling like they might collapse at any moment. Duan entered the room. Calm and steady, his deep voice ringing out, "Today's training ends here, rest well. Starting tomorrow, I'll guide you through targeted training." After practice, the group gathered to eat, the atmosphere relaxing slightly after a tense day. Wang Du took a sip of water and said, "Although this special training just began, today's gains exceed what I've gotten in years. Relying only on personal insight, you simply can't spot your weaknesses." Feng Du, sitting beside her, was thoughtful, his eyes showing concern. He sensed something odd about the dark qi in his body today. Despite giving his all, there were no signs of losing control. He muttered, subconsciously tapping the table. Suddenly Tu Din buried his face in the table and began sobbing uncontrollably. Nin Fong frowned, voice full of concern, "What's the reason?" Wang Du sighed and explained, "Lately Tu Din and Dai Thursday have been under a lot of pressure. Because our school has many spots in the supernova training camp, there's been a lot of online discussion about it. Hearing that, Nin Fong immediately opened his phone and scrolled through the online comments. Sure enough, negative remarks flooded the screen. High school number 7 in Chengdu City, what kind of school is that? I've never heard of it. Could a powerful figure have suddenly appeared, another wrote. There's a supernova, seems ranked top 5. Someone replied, not one but 2 supernovas, Wang Du at 5th, the other is Zhao Cheng at 14th. Subsequent comments grew harsher, saying they'd never seen this Zhao Cheng guy, yet there were 3 unnamed guys on the list. Have they already been exposed through the window? Someone sneered. Although other schools also sent 4th star candidates, I checked 2 Din and that Thursday, their results are average, not worthy of this camp. Saying there's no shady business here is laughable. Another mocked, is the camp turning into a dumping ground? Anything goes. The 2 you mentioned should at least be 4th star. The other named Nin Fong is the real mystery, no info at all. Damn, this is even more suspicious. Some hidden figure. Thinking it's all connections. Just wait for the camp to teach them manners. Another account chimed in agreement, teach those bastards how to be decent. Amid the barrage of insults, an account with a pink avatar unexpectedly spoke up in defense, this place is scary, yet you only dare hide behind your computers and fling insults. The group clicked to check and were surprised to find the owner of that account was Thuong Mong Thursday. Seeing how time had passed, Nin Fong realized the online chatter today had prompted Thuong Mong Thursday to unexpectedly step up and defend them. Tu Din, eyes still red from crying, choked out, everyone, don't read those comments anymore. I was admitted to the training camp but was terrified I'd embarrass Elder Nin. Thanks to this special training, I no longer worry, I'm so happy I could cry. Nin Fong smiled warmly and encouragingly, just focus on training, in a few days I'll bring everyone a reward. Wang Du's eyes lit up with curiosity and she immediately asked what reward. But Nin Fong only smirked mysteriously, it's a secret, don't even guess. His words made Wang Du so annoyed she nearly steamed, and she glared at him helplessly. When night fell, Nin Fong sat alone on the bed, his expression contemplative. He recalled the time he absorbed the demon lord's memories and suddenly discovered information related to himself and the dark god. According to that memory, there were 7 evil gods born from dark chi, worshipped by all the monsters in the secret realms. But the evil god connected to you was not among them. On the contrary, you were once called the omnipotent law deity female Ji, one of the 12 chief deities. Together with the 11 other chief deities, you led your kin to destroy the 7 evil gods, so that the monsters no longer dared invade the world of light. Surprisingly, after being freed from the threat of darkness, the omnipotent law deity became obsessed with researching dark chi, which led to demonic possession. Fortunately, the other gods discovered this in time and fought you. Unable to resist, the omnipotent law deity took the chance to escape and thereafter became an evil god. This legend spread throughout the world of light, and everyone believed it absolutely. However, in the Dark Demon Clan's camp, the legend was completely different. According to the Demon Clan's account, after the deity-kin escaped the threat of darkness they gradually lost their sense of danger. Their faith weakened and they no longer depended on the radiant gods. This enraged the gods. To restore power from faith, the gods created their own kin, encouraged them to attack one another, and turned them into instruments of amusement and sacrificial offerings. With the gods' tacit indulgence, monsters hiding in the darkness began to run rampant and appeared without restraint. This was the origin of the perilous secret realms. Only the omnipotent law deity, with a calm nature, did not bring a following of believers into that power game. But no one expected that one day the flames of war would reach your kin, unprepared to defend themselves, and the entire tribe was nearly slaughtered. The omnipotent law deity, in rare fury, knelt and begged the other gods to end this meaningless drama. But in return came only cold ridicule. Conflicts escalated and finally exploded into a cataclysmic war. The omnipotent law deity, who had never been contentious, unleashed terrifying power. With unstoppable force, you defeated 2 of the chief deities and gravely wounded 6 others before being forced to withdraw. No one knew where you had gone. Rumors said the omnipotent law deity entered an indeterminate space, belonging neither to light nor to darkness, and then disappeared entirely. Fearing revenge, the remaining gods smeared your name and hunted for your whereabouts everywhere. Thinking of that, Nin Fong couldn't help but admire it, the ability to escape unharmed after killing 2 chief deities while being pursued by dozens was truly formidable. He murmured, a glint of respect in his eyes. The system once said, "It's fine, just a small drama, did you scare yourself into needless worry? Does the evil god inside me always get smeared like that?" Nin Fong wondered. Long was skeptical, but the demon lord's memory only provided information up to this point, leaving him regretful. The omnipotent law deity's situation remains unclear, what a pity, he sighed. Even so, he quickly brushed aside the vague thoughts. Whether the legend was true or false, I still have to level up, risking my life as a game is not my style. Without hesitation, Nin Fong entered a secret realm alone, using information from the Management Bureau. He inwardly praised the Adventure Management Bureau, indeed well-deserved, for collecting nationwide information quickly and conveniently. In the list, he easily found unattended secret realms. And now he faced a pack of monsters that looked like a herd of wild boars. Observing them, Nin Fong remained calm and raised his weapon. With a single move, light flashed and the whole pack fell unconscious. He nodded slightly, noticing the experience points from these monsters were not low, indicating a high chance of good drops from the boss. As he thought this, a giant silhouette appeared, the armored ox fiend, the realm's boss. Facing the boss, Nin Fong was full of confidence. Gripping his weapon tightly, he swung it hard toward it. But the armored ox fiend was not an easy opponent. The blade of his sword shattered the moment it touched its steel-hard armor. Staring at the ruined sword in his hand, Nin Fong froze for a moment and muttered, "Indeed, my level isn't high enough. This weapon is far inferior to those of 4th or 5th tier adventurers." After consecutive high-intensity battles, the azure sword couldn't withstand the pressure. The armored ox fiend looked smug, baring its teeth in a contemptuous grin as it stared at him. But Nin Fong remained unshaken. He snorted, tossed the broken blade to the ground, and his eyes flashed with resolve. Without hesitation, he activated a dark taboo. In an instant, a pitch-black aura erupted, and the boss gaped in horror, then collapsed on the spot, unable to resist. After the battle, Nin Fong rose to level 47, gaining 4 levels in total. He frowned and assessed, the experience from this fire beast isn't much, and it even ruined one of my swords. Still, the victory brought a valuable reward, a new skill, Darkening Ring Technique, also called the Taboo of Yin Consumption. This skill summons a violent storm of dark chi that corrupts all light, roaring like thunder. Thinking of the taboo, Nin Fong curled a lip and told himself, the more taboos the better, otherwise I'm worried about lacking firepower. But he immediately frowned and muttered, relying solely on taboos won't do. Without proper weapons or gear, even a boss is hard to defeat, let alone facing a deity. Resolved, Nin Fong planned to visit the nearest city to buy some new weapons. Before long, he arrived at a famous weapons shop. At his request, the brisk saleswoman brought out all the orange greatswords for him to inspect. Nin Fong scanned them, a hint of disappointment in his eyes and a nonchalant tone. "Only 7. Fine, how much for all of them?" "I'll take them." Nin Fong's expression and words left the saleswoman stunned, mouth agape. She wondered who this kid was, so young yet holding a supreme black card from the exchange and buying 7 orange greatswords at once, including the Tian Kung, the highest attribute greatsword, yet he remained unfazed, as if looking at a pile of low-tier green gear. At that moment, someone entered, calling the saleswoman outside to handle something. At the same time, an angry man's shout rang from the corridor, "Everyone can hold a supreme black card, on what basis do you prioritize him? Do you think the eldest son of the Guo family isn't worthy of this Tian Kung?" The owner of that voice was none other than Guo Yunchu, once ranked among the supernovas but stripped of his gear by Nin Fong in the last secret realm. He stormed into the room, brimming with arrogance. The saleswoman went pale and inwardly fretted, "Oh no, this is the eldest son of the Guo clan, a major family here, if a conflict breaks out, I'll be the one held responsible." But her worry proved unnecessary. At the sight of Nin Fong, Guo Yunchu immediately changed tone and respectfully called him Elder Nin. His demeanor showed clear fear, as if facing a formidable opponent. Mentioning Guo Yunchu, Nin Fong narrowed his eyes and asked with slight suspicion, "Who are you?" Hearing that question, Guo Yunchu felt a surge of fury and wanted to point at him and shout, "You stole all my gear, and you don't remember me? But that was only an impulsive thought. On the surface he forced a friendly smile and hurriedly introduced himself, "My name is Guiyunchu." Only then did Nin Fong suddenly remember, this was the guy whose gear he'd taken clean in the last secret realm. Regarding Nin Fong's identity, Guiyunchu secretly sent people to investigate, but oddly, every effort met obstacles. It seemed someone was deliberately interfering, making the online information chaotic. Some claimed Nin Fong was only a teenager who had awakened a profession, others rumored he was a divine successor. Each rumor grew more sensational, leaving Guiyunchu confused and unsure what to believe. A person who could make the entire Guo clan helpless, his identity was definitely not simple. He inwardly vowed, a flash of vigilance in his eyes. Just then, Nin Fong spoke in a casual tone, "Any swords in here catch your eye?" Guiyunchu forced a smile and waved his hand, "I'm just looking." "Elder, whatever you use is fine, pick whatever you like." Guiyunchu's deferential behavior left everyone in the shop stunned. No one expected the second-ranked eldest son of the Guo family on the national supernova leaderboard to act like this. After saying that, he hurriedly bowed to Nin Fong and left. But as soon as he stepped into the restroom, Guiyunchu lost his composure. He punched the wall hard and snarled, "Damn it, this is unbearable, I have to do something, or I won't be able to swallow this anger." In his rage, he immediately thought of going on the forum and using a fake account to post, claiming that something about Nin Fong felt off and requesting a serious investigation. But no sooner had he posted than Chang Mengzhu jumped in to rebut, saying it wasn't as you claimed, "Don't speak recklessly if you don't understand." Reading the rebuttal, Guiyunchu ground his teeth with fury, unable to believe Chang Mengzhu would dare side with Nin Fong against him. He yelled in anger, "I'll definitely enter the trial's secret realm and find Nin Fong to settle this." Hearing Guiyunchu's enraged roar, "Nin Fong, you wait and see." Nin Fong only faintly curled his lips, not caring. By now he had chosen the 7 orange greatswords and paid in a flash under the respectful gazes of everyone in the shop. Stepping out the door, he headed straight for a secret realm to train. With the new swords in hand, Nin Fong swung them about, cutting down one monster after another. In no time, he leveled up to 60, a rank sufficient to perform the second transition. Suddenly, a horde of sacrificial beasts appeared before him, a gloomy aura enveloping the area. Nin Fong narrowed his eyes, thinking that these fiends had once worshipped different evil gods until the 12 chief deities exterminated all 7. Now, they not only invaded the human world but aimed to resurrect the orthodox evil gods. He muttered, eyes cold, some powerful fiends harbored ambitions of becoming evil gods themselves. But those chief deities did not protect humanity, on the contrary, they regarded false evil gods like me as mortal enemies. The more he pondered, the more Nin Fong believed the fiend's legend about the omnipotent law deity might be true. In the eyes of most gods, humans and other races were mere entertainments. Fiends or gods, none were benevolent. He snorted, a flash of resentment rising. Just then, his phone buzzed. A message from Tu Noi urging him to return to the training base. Seizing the opportunity, Nin Fong decided to go back to receive the second transition assignment. At the training headquarters, Tu Noi was brimming with energy in a newly seized laboratory. He was busy crafting something, sweat beading on his forehead. Tu Ding curiously picked up a rosy pink bottle and exclaimed that it looked delicious. Tu Noi snatched it back and shouted, "This is forgetfulness medicine, it will make you forget a skill. I just recently brewed it, don't take it if you don't want to become an idiot." Hearing this, the group couldn't help but be alarmed. Wang Du turned to Nin Fong curiously, "Is this really the medicine you mentioned?" Nin Fong curled a lip and shook his head, "It's related to that medicine but it's actually something else." Saying that, he casually produced a pile of orange skill books and placed them before everyone. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide in bewilderment. Among the stack were rare items, Silent Wind Geomancy for archers, Healing Link for priests, the Colossus Blade for berserk warriors, and Heavy Shield Accumulation for shield-bearing fighters. There was something for everyone, no one was left out. These skills on the market could only be found at purple rarity, leaving the group amazed at Nin Fong's generosity. Seeing the brilliant orange skill books for the first time, Chu Zhang and Tu Ding gaped in astonishment. Nin Fong explained calmly that they dropped from a very high-tier secret realm. "Wait until you all level up, you'll be able to go and farm them yourselves." Feng Du, sweat beading on his brow and still shaken, stammered, what's the drop rate for orange gear in those secret realms? Fong Xia's power has already far surpassed us. Nin Fong only curled his lip, voice steady, don't be dazed. Once you leave the training grounds you have exactly 1 week, train hard and master the new skills. Just as the group prepared to begin training, old Feng suddenly appeared. Seeing him, the whole group, including Wang Du, gaped. Are you Senior Feng? Old Feng returned a kind smile and greeted everyone. But the group remained in awe, thinking that after only a few days with Feng Du, to now witness such a prominent figure as Senior Feng in person was beyond their dreams. Old Feng observed the youngsters and thought to himself that these were likely friends of Nin Fong whom the eldest had guided from youth. Their futures were boundless. It was the start of the week, an ideal time for Senior Feng to conduct special training. Nin Fong nodded, thinking himself lucky the base had many training rooms so everyone could practice simultaneously. Senior Feng turned and cheerfully said that Little Deuce's recent performance hadn't been bad. Had he caused any trouble for anyone? Nin Fong smiled and shook his head, of course not. You arrived at the right time, might as well observe their training results while you're here. In the training room, the group faced monsters designed as trials. Wang Du unleashed Silent Wind Geomancy, each arrow struck true, slicing through the air toward the target. Feng Du activated Heavy Shield Accumulation, forming a solid, impregnable shield that protected his teammates. Chu Zhang swung the Colossus Blade, the gargantuan blade descended with such force it seemed to cleave the very space. Watching Chu Zhang wield the Colossus Blade, each strike carried majestic momentum, as if he had become a war god. Tu Ding at the rear matched him, continuously casting support spells for the team. Each member unleashed their new skills, burning with fierce spirit like an unquenchable flame. Observing from start to finish, old Feng nodded, eyes sparkling with admiration. The youngster's skills were formidable. But he suddenly frowned, voice contemplative, why do I still feel they aren't truly proficient? Duan, standing beside him, smiled and explained, they've just learned the orange skills, loot from very high-tier secret realms. Hearing this, old Feng grew so excited his face flushed as if on fire. He exclaimed, the army has long planned assaults on high-tier secret realms but never succeeded. People only speculated about the loot inside. This is the first time I've seen orange skills with my own eyes. Enthused, old Feng turned to Duan expectantly, may I report this to the military? Duan shrugged calmly, it's nothing secret. Sooner or later everyone will know anyway. Hearing the answer, old Feng was overjoyed. He appraised the youngsters, their current ranks weren't high, but time would make up for it. With the eldest's support, they would soon surpass us old-timers. One step faster, every step quicker, these kids would shoulder the main force of the future. In the promotion hall, Nin Fong strode in, a radiant smile on his face. He waved at Talam, which made her exclaim in surprise, weren't you the one who hadn't finished speaking? Talam only saw Nin Fong grin sheepishly, then stride straight inside. Watching his back, Talam shook her head, thinking he was certainly here for the second transition assignment. She couldn't help but marvel at what others spent years achieving, Nin Fong completed in just 2 months. Entering the promotion area, Nin Fong accepted the second transition mission for the entire law deity system. The mission required 3 conditions. 1. Enter the Frozen Blossom Prime Secret Realm and collect the Elemental Emblem item. 2. Gather 20 Transmutation Stones. 3. Collect 100 Spirit Essences. The deadline was 7 days, and the mission rank was S. Nin Fong frowned slightly and murmured, 200 Transmutation Stones, ordinary second transition missions only need 1 stone, this is really excessive. He pondered, realizing these weren't drops from monsters but crystals mined from veins, and the yield was pitifully low. First, he decided to stop by the exchange to inquire, if they could be bought, everything would be much easier. At the exchange in Far City, when Nin Fong listed the number of transmutation stones needed, Master Fong wiped sweat from his brow and said apologetically, sorry, the number of promotions has surged recently, and demand for transmutation stones has far outstripped supply. Give us 3 days and we'll definitely gather enough for you. 3 days isn't too long for me. He nodded and planned to do the emblem mission first to save time. As for the spirit essences, he intended to buy them directly from the exchange for speed. Meanwhile Nin Fong remembered he still had a pile of unclassified spoils, so he asked Master Fuang to help process them. The pile of spoils Nin Fong called miscellaneous was actually so large it made others dizzy. Seeing the treasures stacked high, Master Fuang was jubilant, eyes shining, more than a dozen purple skill books for various professions plus a slew of brilliant orange equipment. In an age when the whole world raced to level up, these valuables wouldn't be hard to sell. Master Fuang thought to himself that his performance report this year would surely outshine all rivals. Now he understood why Mayor Tai had instructed him to serve Nin Fong carefully. Thanks to that, he was about to get rich. At the Frozen Blossom Prime Secret Realm, when Nin Fong appeared alone, the gatekeeper immediately blocked him, suspiciously, "We've never seen your situation before. I need to get instructions from my superiors first." With that, he hurried off to report to the captain. Hearing a young man wanted to enter the secret realm alone, the captain raised an incredulous eyebrow and snorted. "What joke is this? The management bureau just issued a rule, to enter a secret realm you must have a formal guild lead a team of at least 5 people. Forgot that?" When the guard presented a badge explaining the young man held a special permit from the management bureau allowing free access to the secret realm, the captain was startled and hurriedly flipped the badge to read the information, his expression showing clear astonishment. Moments later the guard rushed back, bowed to Nin Fong, and said respectfully, "Thank you for cooperating with us. We've checked your credentials, you may enter." Watching Nin Fong stroll into the secret realm, the captain couldn't help but be curious about the young man's mysterious background. He noticed the special permit's issuance timing was almost exactly when the new regulation was announced, as if it had been prepared specifically for Nin Fong. The guard whispered that perhaps the young man was a special envoy sent by superiors to inspect them. Hearing that, the captain straightened himself and barked, "Snap to it, act as if a special envoy is inspecting right now. Check for anything unfinished and complete it immediately." At this point Nin Fong had officially entered the secret realm. He felt fortunate he'd reminded Senior Feng earlier, which earned him the special permit and the right to enter alone. Before him stood a staircase leading upward, and beneath it a bottomless chasm. But instead of climbing the stairs, Nin Fong leapt straight into the abyss without hesitation. At that moment he activated his protective taboo. He fell in freefall for a long while, wind whistling past his ears, before landing on the ground with a neat, controlled impact. No sooner had he hit the ground than an armed monster appeared and charged at him ferociously. Facing the opponent, Nin Fong showed no fear. On the contrary, he was excited, eyes blazing. "Is this a hidden boss? How cool." He gripped his 2 swords tightly, ready to meet it. But unexpectedly the boss halted as it approached, bowed respectfully, and said, "Lord of the gods, have you descended in person?" The scene stunned Nin Fong, his mind went blank, he couldn't understand what was happening. The monster continued in a respectful tone, "Although I could not see, I have always sensed that you are the Lord of the gods. Perhaps you no longer recognize me, I am your loyal kin, the great mage Han Am." Those words completely bewildered Nin Fong. He guessed it was mistaken about something. He never expected a hidden boss to call him Lord. After a moment's thought, he cautiously asked, "Why has it become like this?" "I am sorry," the boss replied immediately, voice low and sorrowful. "I cannot explain clearly. We were attacked by other clans and suffered heavy casualties. I was slain by the enemy in battle, yet somehow I appeared here." Strange whispers constantly echoed in my head, like an evil mental torture that inflamed uncontrollable killing intent. Until you appeared, I suddenly seemed to awaken. Hearing this, Nin Fong recalled how the kin of the omnipotent law deity had once been brutally ambushed. He silently guessed that the title Lord of the Gods must belong to the omnipotent law deity. The boss looked at him anxiously, voice trembling, "Lord of the Gods, have you come to rescue me?" Nin Fong shook his head firmly and replied, "That's not it, it's better I don't say." Hearing that, the boss wilted as if a faint hope had been snatched away. Nin Fong hurriedly added, apologetically, "Sorry, I'm not the Lord of the Gods you mean, I'm just a student on a mission sent to eliminate you." Even so, the boss brightened with optimism and asked, "Have you come to help end this suffering for me?" This notion confused Nin Fong. He answered it, "I don't know." The boss remained steadfast, voice full of reverence. "I do not know what has happened to you, but you seem to have lost some memories, yet I will not be mistaken. Even if you are not the Lord of the Gods, you are extremely close to him. The great master of all laws, the revered omnipotent law deity. By its words, Nin Fong was the omnipotent law deity, and the boss asserted this with absolute certainty. It spread its arms wide as if surrendering and pleading for Nin Fong to act. Before taking action, Nin Fong asked in a low voice, "I still have one elemental seal, is there any way other than killing you?" The boss replied sadly, "I'm sorry, I don't know exactly. If you're worried about having to kill me, don't be. Death for me might well be a kind of release." Hearing that, Nin Fong pondered for a moment, his gaze deep. He asked further, "Is there anything else you want me to grant you?" The boss raised its head slightly, voice full of feeling, "It's truly been a long time since I've seen you." The boss looked at Nin Fong pleadingly, voice full of longing. "If you could say a few more words to me, I would die without regret." Hearing this, Nin Fong took the opportunity to nod, tone steady, "Then tell me what happened that year." In response, Grand Mage Han Am began to speak, his eyes sinking into distant memory. "At that time you often took human form and came down to the mortal world to play with us. We all knew you were the Lord of the Gods, but we had to pretend not to, enduring outwardly to the point of great suffering." From the tale, Nin Fong sensed the omnipotent law deity did not carry the solemn bearing of a god. Han Am laughed heartily, voice full of nostalgia, "You were carefree, free from worldly constraints. In truth we willingly stayed by your side, there wasn't even the slightest pressure then." "Lord of the Gods, could you tell me about your recent situation?" Nin Fong shrugged and replied simply, "Nothing special, just attending classes to train and playing games when he had time." Hearing mention of games, Han Am's eyes lit up, he stood excitedly, only to regret that down here he had no internet connection. The conversation wound down. Nin Fong rose, looking at Han Am with a serious expression. "Han Am, if there's a chance in the future, I'll play games with you," a promise made. Han Am smiled, voice full of feeling, as if saying, "You used to come to the mortal world to find us." As soon as the words finished, Nin Fong swung his sword in a clean stroke to release Han Am from that place. After Han Am disappeared, Nin Fong collected countless valuable spoils left on the ground, most of which were rare treasures. At the meeting of the 7 great guilds, a guild master spoke up anxiously. "The anomaly in the secret realm is indeed of a higher rank than our skills, but with our current strength there's no way to attack." Guildmaster Luan Chan pondered and proposed, "If so, invite the great mysterious elder to lead a team to assault the secret realm." In reply, Old Feng shook his head, voice resigned, "I've asked, the great elder doesn't want to cooperate like that. At this time the great elder should be standing with everyone. Acting entirely on personal whim, with no restraint, do you really think that's acceptable?" As soon as Luan Chan finished speaking, Old Feng replied gravely, "I'll resign in a moment, I'll hand this director position over to you, manage it however you like." At this, Old Feng suddenly flared up, jumping to his feet and slamming his hand on the table, eyes blazing. "When Bon Ha and Koang appeared to threaten my family, you all said there was nothing that could be done. I was ready to die, yet in the end the great elder and Mr. Du stepped in to save us. Now when interests are at stake, some of you grow restless. I hope you remember that. The great elder owes none of us anything." Luan Chan knew Old Feng's character well and understood he would never scheme for personal gain. He smiled and asked, "Old Feng, I hear in a few days you're preparing to chair the high-ranking auxiliary force, save me a spot on the team, will you?" Hearing the suggestion, everyone in the guild raised their hands at once, scrambling to request a position. Old Feng suddenly exploded, fury blazing. "Damn it, the special training with the great elder is truly diabolical. That old crone of mine lay incapacitated for 2 days before recovering, yet her improvement is obvious. Compared to my former self it's a world of difference." At the promotion chamber, Nin Fong had arrived to submit his promotion mission. He had officially completed activating the passive skill, Demonic Barrier Secret, rendering him immune to all interrogation skills. From the memories in the relic mask, Nin Fong realized the omnipotent law deity was not an evil god at all. He was like him, just wanting to live in the way he liked best. Han Am had said his feelings were identical to the omnipotent law deities. Nin Fong guessed the system might be the cause, but what exact link existed between the system and the omnipotent law deity he still couldn't explain. Han Am had died long ago, so why had he become a hidden boss in the secret realm? Holding the item in his hand after defeating Han Am, he fell into deep thought. At that moment a notification popped up. Han Am's orange quality gear could be upgraded, plus 12 spirit, plus 15 spellcasting speed, 5% magic crit, and a secondary skill, erect a solid ice wall. Han Am's soul had been sheltered by divine power, not dispersed but stored within this soul gem. At the Rookie Supernova training camp, the event was split into 2 tracks, high school and university, gathering the country's best young adventurers. The high school track had 180 people, 32 from the Supernova rankings and 148 from notable 4-star specialties. This event not only gathered 3 principals from key universities but also representatives from the 7 great guilds and the Adventure Management Bureau, truly unprecedented in scale. Rumor had it that outstanding performers might get contracts signed directly by the great elders. They would receive generous resources from the signers and, upon graduation, could join an elders team, at least as a captain. Seeing the powerful dignitaries, everyone longed to greet them and leave an impression, otherwise, among the sea of faces the elders would hardly remember individuals. While people buzzed, a standout figure appeared to greet the dignitaries, Ha Su-hung, the top supernova on the rankings this time. His elder brother Ha Su-vu was the head of the Thuongdu Guild. Ha Su-hung's arrival immediately drew all eyes and whispers. They'd heard that after awakening he didn't level with peers but trained only with Thuongdu Guild's elite. The more they spoke, the more envious the crowd grew, lamenting how stark the gap between people could be. They also mentioned the secret realm divine trial recently conquered. The Conqueror was a specialty powerhouse using R-rank combat. Coincidentally, like Ha Su-hung, rumor had it that Ha Su-hung had been mentored by that powerhouse, boosting his strength tremendously. Moreover, Thuongdu Guild exclusively supplied high-level experience elixirs, so his power might far exceed everyone's expectations. Just then, the delegate bus from Tandu No. 1 High School arrived. The crowd's attention immediately shifted, whispering to one another, "Are these the people the internet has been speculating about?" The Tandu No. 1 delegation emerged, led by Nin Fong, followed by Wang Duyet, Feng Du, Thuong Mong Thursday, Tu Din, and finally Chu Zhang Thursday. Their presence astonished people, like a well-drilled team, strong and sharp. However, some whispered that Nin Fong's team was just putting on a show, all for appearances. Despite the chatter, everyone's gaze remained fixed on the Tandu No. 1 delegation, making the principal tense, as if he had become the crowd's enemy. At that moment Nin Fong received a flurry of system notifications, stating that the demonic barrier secret skill had become immune to one instance of probing and monitoring. Clearly many people were paying attention and trying to probe him. Elsewhere, some curious about Nin Fong wondered what his true strength was, since repeated probing yielded no clues. They guessed he must be at least beyond the second transition. Even the guild masters of the 7 great guilds couldn't see through him and assumed he possessed a special artifact shielding him from all scrutiny. Ha Su-hung also watched Nin Fong intently. He'd had his spotlight stolen and wondered how strong Nin Fong really was. He had watched videos of Du An's secret realm power and guild powerhouses simulations countless times, but Du An's strength far exceeded imagination and couldn't be replicated. If Nin Fong were similarly powerful, Ha Su-hung believed they must possess a special training method, something he and his brother craved above all. Lu Wan-chan once tried to probe Nin Fong but got nothing. Old Feng snorted at this and teasingly asked him, "Not going to examine him at all?" Lu Wan-chan sighed, voice weary, "Forget it," very impolite. Unexpectedly, Old Feng proactively waved to greet Nin Fong first, leaving everyone there stunned. No one expected Mr. Feng to be so friendly toward Nin Fong's team. At the check-in area, organizers asked team leaders to register their members in order. After Nin Fong's team completed the procedures, everyone was guided to the main venue where someone would explain the training camp arrangements for all contestants. Once seated, the contestants listened attentively as the instructor introduced the special training session. In recent years, the secret realms have undergone unprecedented changes. To adapt quickly and find new paths for humanity's development, training and selecting elites is essential. This training camp therefore drew attention from all sides. In the lower rows, Principal Truong leaned in curiously and asked Principal Thuong in a low voice whether the school's secret weapon was Nin Fong. Why so secretive, not letting others assess his level? Principal Thuong only smiled lightly and replied, humble, just humble. Principal Thuong fully understood that since Thuong Mong Thursday transferred from their school to Truong's, Truong had been trying to dig up information. Thanks to Thuong's careful security, Principal Truong couldn't uncover anything. Hearing this, Principal Truong laughed loudly, joking, "Today all of you principals want to witness Tan Do No. 1's teaching quality with your own eyes. After all, it's a prestigious school that even attracts supernovas." Those words drew every eye to Principal Thuong, accompanied by jests of, "Don't disappoint us." The situation made Principal Thuong visibly tense. He knew Wang Duyet, Feng Du, and Thuong Mong Thursday were participating in the special training, but he wasn't sure of their results. In truth, for such outstanding supernova top students, he had little cause for worry. What concerned him were Nin Fong and the remaining members. Would they be strong enough to endure this harsh challenge? The host continued, speaking clearly, "This training camp uses a free team model, with standard teams of 5 members each. Final results will be judged on accumulated individual scores and combined team scores. The top 10 of the high school track will train alongside the university track. Before formal training begins, everyone will go through a secret realm for familiarization. This secret realm limits entrance to third transition and below. Next, a special team was invited to perform, and their profiles astonished everyone. The team even included Ha Su Hung. All were elites who had topped the supernova rankings in recent years, truly the cream of the crop. At the secret realm entrance, the performing team strode in with pride. Some members confidently chatted. One said, "Should we hold back a bit later? Don't put too much pressure on the juniors." Immediately a teammate objected in a sharp tone, "What nonsense are you talking? How many big names are at this training camp? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to show off. Even if it's a temporary team, whoever blocks us shouldn't blame me for turning my back on them." With that, the whole team moved in at once. The moment they set foot in the secret realm, a horde of monsters was already waiting, eyes blazing with killing intent. The performing team quickly took positions and charged with roaring momentum. Their speed was terrifying, especially Ha Su Hung, matching anyone. Hard to believe they were only high school students. Old Feng watched from the sidelines, thinking to himself that these 5 youths had been training together recently. With proper nurturing, they might soon conquer high-level secret realms. The performing team kept defeating elite monsters non-stop and pushed deeper inside. Finally they faced the main boss. The team surrounded it from all sides and unleashed a barrage of attacks. In the blink of an eye, the boss Stanek collapsed where it stood. From Nin Fong's side, a girl suddenly approached, smiling and greeting, "Are you Nin Fong? I'm Tai Vu Tran. Mayor Tai Dong Min is my third uncle." Upon hearing her name, Wang Duyet and Tu Din were startled. They knew she was one of the 5 leaders of the Apex team, a name not to be underestimated. Today Tai Vu Tran sought out Nin Fong because she'd heard her uncle, Mayor Tai Dong Min, mention him before. Intending to make contact, she came specifically to greet him. Seeing Tai Vu Tran, a top talent from Beijing University, strike up a conversation with Nin Fong, those nearby couldn't help but be curious, wondering why she would speak with someone from the high school track. After the greeting, Tai Vu Tran kindly told Nin Fong's team, "During training, if you need anything, tell me directly and I'll have the exchange office assist immediately." Nin Fong only smiled and replied that she was too courteous. At that moment Tu Din interjected, half joking, half serious, "Tai Vu Tran, you should value Nin Fong. All the talented women he knows surpass others in family background and ability." Tai Vu Tran still wasn't very clear about Nin Fong's true strength. She only knew her uncle often mentioned him, so she decided to use this opportunity to learn more. A team member advised Tai Vu Tran to find a place to rest, but she shook her head firmly, "I want to stay and watch a bit." The guy looked disdainful and sneering, "What's so great about watching exams? The strongest people are all over there anyway." Not only Tai Vu Tran, Ha Su Hung also lingered, wanting to observe more. At this time the official training began. 6 team units simultaneously entered the secret realm and accepted their respective assessment missions. Final scores would be based on task completion, but the contestants seemed to face major difficulties. Confronted with hordes of monsters, everyone was flustered, eyes showing clear fear. Seeing this, the principals couldn't help but worry, thinking this secret realm was too difficult for high school students. If it continued, the high school track might not have a single team pass. Since Ha Su Hung, no team had made the leaderboard. They didn't even face the boss, merely handling the minor monsters had them struggling. With this situation, what is there to register? The students' morale was falling, some clearly underperforming and competing poorly. Seeing that scene, some members of the performing team despaired and dismissed it as unremarkable, just a bunch of weak chickens. It was the Nin Fong team's turn to enter the assessment area. The location, the Iron Cliff Swamp Secret Realm. Professional teams are typically divided into 4 types by function: assault, research, support, and protection. The assault team focuses on combat power, spearheading attacks against powerful enemies or conquering entire secret realms. The research team is responsible for exploration, clarifying the knowledge hidden within secret realms to serve humanity. The protection team ensures the safety of controlled secret realms or shelters non-combatants during incidents. The support team boosts battlefield strength, maintains sustained combat capability, and reduces casualties through measures like emergency treatment. Each type has 10 side missions and 1 core mission worth 50 points. Defeat the final boss to clear the secret realm. Nin Fong chose the research mission because he felt there were too many unknowns, such as the global-level deity clan mystery and its connection to combat training. For him, research was the most suitable choice, and the whole team agreed with the decision. No one objected. However, when reviewing the tasks, Wang Diet frowned worriedly. The final research mission included 2 capture tasks. If they had to carry specimens and also fight the boss, it would be distracting and quite troublesome. Nin Fong nodded and immediately proposed, "Then we'll fight the boss first." Nin Fong's team quickly set out. Watching, the audience couldn't help but murmur and ask each other which team this was. The team's speed was astonishing, and people gradually realized this was the representative from Tandu No. 1 High. The more they watched, the more they marveled at the sharp, effective coordination. The confident performing team now had to look at Nin Fong's team differently, quietly admitting that their rate of advancement was ostentatious and far beyond theirs. Tai Vu Tran, witnessing the display, suddenly understood why her third uncle praised Chow Nin Fong. The reputation was by no means exaggerated, entirely deserved. Lu Wanchan and Old Feng couldn't hide their astonishment at Nin Fong team's performance. What shocked them most was that the entire team used orange skills. Lu Wanchan turned to Old Feng in curiosity. Orange skills that powerful? He silently assessed that these kids' strength wasn't just about being strong, but also lay in timing their skills right and their seamless team coordination. Especially, even though Nin Fong didn't use advanced skills, a single normal strike was enough to strip enemies of their fighting capability. This left the principals speechless, mouths agape and sweating with admiration. When the boss in the secret realm appeared, a series of moves were immediately launched in succession by everyone. Nin Fong's team maintained their composure, each playing a role, full of tactics, powerful and brave. They quickly defeated the boss. This performance set a new clearance record. Nin Fong's mentor team took only 8 minutes 14 seconds, while other teams needed an hour or even an hour and a half to conquer the secret realm. Those outside stared at the scoreboard in disbelief that Nin Fong's team could finish so quickly. Some exclaimed that their power was truly terrifying. Having completed the task, Nin Fong's team exited the secret realm and was immediately warmly welcomed. 2 lines of people had formed, admiring eyes fixed on them. A continuous roar of applause rang out. Everyone tried to cozy up to the team. The crowd kept cheering and praising Nin Fong's team. Thuong Mong Thursday boastfully declared, "My team and Nin Fong's team at school get along very well." Advisor Chu laughed loudly. "When someone online insulted Nin Fong, I stepped up to confront them. Truly, I hate backstabbers the most." Seeing this, the principals couldn't hide their pleasure, commenting that this was the charisma of the strong, like Lu Wanchan and Feng Gak in those days. When the high school track results were announced, the top 10 named number 001 Ha Su Hung, number 003-1 Advisor Chu, number 003-2 Lai Kac, number 095 Thuong Mong Thursday. People were surprised and began discussing that Nin Fong's team wasn't listed. Advisor Chu curiously asked a teacher, "Did Nin Fong's team not get selected?" The organizers smiled and replied, "Of course they were selected, they received special treatment that doesn't take slots from regular students." we decided to grant them teaching assistant benefits. Immediately after, Nin Fong's team was taken to the guest house reserved for teachers, with superior amenities, no longer having to stay in the student dormitory. Before long, Old Feng appeared looking for Nin Fong's team. Not only him, but Luan Chan, the guild president heading the craft guild, also paid a visit. Moreover, 3 presidents from top universities and many famous powerful figures were present. The 3 presidents took turns speaking, doing their utmost to recruit Nin Fong to their schools. President Dang Vien Hui of Beijing University opened, "I am President Dang Vien Hui of Beijing University. Would you be interested in studying at Beijing?" Next, President Dong Qi of Shilian University spoke, "I am President Dong Qi of Shilian University. Shilian boasts the country's top research team and warmly welcomes you to join." Finally, President No Sam of Sungu University laughed heartily, "I am President No Sam of Sungu University. Actually, your Tandu is the closest to Sungu." Haha. Hearing the barrage of invitations, Nin Fong was momentarily flustered. He wasn't good at handling situations like this. His eyes swept over, carrying a pleading look toward Old Feng. Understanding, Old Feng immediately spoke in a calm voice, "3 presidents, don't get too excited and trouble the youngsters. Let them join the training camp first, we can discuss other matters later." When Old Feng finished, the 3 presidents had no choice but to nod, agreeing to let the team rest for now. However, each was secretly determined not to let the other 2 schools take Nin Fong first. On the morning of the second day, Nin Fong was startled to see Chu Zhang Thursday and Feng Du's faces looking like tired pandas. It turned out that early on Chu Zhang Thursday had received several consecutive calls from his family asking which university he wanted to choose. Word had it all 3 key schools had contacted his home. Feng Du hadn't slept all night because of Chu Zhang Thursday's phone ringing. Wang Diet and Tu Din's side was no better, bothered by similar calls. Wang Diet was still busy on the phone. As families fussed over their teams, some saying fathers were throwing 3-day celebrations with relatives and friends flocking over, others mentioning grandfathers stepping in to support them. Nin Fong couldn't help feeling a little hurt. Just then, his phone rang. It was Miss Kai calling, her voice gentle as she asked how he was doing at the training camp and whether he was adapting. She mentioned that the 3 key universities had contacted her to ask about his college plans. She knew he liked to oversleep, so she was only calling now. Hearing her voice, Nin Fong felt warmed and replied, "You still know me best, I also want to hear your opinion." Today everyone regrouped to prepare for the training session. The crowd buzzed, saying the high school division this time was vicious enough to defeat 5 teacher-ranked individuals. Stranger still, 3 of those 5 weren't even on the supernova list. From today, the first special training phase officially begins. The Secret Realm trainer sternly reminded, "The secret realms we've explored may contain various dangers. Therefore, I hope everyone follows instructions and acts within their capabilities. Before departure, please confirm group assignments with your teacher." 10 students from the high school division will be distributed into university teams. This time Thuong Mong Thursday was placed on Nin Fong's team. Hearing that Thuong Mong Thursday was grouped with Nin Fong, she waved happily to her. In an unnamed secret realm, Nin Fong's team faced a new classification of monsters, salamander-like beings over 2 meters tall. While Nin Fong was still busy studying their characteristics, the whole team launched into a battle to eliminate the monsters. Even while concentrating on analysis, whenever any monster approached, Nin Fong would act immediately, defeating them in the blink of an eye. Nin Fong continued diligently with his research. He noted the salamander-like creatures weighed between 800 and 1,000 kilograms, their scales solid, providing formidable defensive capability. During the battle so far, Thuong Mong Thursday noticed Nin Fong's team had pushed deep into the secret realm, moving even faster than the strongest assault team. Their experience gain surged like a storm, as if the whole team were helping her level up. Compared to their first meeting, she clearly felt Wang Duyet and the others had made remarkable progress, truly transformed. Mong Thursday wondered quietly whether, if accepted by them, she could become that strong. At that moment, Nin Fong shared with the team about choosing a university. He said Miss Kai mentioned Shilian University's research team was indeed very strong but strictly managed, which he feared he might not adapt to. In contrast, Beijing University's research group offered more freedom and might suit him better. Wang Diet patted his shoulder and laughed loudly, "No wonder you're Miss Kai's favorite student, she even thinks about this for you. Suddenly, Tu Din's expression turned serious and urgent. Everyone, check the class group for news immediately. Nin Fong opened the message and froze when he learned Miss Kai was still trapped in the secret realm and unable to get out. The entrance to the secret realm had undergone an anomaly and was currently calling for rescue. The situation at the entrance was extremely chaotic, and no one dared approach. An outside gatekeeper reported. The leveling secret realm suddenly spawned mutated monsters, their level skyrocketed, nearly 100 people are trapped inside, and the magical fluctuations at the entrance are chaotic, making entry nearly impossible. Miss Kai's students were extremely worried and hurried off to seek help. Halfway there, they ran into the team captain. He frowned irritatedly and barked, "You kids, don't run around here." A student panicked and begged, "Our teacher is still trapped in the secret realm, please hurry and rescue her." The captain sighed helplessly, "How can we rescue her? Don't you see what the secret realm has become?" The students shouted angrily, "We already reported it and are waiting for the guild to send support. But can't you at least do something? Earlier you said auxiliary roles weren't enough, so Miss Kai entered to rescue them. Now you abandon her inside." Hearing this, the captain grew angrier and snapped, "You're really a nuisance. It's my business if I can get out, if she can't escape it's her own bad luck. No one forced her to join the rescue, she volunteered." These words left the student stunned and silent, with nothing left to say to him. Just then, Nin Fong appeared, his steady voice asking, "Where is Miss Kai?" Seeing him, the student seized a ray of hope and, crying, recounted how Miss Kai was trapped in the secret realm. The school had organized a leveling run, but an anomaly occurred and many people were trapped. Miss Kai struggled to protect them so they could escape. The captain interjected sharply, "Don't talk as if I killed your teacher." "I told you," she volunteered. Before he could finish, Nin Fong raised his hand, grabbed the captain's head, and slammed it hard onto the ground. A nearby guard rushed over, Duong Kung aimed at Nin Fong and shouted, "Who are you?" But before he could act, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Chu Jong Thursday appeared beside the guard and coldly warned, "Don't cause trouble." The guard immediately fell silent, not daring to move. Nin Fong dragged the captain across the courtyard, just as several imposing figures arrived. Among them was Luke Bin, vice president of the Kaingwin Craft Guild. The guards rejoiced, thinking he had come to stop Nin Fong, but Luke Bin had no intention of confronting them. He smiled lightly and explained, "I just finished arranging things for the students, that's why I only just ran over." Nin Fong, need manpower? Nin Fong nodded decisively, "Definitely." Luke Bin laughed loudly, "Then I'll go with you." Saying that, he grabbed one leg of the team captain and, with Nin Fong, dragged him along. The reason Nin Fong took the captain was that he had just escaped the secret realm and could lead the way. Near the secret realm gate, the guard blocked them, voice stern, "The secret realm has been sealed off, you may not proceed further." In response, Luke Bin held up a badge, voice calm, "I am Luke Bin, vice president of the Kaingwin Craft Guild. I have authority to handle emergent incidents, I hope everyone cooperates." Luke Bin's authority was clearly no small matter. The two guards turned pale as soon as they heard his name, and immediately stepped aside. Luke Bin and Nin Fong's team quickly entered the secret realm, and as soon as they set foot inside, everyone's stamina dropped by 2%, and their attack and defense fell by 15%. Not only that, they were also affected by a field effect, a continuously acting positive or negative state within a fixed range that could not be dispelled. Luke Bin realized this effect hadn't appeared before and likely emerged after the anomaly. What surprised him was that Nin Fong seemed completely unaffected. Indeed, Nin Fong's base attributes were so high that the field effect had little serious impact. He only worried the teammates couldn't hold out long, silently praying that Miss Kai would not suffer any misfortune. Luke Bin woke the team captain and asked coldly, "Where to next?" Waking up to find himself back in the secret realm, the captain panicked, saying those lost were far from the entrance and the paths were full of ferocious monsters. "You won't get through, I don't want to die here, please let me go." Nin Fong narrowed his eyes, voice threatening, "You're unlucky to run into me. Either lead me to the teachers, or I'll leave you deep inside the ranks." Monsters were prowling everywhere. Fortunately they had not detected their group. Meanwhile, Miss Kai was desperately tending to the wounded. Someone worriedly, voice hoarse, said, "Miss Kai, you're exhausted, please rest a bit." But she shook her head determinedly, "I'm fine, I can rest in a little while." The man's wound couldn't wait. A young female student beside her, tears welling, said thank you to the teacher for risking herself for them. Seeing this, a few bystanders grumbled, whispering that Miss Kai wasted effort rescuing level 1 to level 3 adventurers. What benefit was there? Besides, they weren't a match for the monsters anyway. Still, those she treated had recovered and felt better, speaking gratefully, thank you, teacher. The longer they lingered, the more panicked everyone became, fearing no one would come to rescue them. At that moment, a monster detected their location. It smashed the cave entrance madly. Miss Kai's group panicked at the sight, everyone sweating profusely with fear. The monster lunged in, jaws full of fangs and claws, ready to swallow the whole group. The person Miss Kai had just healed, without hesitation, used their body to block the blow, sacrificing themselves to protect the others. But monsters had gathered in packs, their feral eyes locked onto Miss Kai and the students. Given the situation, they had no choice but to flee, escaping as many as they could. Even so, the monsters' speed far outstripped humans. A single leap closed tens of meters of distance. Just as the monster was about to swallow a little girl, an ice shield suddenly appeared, protecting her safely. The caster of that technique was Nin Fong. A shimmering frost energy still sparkled on his hands. Chu Ding and those accompanying Luke Bin immediately began treating the victims. The one who had sacrificed himself to block the blow could not be saved. Luke Bin observed and sighed. The group now numbered just over 20, the others missing and their whereabouts unknown. Suddenly, Luke Bin and the female mage clutched their heads and cried out from a fierce pain, as if something were attacking their minds. From above, a host of long writhing tentacles appeared, lashing toward the whole group. Chu Jong Thursday swung his blade and severed a tentacle, but they were far from easy to deal with. The cut healed in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been wounded. Chu Jong Thursday gaped in astonishment, mouth agape as he watched the tentacle self-repair in an instant. The group found themselves trapped, every escape blocked by the multi-tentacled monster. In a split second, a sharp tentacle lunged straight at Miss Kai, coming within a few paces of her. But with Nin Fong present, how could that happen? Before anyone noticed, he had swung his blade and sliced the tentacle clean off. He turned back, voice decisive, everyone follow me. Leading the procession, wherever Nin Fong went the severed tentacles followed, meeting no resistance. Luke Bin watched, unable to hide his amazement as the tentacles Nin Fong cut could not regenerate and had completely lost their healing ability. After running some distance, the group rejoiced at a beam of light ahead, thinking it was the exit. They rushed toward it, but when they arrived, the master of the tentacles revealed itself as a giant octopus, its size rivaling the entire cavern. Seeing such a massive monster for the first time, everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Only Nin Fong remained calm and immediately charged to confront it. He even called back, "Don't cause chaos here. I suspect this beast is the mastermind behind the anomaly in the secret realm, and the fastest way is to destroy it." At that moment, a colossal tentacle lunged forward. Nin Fong raised his sword to block, but the blade shattered instantly. The sight sent the group into further panic, worried that his weapon had broken from a single blow. But for Nin Fong, that was no problem. In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand restored itself, the steel flashing with even greater force. Gripping the sword, Nin Fong swung a razor-sharp strike and cleanly severed the giant tentacle. The blow made the monster roar in pain, the massive body staggered, clearly heavily wounded. After the slash, Nin Fong immediately activated an ice skill, firing a volley of sharp ice arrows that relentlessly assaulted the creature. Not stopping there, he continued to swing his sword, this time dealing double or triple the previous damage. When the blade fell, the monster was obliterated, not leaving a single bone behind. With it dead, a slew of equipment dropped, allowing Nin Fong to collect a heap of valuable spoils. The disaster in the secret realm ended there, and the rescue team had already arrived in full at the realm's entrance. Some people escaped, but everyone was trembling, their hands and feet numb with mud. Some burst into tears, mourning the teammates who had sacrificed themselves. Luke Bin stepped forward and sincerely thanked Nin Fong. Thanks to his intervention, the secret realm was brought under control, otherwise the accident would have been far worse. Miss Kai now looked despondent, her spirit low. Seeing this, Nin Fong took out a spoil he had just obtained and handed it to her. It was a divine bestowal badge, an orange-grade item that heals wounds, permanently increases 5 stamina points and 5 spirit points, and permanently boosts healing effects by 50%. Seeing the item, Miss Kai and Luke Bin couldn't hide their astonishment and exclaimed, "This is the legendary divine bestowal badge."